Oh, are we live? Here we go. Live. We are live. Good morning for those in the West Coast or Central Time, East Coast, any other time you might be in the afternoon, but it's morning over here. It's 9:06 in the morning. Give me a cup of Joe with my good friend Jason. You know Jason, right? We peoples. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody's like, damn it, this dude got me up this early on a Saturday. What is wrong with him? Sorry about that. Yesterday had a work function, mandatory work function that just got popped up on us. And yeah, can't say no. It's one of those things, right? I mean, it was a good function, but that threw off my schedule, for the Friday Night Live and all that stuff. Oh, no sugar, no cream. Straight black. Oh man, not me. I'm Puerto Rican. We gotta have a café con leche. I got vanilla. I have vanilla cream and French vanilla cream and Splenda. I use Splenda. How you like my little Jason cup? You believe it or not? Little known fact: me and my wife, we're like coffee cup collectors for these type of stuff. We have Michael Myers. We have a Jason. He has a Tweety Bird. Y'all saw my Thanos one. The jewels fell off. I got to get a new one. I even lost it. The jewels just popped off, so I got to get a new one. I have Batmans. I have multiple Batmans. I have Avengers. Like for whatever reason, we also have like SeaWorld, stuff like that. We have like just coffee. We have a ton of coffee cups. Yeah, we got a Freddy Krueger. I'll use that one next week. So your cup had infinite stones? Yeah, them stones are fake. Or Darth Vader mug. Ooh, I gotta add that to the list. J Hart. That sounds cool. A Darth Vader one? Yeah. They have Freddy Krueger one each. I'll use that one next week. It's funny because on the shelf you see Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, Jason, and right next to it, Tweety Bird. Like there's no method to the methodology. Like it's the most random setup. Like, why is Tweety Bird next to the three horror guys? It's hilarious. But it's so hilarious we left it there because people noticed that. Like, it's like the reaction is so funny. It was accidental. I think we did it because of lack of shelf space until we rearranged stuff. But the time period that we left it up there, people, the first thing they will notice is Freddy Krueger. The Freddy Krueger one is wild because it shows the burned skin, like it's very detailed. So that's the first thing people notice. They're like, oh, Freddy Krueger. And then they notice Michael Myers. Then they notice this. And they're like, wow, that's cool. And then they see Tweety Bird. And that right there, everybody, like you see this, and this happens with everyone. That's what's funny. It happens with everyone. I don't care gender, race. It doesn't matter who you are, civilian, military. It is this momentary pause of silence. Like they're trying to work something out in their brain. It was just up there because we just ran out of shelf space. So we just put Tweety Bird there. And for whatever reason, that's not like the first thing people think of. People don't be like, oh, maybe he's just around social. No, they'd be like, oh, look at that Freddy Krueger. Oh, Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Tweety Bird. And then you see this look of confusion. They don't ask every single person. They don't ask or nothing. They're just there now. Now it's like they're there to figure something out on their own. And me and my wife just be looking at them like, yo, this awkward 1 minute of like What is that? They're thinking, what is this about? Is Tweety Bird a serial killer? Or maybe, they're just trying to, now they're trying to like look back in their childhood memory. Like, did we get Tweety Bird wrong? Like, yo, is this days of confusion with every single person that sees that? Every single person that sees that, they're like, yo, it's funny. Like, none of them just, like, you would think instantly, like, okay, hey, why you have Tweety Bird next to them? You would think that would be, like, the instant reaction. And then we just say, oh, we just ran out of shelf space, so we just have that there in the meantime. They're like, oh, okay. Nope. None of them to ask. They just, oh, they're like, oh, cool. Oh, that's Freddy Krueger, yo. Michael Myers, boy, you know, Jason and Tweety Bird. That's like their look. Every single one. It's as if our cupboard is as if it's like it's as if it's as if they were lied to their whole life about Tweety Bird. yo, they had this. I don't know what it is, but it's like they're thinking about. Maybe we had it wrong, dude. Like, does Puertorock know something we don't about Tweety Bird? It's so funny. It's so funny. It's just like, it's like they're thinking they have Tweety Bird next to these guys for a reason. We're the serial killer. I was a kid though. And they look at the cupboard. It's so funny. I'd be like, hey, you all right? They're like, yeah, like Tweety Bird's next to. I'd be like, bro, I just ran out of shelf space. Oh, okay. And then they like, I relieved them of all the horrors that their mind was putting them through just by me saying, I just ran out of shelf space, so we just put Tweety Bird there. So, but after like the first few times, me and my wife's like, yo, yeah, we're leaving that shit there. Now we're not moving it. Now we're purposely always gonna put Tweety Bird next to those guys. And that might be a theme when we move to Florida. That just might be a theme. That just might be a thing. We're just gonna rearrange the thing and just make it like in the beginning, make it make sense, and then all of a sudden throw them off with a cup that just like challenges their whole perception of the character. That way they can start thinking like, wait a minute. It's so funny anyway. Anyway, welcome my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend these YouTube streets, Puertorock77 here. Early morning. It's 9:13 in the morning, 12 p.m. East Coast. Again, sorry for the quick schedule change. It was gonna either come down to cancel it or do it earlier because me and my wife, hopefully we might end up doing something in the afternoon here on a Saturday because she's off today. Right now, she's at a church, doing like a little church function, setting up for tomorrow's thing. Yesterday, couldn't do it the Friday Night Live because at work, there was a work function, and it started at 4 p.m. and, my time, and then, the live goes at 5:30 p.m. my time. But by the time I got done with function, it was already like 7. So it was already a wash. So I was like, you know what? Let me see an early show. Let's see if it might work. It might work. It might not work. Who knows? But either way, if you showed up, I truly appreciate it. I do it for you guys, give you as much content I'm able to provide throughout the week, right? So the 7 of you that showed up know that whether it's one person or 1,000, whatever the number is, I truly appreciate you taking the time to watch my content. If you don't mind, since you're up in the morning, would you mind hitting the like button? I mean, you're already here, right? It's 1814 here in Sweden and a couple of Swedish beer. Okay, so for you guys in Sweden, look at that. That's 6 p.m. For those that don't know military time, so grab a beer, have some dinner. We global. You know what I'm saying? The chat is global. 12 p.m. in New York, 9:14 in Cali. That's where I'm at right now. So, we do what we do. Some of you have lunch. Some of you have brunch. Cup of Joe. My boy Jason, 5:14 p.m. in the UK. Blaze 4K said this man live again this early. That's dedication. Hit the like button. Shout out to Blaze. Shout out to Blaze, man. Shout out my man. You listen. If you're not on Blaze's channel, his podcast is popping. He does an after dark podcast. He's very versatile with his shit, and he actually nurtures his Discord. I would say that's my flaw. I let everybody in my Discord, but I don't really nurture it. I think I'm gonna have to put that after I retire. I'll probably. Well, it depends on what type of civilian job. It's weird that I call it a civilian job, right? Instead of a job, I should be just calling job as a job and not as a civilian job, right? I should like get rid of that term. I'm retiring, so the military, not like permanently retire. I should stop using those terms at a certain point, right? I should be stop saying civilian because I'm gonna be one. I think it's gonna be great. Can't wait. To be honest, I can't wait to be a nasty civilian. I can't wait. I'm gonna be a nasty civilian. I'm gonna be those civilians. Like, yeah, that's not in my job description. I can't wait to say that. Do you guys say that? Most of you are civilians. Do you guys say that? Like in your job, they try to say, hey, can you do this, which is completely out of your scope of your job description, what you get paid for, and they try to add more stuff to you. You guys do that? Who do that? Type 1 if you go, not in my job description, and that's okay. Like, you don't get in trouble. Like, they understand. Tap 1 if that's a thing for you guys. Like your bosses or whatever, they'd be like, hey. And you'd be like, hey, sir, that's or like, you know what I mean? That's professional, we say. Sir, that's out of my scope. If you want me to tackle that on, we could talk about compensation for also handling that role. You know, I listen, I'll be watching the business TikToks on how civilians do that. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. One. You know what I'm saying? If somebody tries to add another job outside of your description, you'd be like, well, we're going to have to talk to my supervisor. Like Aaron says, we'll talk to my supervisor, and then we could discuss the compensation for accepting that role. Do you like type 1 if like you go through that? He says only on a union job. Union job, you could do that. You could get over with it. You'd be like, Hannah, 1-1. Yeah, military, that shit don't fly. If I could tell you, so let me tell you, I think I could talk a little bit more, retiring. So my main job in the military is I'm a ground electronics maintenance chief. Ground electronics repair has been my career. That's what I've been doing primarily for my career. I started out as a radio repairman, ground radio repairman. So we fixed. So I learned to fix. My school was like a year long in the Marine Corps. My first starting out. It's about a 11-month school, like 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and they tell you basic electronic theory, radio fundamentals, and then radio repair, and they teach you right down to the circuit card, the theory behind radio frequency, spectrum, data, all that stuff, right? And then when I picked up sergeant, I went back to school to become a radio technician, and now they taught everything down to the component, to the resistor, to the diode. Transistor theory, and throughout my career, repairing single channel radio, multi-channel radio, satellite systems. And then also we had to learn a little bit about logistics, supply, because you got to order the parts, deal with vendors. And then as you get promoted, you start managing the shops, you start managing the tech shop. So now you go from actually repairing equipment to now you being the supervisor, making sure the equipment is being repaired, reporting the readiness to the commander, what equipment is available for field ops, things like that, right? Coordinating with other agencies for interoperability. Radio operators be like, hey, I'm trying to talk with this system, with that system, it don't work. Then we have to troubleshoot, figure it out and stuff like that. That's why I know a little bit about electronics and stuff like that. That's when I see some of these PC guys talk about stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's not how electronic works. But I don't even get into it because it's just whatever. Anyway, now at my level, because of my rank, is more about the policies and procedures, right, of electronics. So now I'm more into the Marine Corps aspect, right? So my unit, well, I'm with 1MEF, but with my unit, it's more about the big picture of maintenance and stuff like that, right? So now I'm involved with the future of the MOS, which, since I'm retiring, I'd be like, hey, there's only so much I can do to help you out. So anyway. But that's been my career track, right? Primarily maintenance. But outside of maintenance, like some of the jobs that they'd be like, hey, you got to learn, like literally, like some off the wall shit, like, hey, you're going to learn this and you're going to do it well and you're going to make sure the unit does it well. So what's other jobs outside of my main job, which is ground electronics maintenance that I did? Well, I was an equal opportunity. I was an equal opportunity advisor. That's right. So I served about a year and a half doing that. And boy, I got stories to tell. And yes, I'm the guy that deconflict on, inequality, racism, and boy, those are stories I'm going to tell after I retire. Right? Boy. Those are stories after January 31st, 2026. Because that's my official retirement date. January 31st. So February 1st, 2026. Stand by. Because that's when Civilian Rock will be born. I was also an anti-terrorism force protection officer. I was also not an armory custodian, but an armory ammunition account officer. I was a pain in the ass. I did that. You don't have 2 years in active reserve. So no, I'm retiring. So like I'm not getting out like EASing. I'm like retiring. I'm having a ceremony. Yeah. So okay, so let me explain the retirement real quick. All right. So it depends. All right, this is going to be weird. So in the military, U.S. military, you can retire at 20 years, right? 20 years. That's the normality. When you retire at 20 years, you're not actually retiring. What you're doing is you are transferring to the reserves, to the inactive reserves. But you are collecting your pension. You are collecting your check. So they're giving you your monthly check. But from 20 to 30 years, the government can recall you. Technically, you can be recalled. You accepted it. By accepting retirement, those 10 years, that's why in the retirement ceremony, they won't say retired. They'll say transfer to, in the Marine Corps, they'll say transfer to the Fleet Reserves, right? That's what they'll say in the Marine Corps ceremony. So from 20 up to 30, you'll get your check, you'll get all that stuff, but technically speaking, something goes down, you're back on active duty for whatever. When you hit your 30th anniversary, 30th, that's retirement, right? Now, some people, when they retire in the military doing the full 30, on the 30th day, their ceremony will say retired. They will actually be told they are retired, not transferred to free. So technically speaking, in my ceremony, because my ceremony is going to be in November, it's going to say transfer to the Fleet Reserve. Because by that point, I'll have a little bit over 29 years. I'm not retiring at the full 30, because the full 30 for me would be August of 2026, and I'm not waiting to 2026. There's things I gotta get things going, right? Those few months don't really make a big deal for me. But technically speaking, in my ceremony, they will say transfer to the Fleet Marine Corps Reserves. That little tiny small window from November all the way out to August, technically speaking, I could get recalled. So I got like so during that little window, we got to chill on invading Canada, because I'm not trying to, it's cold up there. I'm not trying to go after Canada. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to do that. Okay. Why am I getting out as a Master Gunnery Sergeant E9, which is the highest pay grade in the enlisted ranks? No, there's a lot of enlisted that stays 30. There's a lot of enlisted that stay 30. But the reason why it doesn't seem that way is because, believe it or not, in order to get to that point, you have to be a E9. And it's not easy getting E9. It's like on average, someone who starts the military, if they achieve, like think of the group that first joins the Marine Corps, right? And military service. Well, at least this is Marine Corps data, so I'll just speak on. I can't really speak on Army, Navy, and Air Force, but I'll speak on Marine Corps data. You have everyone that joins the Marine Corps. Majority of the people that join the Marine Corps, about 70% only do 4 years, right off the bat. So right off the bat, 70% of the people who sign up 4 years. 70% are gone, mostly because they don't qualify, or they don't have enough space for their MOS, or majority is just too tough. They don't want to do it anymore, right? So boom, 70% is gone. Then the remainder is like the competitive promotion track. Those who pick up in their career E9 is about 10% of the people who first join. So you first join, that person goes all the way out to E9, whether it's Sergeant Major. And the reason why I say E9 is because in the Marine Corps, we have two separate ranks for E9. We have Sergeant Major and we have Master Gunnery Sergeant. Two distinctive ranks, two distinctive tracks. So if you pick up one of those two ranks, you're about 10% of the population that able to achieve that. So it's no small feat. Because by the time you go through all the people that get out, get passed over, don't get promoted, get kicked out, or retire before they pick up E9, all that stuff, those who pick up E9, Sergeant Major or Master Gunnery Sergeant, that's like the 10%. You're part of a small group. So technically, even after my retirement, I have that small, so I chose my retirement January 31st, 2026, so I could back plan and be out of here by November. That's why my ceremony is in November, because that includes all my time off, my leave days, and all the entitlements I get. That's part of retiring. I get to use it to get out early, to get out before. What I mean by get out, I mean by not having to be at work, right? Still an active duty Marine up until January 31st, 2026. That's why I said 1 February, Civilian Rock is born. Because even after my ceremony on November 14th, I'm still an active duty Marine up until 1 February, right? I'm just using my vacation days not to be at work. Right, so I'm still getting paid, the 1st and 15th and stuff. So January 31st is my official retirement. February 1st, I'm a civilian. But from February 1st to September 1st, August 31st, which is the last day I can be recalled. So, during that time window, we got to chill. Let's hold off on invading Canada. Yeah, terminal leave. So I'm not trying to fight the Battle of Toronto. It was cold as fuck up there. Will I get Army pension if I just play Battlefield 6 on my PS5? No, but you might get PTSD for free. Oh, Gorilla, he says, I hope you don't get stop loss. Oh, brother, man. Please don't wish that demon on me. So his comment, stop loss, it happened in 2003 when the war in Iraq kicked off. So stop loss is the president is able to cease all retirements. Anybody trying to get out says nope. Everybody's automatically extended for 1 year. So let's say, God forbid, something pops off. Let's say November, 2 days before my retirement ceremony, something pops off and the president says, hey, we're going to war, stop loss. No one's going anywhere. I'm automatically extended for at least a whole year. It can happen. It can absolutely happen. Absolutely. Yo, P-Rec, you ever coming back to New York? Smoothie movie? To visit. To visit. Not to live, brother. Not to live. Can't do it. Like if you were to go to New York, to live in New York, listen, that's the one thing, man. A lot of New Yorkers who live in New York and stays in New York don't realize, like New York, let me tell you something. New York is tough. When they say you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true, right? I'll give you an example. In North Carolina, I have a house. I bought my house at, let me do some super chats. We got Lady Gamer, new member. Woo! Welcome to the family. PlayStation 5 Sweden, also part of the family. Salute. Bobo Country, you watch South Park season 27, a documentary? No, I have not. I don't really watch South Park. But let me know what is it about South Park season 27? And then we got Big Cloud Gaming. Salute my brother. Thanks for your service. As always, much love him. Oh, snap, I got Big Cloud up here early morning. It was a Jason voice. Yo, Bet, man, let's link up next week, man. Gotta get a one-on-one. I'm trying to go down the list. Gotta go down hard in the list. But we gotta link up, man. Got to get that Friday Night Live going. With special guest Big Cloud Gaming. Hey, yo, Bill Cloud. Hey, just to let you know, man, Bill Cloud is one of the old school ones. He was one of the original, whatchamacallit, 60 frame no lag dudes. You remember those days? What is it? Ryan the Professional. They probably don't know. Was I not supposed to say that bit? I don't think they don't remember. They'd be like, who the hell's Ryan? Who's Ryan the Professional? Oh shit. Those were some good old days. I'm telling you, man, Google Hangout, boy. Bit knows what I'm talking about. Google Hangout, boy. Ryan the Professional was different. Yo, that dude was ruthless. Listen, he wouldn't make it. Ryan the Professional would make it. We would have got canceled. Am I lying, Big Cloud? Am I lying? You know, last gen Puertorock, last gen Big Cloud, we would have not made it. We would have been so canceled if they would have heard us the way we talk. The way we talked on Hangouts, dead. DED. So canceled. Yo, it was different, man. We would not. Oh my God, we wouldn't get away with what we did back then. I privated. Listen, Brian, some of our videos I privated. I went back, listen. I'm like, oh no. Private. Not only did I private, I deleted it. I have it saved, but I deleted off the channel just in case it gets hacked. Yes, I did the Batman protocol. Project, Project Agamemnon. You know, I looked at everyone's weaknesses. I'm like, nope, this cannot be. So if my channel gets hacked, nope, you ain't got nothing. You got nothing on us. My thing is physically stored. I did save it because it's memories, but woo, yo, Big Cloud, it's bad, bro. The shit we did. I was like, whoa. I was like, we used to do this shit, and people let us get away with it. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like this. I'm hoping nobody recorded it. I'm like, we're done. We're toast. We're toast. I'm not even gonna, like how you get caught for how people get caught for shit they did like 5 years ago. I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm just shutting down everything. I'm like, I'm not even gonna be like, oh my God, I reflected, I learned. Nah, fuck that. I'm just be like, it's done. It's over. It's cooked. Shut everything down. Shut everything down. Everything's going dark. I'm not doing that was 30 years ago, it was a different time, but since then I matured and man, I'll get at it. I'm over 40 years old. What the fuck I gotta learn? But hell nah. We shutting this shit down. We just running. We packing up. We're going Enron. We shredding the paperwork. We shutting it all down. You're not gonna get a video podcast. Hell no, that just makes shit worse. We cooked. I'm like, oh, this is cooked. I am cooked. We're done. Shut this down. Shut it down. Cooked. What made you join the Marines? Interesting story. Okay, so I could tell that story. So yeah, I heard of. So I do have family. I have two uncles that were active duty Marines, right? And they were great uncles, right? But they were the influence in making my decision. But that wasn't my original decision. My original decision was to go to college, right? Polytechnical University in New York, City University. So I was into electronics anyway. I was interested in that, right? And I thought that was awesome. So during my high school years, right, I had a full ride scholarship to go to City University. He said, holy crap, what did you even talk about? It was games, but let's just say. All right, let me answer Chaos Theories quick. Let's just say everybody called each other out aggressively. Let's just say that. Like, calling each other out wasn't like now it's the solve videos and everybody jokes. No, calling each other out was live on the air. Like, it wasn't like now where everybody has their silos, the little glass houses. No, everybody, doesn't matter, like Xbox, PlayStation, PC, everybody like challenged each other and they showed up. Like, everybody was in the Hangouts, regardless. And when we called each other out, it was aggressive. It wasn't like, oh, you're a dumb gamer, oh, you don't know shit, oh my God. No, it was like, we're using, like, we didn't use racial slurs, so it wasn't that bad, but we did use homophobic slurs. Lots of homophobic slurs. Insane amount of homophobic slurs. Like, lots. Insane. Crazy amount. And that was everywhere. And it wasn't like one specific channel, everybody. That just was the way of it was just the way of the warrior. Bad. Like, yo, like, yeah, old school terms, but like overdrive. Like, we wouldn't say, like, you're cucking for Phil Spencer or the corporate. Like, people would literally say, you're out there sucking Phil Spencer's dick. Like, straight up. We would literally tell the person, stop sucking his dick. Like, straight up. Like, bad. Like, it was ruthless. Like, there was no, like, we're using like the light terms. No, we were saying the words. The words was being spoken. Yo, it was wild. It was absolutely wild. Live on air. No matter who you are. And I was like, holy smokes. Yo, I remember that one live stream. I'm not gonna name the person. I'm not gonna name two people. But I have one live stream and I had an Xbox guest, and one of my panel members ripped him to shreds. And like, yo, it was bad. Yo, even I was like stuck for like 10 minutes. I didn't know what to say. Like, it was bad. Yo, people were calling me saying, yo, this is the funniest podcast ever, but it was bad. It was bad. I'm not going to name who were the panel members, but even they were like, yo, I can't be on the podcast. Like, this is, woo! I took that shit down, boy. Yo, it's by far the worst of the worst in the 60 frames low lag inventory, but it's not on the channel no more. It is gone. Whoa. It was bad. It was that episode. Yo, I remember the word. They'd be like, you're out there sucking Phil Spencer's dick like a little F. And they're like, you acting like a real bitch. And then the other one like, fuck you, man. Like, you're out there laying on your stomach, taking it in your beep. I was like, yo, it was bad. Cursing each other out. Yo, it was bad. Yo, them days, it was not, yo. It was crazy. Hangouts was crazy. And it wasn't just a Weapon Wheel podcast. I remember the first time I was on Weapon Wheel podcast, me and Hard 8 wasn't cool at all. We wasn't cool at all. Because he had his beef with Zaire, and I was cool with Zaire. So you know how it is, right? You don't like the people that hang out with the people you don't like. So it was like that. So Hard 8 was not cool with me because I was cool with Zaire. And I went on, was a guest on one of the Whip and Wheel podcasts, and right off the bat, Hard 8 starting his shit. The only difference is, you know what I'm saying? I like the shit talking. I like it. Like, fuck it. I'm about that life. You know what I'm saying? So we were just slinging shit talking and like, yo, I feel bad for Broken Games. And he's like, hey, we got to get to these gaming topics. I'm like, fuck that. I could talk shit about Hard 8 all fucking day. Like, we don't need to talk about games. Let's just fucking, y'all just going to sit here and we're just going to go back and forth. It was funny. But me and Hard 8 going back and forth. And like, everybody's like, yo, I think Bond was there. It was the original crew. Bond, Hard 8, BG, I think Jack Move. Kid Smooth was loving it because whatchamacallit, Hard 8 used to thrash Kid Smooth all the time, right? So you hear Kid Smooth giggling in the background. But yo, it was funny. Us two. We're like, fuck it. We don't gotta talk games. We just stay here and talk shit. That shit was funny. But then Hard 8 and I is cool, whatever. He got cool with Next Gen. It was like a misunderstanding. Then me and him got cool and stuff like that. So, but back then though, and I'll tell you, Hard 8's aggressive. If you don't know how to talk shit, I think I remember Dealer went on Weapon Wheel. Ate him, bro. Hard 8. Dealer didn't know what to do. You could tell Dealer grew up in Nebraska. Had no idea what was coming. You hear him like mumbling and saying stupid shit like, bro, you corn-fed, bro. You ain't, nah, dog. Like, you were not. Ate him. Bro, you could tell dealer was from, like, I'm like, this dude's from Nebraska. Like, he grew up in Smallville without the superpowers. This dude grew up in Smallville without the, he was Clark Kent's neighbor. That's what I said. Dealer was Clark Kent's neighbor, because this dude's getting ate the fuck up on Whipping Wheel. Yeah, I think it was yo, Hardy killed him, bro. Oh man, I'm listening to this. I'm like, yo, dealer never like talk shit before, like yo, ate him. I think that was the last time dealer ever went on that show. That's one thing, yo. Yeah. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious, man. I'm telling you, Hangouts back then, like, listen, Console War was at its best last gen. Oh my god. You know how people are saying modern gaming sucks? Modern podcasting sucks, because Console War last gen, game conversation last gen, while it's not as flashy, like now it's like well organized. You got the background, the mics, the image, the edits. It's like the quality production on the videos is top notch, right? The quality back then sucked. Mic sucked. I was using a PlayStation PS4 mic. So if you thought my shit's bad, boy, I had a PS4 mic using a PS3 camera. Like, the quality production, because everybody just didn't know. We just picked whatever. Google Hangouts was literally embedded. You just started Google Hangouts, and we just put, like, the most advanced shit was an avatar. That was like the most fancy thing. Who had the better avatar? But mic production, quality, background, StreamYards, Streamlabs, OBS, all that shit didn't happen. It was straight raw. Get on that shit, get on Hangouts, and boom, make that shit happen, right? So while the quality was not there in terms of production, the actual content, the actual people, oh, it was there. It was live, it was brutal, and everyone was in on it. There was no segmented stuff. Everybody was down. Everybody was down for the fight. Everybody was down for the cause. And that shit made, you know, that era of, you know, content creation and console warring, like, it made it, like, whatchamacallit, fun for users. It was probably a fun time for the people watching. You get to mix in. Like, if you go, I still have some videos. I have a lot of videos. But if you go look at my archives, I had Ran Out Thor on my channel. I had Xbox guys on my channel. I had Xbox fanboys on my channno. You see them. They're there. I have videos of them and stuff like that. So I had a lot of people. It was just a big community of people, you know, of people showing up and stuff like that. You know, everybody was just like, we didn't have these brands and stuff like that. It was just, everybody tried to create brands, but everybody was, you know, connecting, you know, because we didn't have nobody else. So it was crazy. And like everything else, the money came in, and then that changed everything. People realized you can make money with well-defined videos, with the YouTube algorithm. That took over. So then that led to, you know, creating better production, which is fine. But I think people figured out you have to establish an audience, like a solid audience. And then that's when everybody started separating and started focusing on their audience and sticking with an audience. And that's how you grow. Because the old way was a wild, wild west. Like your channel didn't really, like, everybody was just, that's why I named my channel 60 Frames No Lag, because it was just like, you come on, there's no bullshit. You get 60 frames, no lag, you know, like the gamer mentality, you know, especially like during the PS4 era. You want a quality gaming experience at 60 frames, no lag, you know, especially, you know, and what's funny is it's like a multiplayer reference. That used to tell you that I used to play a lot of multiplayer. Now I just want 60 frames. Lag doesn't apply to me. But back then I used to play a lot of multiplayer, so that's why I need the podcast 60 frames no lag, because that was like a message to the gamers, like, you watch this podcast, you getting it. There's no bullshit on this one. And it was crazy. It was fun, you know? And everybody accepted the shit talking. Like, that's what's even crazier, right? Like, you would get blasted, right? People just trying to rip you apart disrespectfully. Then, like, 2 weeks later, hey, you want to come on the show? Yeah. And you'll go back on the show. No problem. It was like, we didn't take it personal. It was boy, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. It was a crazy time. It was a fun time, man. I do miss those times, man. It was a lot more people. It felt more real too, because everybody was speaking from the heart. And if people didn't like something, oh, they're cursing you out. You getting cursed off out. in their own way anyway. But anyway, all right. So now back to my story. Why I joined the Marines? Okay, so about to go. You know, it was like a window. Got my scholarship to go to college, City University. But then my scholarship got cut in half. The money, the education, part of the education money for the city was being redirected to the police force, here Giuliani, where he at the time created or hired so many cops that NYPD became the biggest law enforcement police force in the country, bigger than FBI. There would state police. I think at the time it was like 40,000 strong. It was the largest police force in America, and it was NYPD. Bro, New York at that time, you couldn't, if you spit on the floor, you were hitting the shoe of a cop. They were everywhere. Everywhere. You couldn't be anywhere without seeing a DT. Them dudes were everywhere. Like I said, you couldn't even spit on the floor. You might accidentally hit their shoe and get fucked up. Anyway, the reason why he did it, because if you remember, well, it's not that you remember, but look up old Times Square in the 80s. It was nasty. Times Square is not like the Times Square now. Most of you probably look at Times Square, whatever. Go to YouTube, type Times Square in the 1980s. Type that and see videos of Times Square 1980s. It was disgusting. It was a lot of adult porn shops. Got my fake ID at 16. You know, it was 80s and 90s. I got my fake ID in Times Square. Hookers on every corner. Crime, gangs. There was no shops. Or at least like the ESPN, like all the nice stuff you see in Times Square that's touristy, that didn't exist. It was mostly adult, you know, it was strip joints and nude bars and stuff like that. Private nude bars and a couple of whorehouses and stuff like that. Times Square was just a nasty. It was a place you don't go. Times Square was actually one of those places you don't go. Giuliani had a vision. It's like, wait a minute, why is Times Square, like, Times Square is known, but is known for the wrong reason. He had a vision like, no, Times Square is going to be like a tourist hub. So, but first he had to clean it up, and boy, he did. Cops everywhere, shut everything down. He shut down the permits of all these nude bars, right? And then he started getting deals from actual, you know, like ESPN and restaurants and Disney and all the stuff you see. All the stuff you see Times Square. If you see Times Square now, I give him that. That's Giuliani. Mayor Giuliani did that. That was his thing. He created that New York. He absolutely created that portion of New York, fixed everything, and then it just grew bigger and bigger to clean up New York City, right? So anyway, education fund, he used a lot of funds to make that happen because he needed a lot of money to hire cops. So the city education fund got cut. So a lot of people who had, you know, full ride to college got cut in half. So that deep cut made college a real challenge to go to, right? I didn't want to, at 18, I did not want my parents to support me anymore. I was like, you're done. You know, you did your job. I don't want you to worry about stuff like that. My parents were like, no, you know, we'll figure it out. You'll get a part-time job and we'll do what we got to do to help fund your college. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. I'm not going to put another layer of stress on them. So I'm like, I got to figure something out. So then the next thing was the military. I'm like, you know what? Military has the MGI Bill. I'll have a good job right off the bat. Sure, I have to leave New York, but, you know, I'll do 4 years because that was my original plan. And then I come back, I have my NGI Bill. Then I could go to college on the federal government's dime. That was the same plan, right? It just came down to what branch. And then the branch instantly, what came to my mind was what my uncles did. They were Marines. And I'm thinking, you know what? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to go with the branch that challenges people the most. Also, you know, I had some bad habits, you could say. You know, being a New York kid, there was some bad habits. You know, you make bad decisions. You could say you make stupid decisions. You know, I was, you know, so I said, you know what? Let me also do something that helps me, you know, get my shit together. You know, discipline, all that stuff. What ended up happening though is during my first 4 years, I ended up liking it. Like I ended up like being. I actually loved it. I love being a Marine. All the bullshit and all, I enjoyed it. And my career was progressing fast, and I'm thinking, man, I'm doing so good. Like I don't want to go back to New York. Like I enjoy being a Marine. Like this is a great career, and then I just stuck with it. Oh. Oh, all right. Oh, my bad. Let me do this. Here we go. I'm gonna talk on topics, but so people asking Disagreement Day. All right, so that means you're new to the channel. Sorry about that. Let me this. So Disagreement Day. When I don't have a guest, and I do Disagreement Day. I'm gonna post a link on the top of the chat. It's gonna be stuck there. It's gonna be posted, right? And that's a link to the Discord. If you have a Discord, you click the link, join the Disagreement room. What that means is, and mods, if you don't mind, if you get any people who come in like later on and they're asking about what the link is for, whatever, you let them know, like, hey, if you want to talk to Puertorock about a topic, or you want to call them out on something, or you just want to bring up a topic, like a quick topic to talk about, I want my view live and we both discuss it, whatever the parameters. It could be a quick debate, call me out, or just talk about a topic, or maybe something I said on Twitter, whatever. This is your opportunity to do that. So let me set this up real quick. Let me get the link so I can put it up. Invite expires after hours. Generate new link. Do I get this right? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the top of the chat. Right, so there it is, and it's pinned. Okay, so again, if you're interested in whatever, just jump into Disagreement Day waiting room. You know what? I'm just gonna put waiting room. Let me just change the name of this because it's like too long anyway. So I'm just gonna change the name to waiting room because sometimes I use it for 60 frames no lag anyway. So it's called waiting room. There you go. I made it simple. So just jump into the waiting room, stand by, and I will pull you into the live on air. All right. For those of you, because some of you have already been on the show, and you know, some of you already have rights to jump into the live. What I ask is don't jump into the live. Please don't do that. Do that for the 60 frames no lag, but don't do that for this, only because there's people that probably was ahead of you. I want to make sure it's fair and everybody gets their turn. So don't jump into the room during Disagreement Day. Just do it 60 frames no lag. I'm good with that. Jump in anytime you want, but only because I'm trying to keep it fair for everybody else and stuff like that. And we already got somebody. Like, man, I didn't even get the first topic. All right, we're gonna talk to Caleb. All right, so Caleb's out here. All right, let me drag Caleb in. All right, microphone check. Hey, Caleb, you're in the live.
Well, is my thing working?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, I wanted to last video about PlayStation being a generic device.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh
man, Caleb's not messing around. Caleb's like, listen, I'm gonna give your ass the smoke. All right, that's what I'm talking about. What's going on, Caleb? All right, what you want to talk about?
I think exclusives are important, but at the same time, I think hardware is important because there's certain types of games that they wouldn't move on from if we didn't make hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Like PC tech, like there's some PC tech they drop because consoles make a more powerful hardware that a lot of people have. Without that, they wouldn't do that because they wouldn't be forced off of it.
Can you clarify?
Like PS5, I think PS5 forced PC to increase VRAM.
With the
like certain things like, gets pushed forward because of the console.
Okay.
Like with PC, I think they had to up their VRAM because of consoles. because the spec was higher.
So let me ask you this. Real question, right? I see what you're saying. Do you think technology pushes forward in a vacuum? And what I mean by that is like Sony, and let's say Sony and Xbox, they create their consoles and push their specs, and then when they release their products, the PC industry is like, oh man, this is happening? We had no idea. We got to catch up. Or do you think Sony and Microsoft...
I don't think it works like that. I just think
let me ask,
that there's parts that they wouldn't drop without that.
Well, let me finish real quick. Or do you think Sony and AMD and even Nvidia, who's not really doing consoles, do you think they all, as an industry, already know where the future is going in terms of gaming in general? What type of technologies, what advancements, like third party and stuff like that? Because remember, Sony doesn't build consoles in a vacuum themselves. They actually go out right from the beginning to third party developers. They have this team, like these certain third parties, Rockstar, Activision, well now Microsoft, and be like, hey, what do you want? What is the future of console technology that you guys want to see? And they all like, hey, like for example, SSD, that was the #1 requested feature by developers, period. They're like, hey, we want SSDs as the standard default drive. Now, if Sony gets that info, then chances are Microsoft got that info. Because remember, they both release consoles with SSDs at the same time. So chances are they will both influence. And if that's the case, don't you think PC also knows that third party wants SSDs? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it all comes down to the developer though, because like if they don't have to be forced off of it because a console spec is higher, and if they want to make a version of that for PC, they have to match the console. And if the console is stronger than certain specs, they have to drop that spec.
Not really, because look, we have PS5 games and it was still made for PS4. Forbidden West was made for PS4.
We've seen specs get dropped before because of consoles, though.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you can make, let's say Sony made Horizon Forbidden West, right? But it was still made for PS4. Same thing for PC. Like, if you can make it for PS4, you can make it for at a minimum spec PC that's equivalent to a PS4, and the game will run fine. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's not like PC. Now, I do agree one thing about you. I always felt the current gen console should be the minimum spec. Like the PS5, that's the minimum spec. Anything weaker than the PS5, nah, don't design games for platforms weaker than the PS5. But we're not in that age no more. That age is gone. Like, it's just not. Even Sony mentioned the multi-generational strategy. That means multiple generations of hardware will be included. They're proud the fact that they're still making money off of PS4. But in order to make money off of PS4, you still have to make content. Now, granted, Sony stopped. They stopped making content, but they're still encouraging third party. They still support any third party that makes games for their PS4, and they're still helping them out with that.
I think Sony's going to regret that.
They don't regret it now. According to them, the fact that PS4 is the fact that they're still making so much money off of PS4, they are happy. And this just tells me this: they are absolutely ecstatic that PS4 still made them a ton of money off of established stuff. So what that tells me is that the PS5, PS6 gen, stand by, because PS5 is going to be sticking around for a long time, because it is much better hardware that was introduced for this gen compared to PS4, because PS4 had a laptop CPU, the Jaguar cores.
Yeah, I don't care if PS5 sticks around, but PS4 was weak.
Mm-hmm. But PS5 is going to stick around for PS5 is going to stick around for a long time. It's going to be around for a long time, and this is just a byproduct of x86, right? Because PS4 was the first x86 PlayStation when Sony decided to go x86. PS5 was the first time we went from x86 to x86 platform, and I would imagine they're like, wait a minute, making games for these both platforms is still pretty easy because of x86 architecture. Why not do it? So when you think about it, consoles is more like PCs than ever before, because that's why PC has such a huge backwards compatibility going back decades because of x86. It's literally decades and decades of games.
What do you think about PC players? What do you think about PC players bitching about 8 gigs of VRAM because they didn't have that problem before consoles raised it?
No, what was the first 8 gig video card for PC?
Games started getting bigger, and that's when they started bitching, and developers haven't really listened to them like with low end stuff.
Let me see. First 8 gig GPU, because generally PC is usually ahead of consoles in terms of power. First 8 big GPU.
Well, they've been.
Let me see.
I've seen a lot of PC players bitching about that as far as space.
Let me see.
Like 8 gigs.
Let's see. Their first
saying it's not enough.
Okay. Oh, for Oh, you're talking about because I think they still make 8 gig video cards on PC.
Yeah, I'm saying that because when consoles started like hiring it, they said that's not enough for games no more.
Let's see. I think I can't tell. It's like there's too many articles. I'm asking, when was the first 8 gig video card introduced? Just getting articles on just 8 gig video cards. It's not. Come on, AI. Can I get an AI up in here? Where's AI? Oh, that's fucked up. Anybody got the answer to that? What was the first 8 gig video card on PC? I think
the reason I bring that up is
I think what PC gamers are complaining. Maybe I'm not sure. I haven't seen the conversation. Are they still making 8 gig video cards to this day? Instead of
they're not giving people higher. They're not giving them a higher amount at a cheap price. That's what they're bitching about, because the consoles kind of made it to where 8 gigs was irrelevant, like for most new modern games.
First 8 gig GPU. It says right here, AMD R9 290X released in 2013 is recognized as the first gaming graphics card with 8 gigs of RAM. So the Raytheon R9 290X, when did that launch? When was that? When did that launch? That release October 24, 2013, so a month before the console's launch. So what? PS4 launched, PS4 and Xbox launched November of 2013. So it was pretty much in line with consoles, but then PC, over time,
but then PS5 came out, so I don't think they have. I don't know what their memory is like as far as.
Well, the PS5 launched 2020. When did the first 16 gig? Let's see, first 16 gig. Let me get that. Let's get that answer. When was the first 16 gig? Because that's
not very
GPU?
common in low end 16 gigs.
Yeah.
Still 8 gigs.
First 16 gig GPU. Come on, AI, help me out. AI mode. Thinking. Several GPU 16 has been released over the years. Pinpointing to absolute first can be tricky depending on the one's definite consumer versus professional card. However, based on available information, NVIDIA's Pascal architecture in 2015 introduced GPUs with 16 gigs of HB2 memory. Okay. So even AI can't really answer that question. It says depends on. All right, let me see. Consumer. Let's say consumer first. Let me do that. First CPU GPU for consumer. For in gaming. I'll put that in gaming. First in gaming PC. I'll say that. All right, AI, give me. Let's see. First 16 GPU. Let's see. Historically, areas graphical and core 16 were initially found professional server. For example, the widespread adoption of consumer grade graphics card came later. One notable contender began offering 16 gig VRAM in 2021 was AMD 6800. That was about a couple of months after the console. So but anyway, here's the thing though, right? You can have hardware on a console, right? Like 16 gigs in the console, but we clearly see they're still making games even today, like Call of Duty. Call of Duty still being made for the PS4, which is 8 gigs, right? So at that point, and I think I mentioned this recently that I think PlayStation little by
Do we still
little is
think that's
gonna.
gonna be the case though when GTA 6 comes out though? That we're gonna have stuff for 8 gigs when they
Well,
move on
no,
to the PS5?
well, so that's where GTA 6 they're gonna have their minimum spec. So that's the thing about PC, right? Each game, the developer is gonna push out, hey, this is the minimum spec that you need to play this game, and it's on the PC gamer. See, that's the difference between. That's one of the things about PC gaming and console gaming, right? When the developer makes a game for console, they're gonna make it for that hardware. When they make it for PC, they're going to provide a minimum spec, and if you don't have that, then you're asked out. You better, you better upgrade to whatever the company says what you need minimum, right?
Is
So I would
what I'm saying though.
imagine.
Eventually, they have to move on from their hardware. Even PC gamers, after a certain amount of time,
Oh
if it's not
yeah,
viable, they have to move on.
well yeah, everybody does. Everybody has to upgrade. Like think about the minimum spec of Witcher 1 and the minimum spec of Witcher 3. It's completely different.
That's why I was bringing up the 8 because when the
Bringing up
consoles
the
got
what?
higher, like companies are still giving them the option for 8, but charging them a lot for it on PC.
Well, PC. Remember, it's a little bit more than just gigs. It's also compute power. Like for example, let's take the 4090, right? When did the 4090 come out? The RTX 4090. Let me put that RTX. I'll use RTX
I thought it was
4090.
2042.
Yeah. Let me see RTX 4090 release date. Let's see. Yeah, let me put that. Let's see RTX 4090 release date. It came out in October 12, 2022. Good call. October 12, 2022. Right. So now, of course, there's a price comparison, but let's remove price out of the equation. Let's say a consumer doesn't really care about price. They have the money. They just want whatever. A gamer who bought that RTX 4090 in 2022 has a more powerful GPU than people who bought the PS5 Pro in 2024. So they already have more powerful hardware than what we got 2 years after. You see what I'm saying? So like it depends on
Yeah,
what
if
you're
you
willing
buy
to
high
spend.
end, you're gonna get out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like if it's a conversation of cost to performance, then generally consoles has the edge on that, right? Generally consoles, especially if the console maker is willing to, eat up the cost, especially at launch, you can't really beat what I call the best bang for the buck performance. Consoles will have that, especially at launch, because most console makers will, like especially PlayStation, they will eat up costs to get you the console in the market at a cheaper price, and you can't really beat that, right? If a company's willing to eat up $100 or $200 off to build a console, meanwhile, if you buy a PC, there's no PC maker that eats up costs. In fact, they sell it for profit, so you can be paying a lot more. That's just the nature of the business, right? But as far as performance and specs, it comes down to the developer. Because you can have a PS5, but if they still make the game for the PS4, then really what you're doing is you're playing a PS4 game at better resolution, better specs, better performance, but it's still a PS4 game at its heart. It's not a native built PS5 game. Recently, I mentioned last week, one of the games I played as part of my catch-up to backlog was Callisto Protocol on the PS5. PS5 Pro enhanced. So I got like the better performance mode, all that stuff. There's even a mode to play the game at 8K 30, but I don't have an 8K TV. But it shows as PS5 Pro enhanced. Great performance, better graphics, all that stuff. But the game is a PS4 game. And the reason why I know it's a PS4 game, because it still has those corridor you have to squeeze through in order to load the next scene. That game is full of that. That game is full of squeeze, so that way the next scene could be loaded. Like it's not a seamless transition that you see in most modern PS5 or consoles built with the PS5 or the Xbox Series X in mind. That game was built with the PS4. It just runs better on the PS5 and even better on the PS5 Pro. But that is a PS4 game through and through. It is through, and you can tell because it's a lot of squeezing, a lot, and it's almost when you're not used to that because you moved on, it gets annoying. That game was annoying. It was way too many. Even for areas I'm like, you couldn't fit this in the RAM. Like this area is not that big to begin with, but it's a PS4 game built through and through. Through and through. Callisto Protocol is a PS4. It is not a built PS5 game. It just runs better, right? So you can have powerful hardware, but if the developer says, hey, we're still going to make this the minimum, then really your hardware is just a better running version of that game.
I have one more question for you before I leave. I'm assuming you
Mhm.
want me to leave. What do you think about when Nintendo with the Switch? Because NVIDIA makes the Switch 3, so and obviously they'll probably be on DLS 6, or I don't know which version they'll be on by
Yeah.
the time they make the Switch 3. But we already see Nintendo is targeting third party. You really think they're going to stop with the Switch 3?
Oh no! In fact, I mentioned this in Black, and I want to give props to Blackbond because he says something, and they got my, you know, my, gray matter thinking. Blackbond said every generation you're getting diminishing returns on graphics. It's getting harder and harder to tell graphics between platforms, right? If it wasn't for Digital Foundry, who zooms in at 300x and pinpoints background stuff, you wouldn't know stuff, right? The frame rate counters, all that stuff, those are the things that are you're seeing the clear difference. You're seeing the differences between platforms through equipment analysis and zooming. But it's getting harder with every generation of performance diminishing returns. And he said that eventually Nintendo, while still behind PlayStation, is still going to be good enough for people to be like, all right, if we're at the point to tell, let's say, a Switch 3 versus a PlayStation 7, if you absolutely need Digital Foundry to tell you that the background is a little blurry, Nintendo won. Because most gamers are not going to be able to tell at that, and most gamers don't watch Digital Foundry. All they see is on the screen. So if you got a nice 4K image, right, great shadows, great effects, great settings at 60 frames, are you really going to worry about that little one balloon in the background, how it's like a little blurry, while on the PlayStation it's absolutely clean and crisp? Those level of details is diminishing returns. It's also, I like to call it diminishing complaints. Our complaints about the performance game is going to be diminished because we're not going to go to that level of detail, granularity, all the way in the background and stuff like that, right? Generally, Nintendo will catch up to an acceptable level of graphics, settings, and performance. And once they have that,
I think
third party running well on Nintendo, and they got exclusives, it's going to be a
I'm
hard
going to be
combo.
honest. People say PlayStation's not going to have a competitor, but people forget NVIDIA's the one that brought us ray tracing. You think they can't make a better version for the Switch 3?
They absolutely can. DLSS competes with PlayStation's FSR and PSSR. It's just that Nintendo is far behind. Even I didn't see it until Bond brought that up. So right now, people don't look at Nintendo as a competitor because, one, they generally aren't good. Right now, if you look at Nintendo, they are not a good third-party provider. When you think of Nintendo, you don't think of third-party. They don't have the, even with this gen, even with Switch 2, they're having trouble. Battlefield, they say, hey, there's no plans of putting Battlefield 6 on there, no GTA 6. There's a lot of games that's not going to Switch, right? So to this day, Switch is not a third-party. Like, if you get a Switch, you're not doing it for third party. It's still in its infancy, whatever. But over time, while Nintendo's behind, diminishing returns, they will create more and more powerful hardware where more and more third party will be like, oh, this is good enough to put out games. Eventually, Nintendo could just be a viable third party option, just like any other platform. They just need to catch up.
I just want to say one thing because I don't know if you ever thought about this, but compared to PlayStation, Nintendo heavily subsidizes in Japan, and they own the Japan market. Sony's kind of lost a lot of ground in Japan.
Absolutely did.
So that makes it easier for them to establish relationships for exclusives.
Absolutely.
Once their hardware is good enough.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sony lost Japan. Absolutely. And I don't know if they're trying to use this upcoming handheld to try to get it back. Right? There's rumors of an actual handheld that could play console games. I don't know if that's their way of trying to... they're still making a console, right? But I don't know if their strategy is, okay, we're going to make the handheld and the console. The console, obviously, what the world expects from them. You make a console, but then the handheld, a powerful gaming handheld, and maybe they're like, okay, we're going to market more the handheld. I mean, it's still available everywhere, but we're really going to heavily market to the Japanese crowd because the Japanese is very mobile. They adopted to, that's what they prefer. And Nintendo hit that desire. And maybe PlayStation's trying to be like, all right, we got to compete in Japan, and we're going to do it through our handheld as our primary. So for Japan, all about the handheld. And then, of course, they're still going to market around the world. But for the rest of the world, the console, because Sony doesn't have any issue selling consoles. But Japan, again, smoked. Switch. Watch, Switch 2 in about a year is going to outsell the PS5 in about a year.
That's because PlayStation lost their competitor.
Yeah. It just, at the rate Switch 2 is going in Japan.
Because we look 360 gen, the markets were half and half in the US.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I would say Japan, Sony lost Japan a long time ago. Ever since the Wii, it's been a wrap for them. Yeah, ever since the PS3 and the Wii sting, and then it just got worse for them. Then the Switch came out, it was over.
Wii was a great generation. I like the Wii. As a kid.
So, yeah. So, is that it, brother?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, man. All right, I really appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we got Paul in here, so let's bring him in. All right, mic check. We got Paul up in here.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, all right. Let me just volume level. Okay, what's going on, my brother?
Hey, man. I just I only had like a quick a point to make about the job listing from last week about the multi-platform stuff that you've been talking about.
Yeah.
It's just like a point of contention that I have with some of the stuff you've been saying.
Okay.
And I don't know, like maybe I missed the show, maybe this has been brought up or whatever. But the way you talk about this, it kind of sounds like the job position is only related to PlayStation games on Xbox, right? So one example you were giving last week was, okay, so they hire this person for 300K, and he's like, okay, what games can I put on PlayStation? Oh, I can't put the single player games. Okay, what about these live service games? I can't use those. What can I port to Xbox? It kind of sounds like this position is only related to Xbox when it's about Xbox, Steam, Switch, Epic, and everything that's not PlayStation related.
So yeah, I didn't mean to that. So that's my bad. The only reason why I specifically mentioned Xbox, because that was like the point of contention. Like if I would have said what games can I put on Epic Game Store, nobody would have cared. So this is what's weird about the community right now. The definition of exclusives has now become not on Xbox. You can put a PlayStation game. I think if they put all these games on Nintendo Switch, people will still call them exclusives. You know what I mean? So I have that feeling that let's say if Sony doesn't put any single player on Xbox, but if they do put it on the Switch too, I think people will still say, Nintendo's not really a competitor, so they're still exclusives, right? So it feels like everybody's Steam's not a competitor, Epic Game Store's not a competitor, Nintendo's not a competitor. Apple's not a competitor, so it's almost as if someone's going to say the definition of exclusive is whether it's on Xbox or not. As long as it's not on Xbox, it could be on any machine in the world. But as long as it's not on Xbox, it's exclusive. And that's just dumb. Like, to me, I'm an old school exclusive definition. Like, if I can have a machine and I could play your games and it's not your machine, then it's not exclusive. It's simply a machine. Right. I don't care what's it called. So, like, the moment they put games on PC, I always said, it's not exclusive. It's a multiplayer. It's just specifically towards one machine, but it's still a multiplayer nonetheless, right? So I don't believe in the definition of not on Xbox, because the Xbox guys try to use that definition too. Not on PlayStation means exclusive. I'm like, get out of here. Hey, come on.
Right. And they kind of like hold the two sides to different standards, because when games were on Xbox and PC day and date, they wouldn't call that multi-platform. When PlayStation puts games on PC like a year later, they say
now they're calling it multiplayer. Yeah, it's funny, right? When PlayStation put the games on PC, or your third party, and I could argue, but you're right. But the question I want to ask is, how come you didn't say that when Xbox did it? See, so these Xbox guys, they can't use the third party argument because they didn't believe in that, right? Because if they really believe in that,
they didn't want this to happen, because we all saw them last year. We saw their reaction live on camera as to how much they don't want this. This is like the going third party and day and date on PlayStation. This is like their worst case scenario. They did not want this. Like, they would prefer to get rid of day and date games on Game Pass over what's happening right now.
I see.
They're just gonna have to put pretend that they're okay with it.
I will say this with the job listing. I will say this: you still have pushback, but I will say there was more there's more PlayStation fans that don't like, even to this day, there's PlayStation fans that still don't like the PC strategy. Vice, the Xbox community that accepted it. There's a lot of PlayStation fans, like me personally, I still don't like it. I'm never going to accept that. I get it. Don't confuse. I don't want people to confuse with me not understanding with me accepting. That's two different things. I understand why Sony's doing it. That doesn't mean I have to like it and buy off on it. I'm still not buying off on it. I'm still not buying off putting games on PC. I'm sorry. I'm never going to buy off on that. You know, for me, if you want to put games on PC and whatever, then just be a publisher. That's what publishers do. There's no point in creating a hardware if that's what you want to do, because I feel in order to put your games on other platforms, you're going to miss out on the consideration of your own platform. We've already seen it. Like, for example, every multiplayer game Sony makes is free to play on PC, but you're going to charge your own customers. You put Helldivers on Xbox, right? But the game's already a year and a half old. You won't put it at least for your PS Plus premium subscribers. Now, I'm not saying I'm a PS Plus subscribers, but at least I can see you're not taking care of your own, like the consumer base that's giving you the $31 billion, you're not taking care of them. You're not be like, all right, this is our core fan base. This is our core audience where most of the money comes from. We got to give them something, you know, but they're not even doing that. So I'm thinking, man, all these little things that, you know, in order to do a multi-platform strategy, let me put it this way. This multi-platform strategy does not benefit the actual console gamer. We get no benefit out of this. Nothing. There is nothing. People say, oh, you get more players. Listen, we had no problem getting players on PlayStation. Remember, we've been playing just on PlayStation gamers for decades. We like having gamers play games and meeting up people online. That's never been a PlayStation issue. Not for us. We don't need crossplay, right? Remember, Fortnite wasn't crossplay on PlayStation, and there was tons of people on there. Call of Duty, Madden, whatever game, we always had. The only games we didn't have a lot of people if it sucked. But the big games, we always had people in Call of Duty. We always had people in Battlefield. We didn't need PC gamers in our fight, especially fighters. We don't need any platform to get up a room for fighters. We will always help. I think PlayStation gamers today, they turn off crossplay. And they jump in the rooms fine. No crossplay. Most PlayStation gamers don't want to play with anybody. They only want to play within the PlayStation community, and they have no issues getting into a match. So we don't need other communities to get our games going. That was never a thing because of the brand is so big, right? But once you start this multi-platform strategy, you have to consider the other ecosystems and other gamers. But now Sony doesn't really be like, wait a minute. Okay, take, for example, Helldivers. All right, we put Helldivers on Xbox. But on Xbox, it's cheaper to have the bare minimum subscription for online play. I think is, what is it? Game Pass Essential. You can sign up for Game Pass Essential for $60 a year versus our minimum requirement, which is PlayStation Plus, also Essential, whatever, is $80. When you look at the difference between an Xbox and a PlayStation gamer, they get to play a PlayStation first-party game at a cheaper cost than we do. If you're playing Helldivers on PlayStation, you're paying $80 a year, right? On Xbox, you're paying $60 a year. You see what I'm saying? And then on PC, it's free.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's those little things that little by little get caught up. You know, also just PC. PC has multiple storefronts that where you can buy your game digitally and there's more competitive pricing. While on PlayStation, there's only one digital storefront, which is PlayStation. That's it. There's no competitor to compete with PlayStation for the digital pricing games. While on PC, because of Steam, GOG, and all that, they get a little bit better competitive pricing when it comes to digital games. So we're stuck with one digital store, naturally, because it's the PlayStation console. PC, they have multiple options on where to buy Spider-Man. And you know, it gets weird. So people don't notice it, but when you notice those little things, it's like, this is weird. Like these are these little weird things that's going on. And you're like, man, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some of the choices don't really. I don't think
really
putting Helldivers on Xbox is worth the squeeze, right? I don't think. I don't think it can generate that much revenue. They'll lose an exclusive IP to the console.
I agree. Like I don't know. Like I don't know why Sony made that decision. Because, like, we don't see stuff selling over there. So, I don't know. Like, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're reading the data wrong. Maybe just interpreting Circana is just not enough. Maybe they have detailed analysis that says otherwise. You know, it could be that, right? But I'm like,
another point I wanted to
oh,
make about PlayStation multi-platform strategy, which I mean, we still have to see how it plays out. We don't really, and I let me just say that I don't know if like everything's going or a little bit's going. Like I don't do like absolutes,
yeah,
right? I don't know. Nobody knows. But the difference between what's happening now versus last year with Xbox, when kind of like the rumors were starting to float about them like Project Latitude, we all knew. All the insiders were saying, "Yep, I heard it. I heard this is coming. I heard that's going. I heard there's no red line." So to the point that when we got the 4 games, we all knew which 4 games exactly.
oh yeah,
The difference now, which is why I think it's okay to be skeptical and to give some pushback to PlayStation, but let's see it play out before people start to freak out because as of now, the insiders are saying the opposite of what they were saying about Xbox. As of now, they're saying, no, we're hearing that not only like live service and little stuff is going. That's what we're hearing. I'm not saying that can change. Like anything can happen, but
yeah.
it's like a major difference, night and day between what's happening now and what happened last year. But I feel like people are acting like it's the same exact thing, where like everything is telling us the opposite, which would make sense. It wouldn't make sense for Sony to put everything on Xbox, like for no reason really.
Yeah.
So
So I see. So I agree with you. So my view is not because they're doing the same thing as Xbox. And if I gave that impression, that's not what I mean. Right? Xbox.
no, not you necessarily, but
Oh, the
that's what
community.
like
Yeah.
if you go on Twitter, that's
Yeah.
what everyone's saying.
Yeah. True. So Xbox. So Xbox did it because they needed to do it. Right? It was about like we bought ABK, we bought Bethesda, and this current system doesn't work. We're not gonna make the money. Like you gotta put it on PlayStation just to recoup the cost, get back the money. Like the combination of not having enough console sales, spent $70 billion on 2 big publishers, and Game Pass, they have to, subsidize day one games. It was a strategy where they had to do a hard pivot, a hard turn, a hard left turn. They have to get it boom. So that's why you saw the rapid expansion of this. Sony's different. Sony's not in a bind. They're not in a bind at all. They're making more money than they ever did. PlayStation. They're making more money than they ever did. They made $31 billion record profit. So this isn't a need in terms of, we got to figure something out. There's not a problem on PlayStation. There isn't. They're making more money. So then what is it? And to me, it's Totoki trying to find ways to maximize profit. Where can I make more money with what I already got? Where am I missing? And that's my angle. My angle is Totoki is looking at stuff just to make more money, right? So that's why I use Horizon Zero Dawn as an example. Horizon Zero Dawn is an 8-year-old game. It's not making a lot of money now. That game is it came out in 2017. It came out on PC in 2020. They already did the remaster. There's no more really people to sell to. If you do sell it, it's like for $20, and you might get like 500 sales in a month. It's a very small. It maxed out on PC and PlayStation. Like, who's really buying Zero Dawn now? Very small people. Not a lot. It's not really making a wave. But now you take that game and you put on Xbox, an entire audience, even if it's just 30 million, you port it to Xbox. Now you have a 30 million audience that never had access to the game unless they're like a multi-plat owner, right? Or multi-console owner. But other than that, you got a whole new audience that can buy an 8-year-old game. Right? It's already done. It's already built. All you got to do is port it. And Nix is already ported to PC, so chances are they can easily port it to console. It doesn't take much work. Within a year, done. It's on Xbox. And guess what? And if you look at the sales on PC, Sony doesn't have high expectations. They're not expecting 10 million sales. Yoshida, when he was on an interview with Colin Moriarty, he said, these games going on PC, it prints money. And I'm like, man, but most of these games only sell like 1 million or 1.5. Even Spider-Man sold Spider-Man 2, like 1.5 million. And I'm like, that's
I think the only one that
money?
really sold incredibly well was Horizon.
Horizon.
Because it was a
4
big
million.
deal.
Yeah, and I think it was because it was a big deal. The shock is what sold it. It was just a shock. But after that, PC gamers normalized. Now they're like, whatever. We buy what we like. And most of them, They don't buy the PS games. I think Helldive is really the only one they legitimately like. Every other game is like 1 million, 1.5 million, maybe 2, like God of War. But they're not 10 million bangers. They're not 8 million bangers on PC. They're not. But for Sony, 1.5 million sales prints money. So if that's what they expect from PC, I don't see, Horizon Zero Dawn not being able to sell 1 million on Xbox. I think it could pull 1 million. My opinion, PlayStation first party is better than Xbox first party. I get Xbox first party games not selling a lot. I get it. I mean, let's be honest. Right now, I think Forza is really the only one that really is a blowout success from Microsoft first party. Sea of Thieves? Who talks about Sea of Thieves on PlayStation? Nobody. Ain't nobody give a damn about Grounded. Ain't nobody give a shit about that.
Xbox on
Forza's the only one.
Xbox on the charts a lot because they're putting out so much because they bought so much. I think
but it's
people
also
are missing that part.
But it's also, look at the games they're talking about. It's games that was already on PlayStation that was successful. We're talking about Doom,
it's like
Call of Duty,
Minecraft.
That's
something that is
like no shit.
It's like
these games were already great on PlayStation. Like Call of Duty now is like, oh, you guys are buying Call of Duty. Now you always love Xbox games. Bro, we had Call of Duty since the PS3. Right. What are you talking about? That's not an Xbox game. We didn't bash Xbox because of Call of Duty. Like, fuck is you talking about? Hell, we used to get exclusive Max Packs before you guys. The fuck is you talking about? They want to pretend that when we bash Xbox, we were talking about Doom, Call of Duty, Elder Scrolls. No, those games weren't yours. If they were, Xbox would be great. If Xbox had Call of Duty exclusive, Doom exclusive, Elder Scrolls exclusive, back in the 360 and the Xbox One days, Xbox would not be in the position they are today. That console would have sold like 80 million, 100 million, with Call of Duty being exclusive to the platform, with Doom, and all these other games. But it wasn't. Like, these guys, and that's what I was going to talk about later on. Like, they're trying to say, oh, look, all these Xbox games on the charts. Oh, PlayStation always love Xbox games. I'm like, bro, 90% of the list is games that's always been. It's stupid.
Right. There's just games that always existed. Now they just happen to be owned by Microsoft, but they would have been on the charts anyway. But the funniest part is you don't even see the word Xbox anywhere. You don't see the word Xbox when you boot up the game.
It's Microsoft.
You don't see the word Xbox. It is Microsoft, but they're not attached to Microsoft. They want Xbox to be the thing, so they keep mentioning Xbox when Xbox isn't even like the name that even people kind of think of when they boot up Doom or Fallout.
Yeah.
You don't think of that because we've already had such a history with these games not being, owned by Microsoft. So like all of a sudden to pretend that like, oh, you like Doom, that means you like an Xbox game. It doesn't work that way. You can't force the zeitgeist to think that this is an Xbox thing. It takes years. It takes time. You can't just pretend that people are gonna think of this as an Xbox game without.
No, yeah, especially when all they hear is Microsoft gaming, right? Like I have the list on the screen. The only legitimate Xbox game that is Xbox on the list is Forza Horizon because that was created on Xbox. It was part of the big three. That's a genuine Xbox game. Elder Scrolls, we've been playing Oblivion on the PS3. Oblivion was on the PS3, bro. Like, what are these gamers talking about? Call of Duty, that was on the PS3, right? We've been playing that. That's always been one of the top-selling games on PlayStation. We have bundles. We had, map packs 30 days earlier, right? Doom. Doom is also another game that's always been on PlayStation, right? Right? And then Indiana Jones, while that game is a new game in turn, right? But it was being made for PlayStation. And Indiana Jones as an IP has been on PlayStation. So, right, even Minecraft was on PlayStation when it was already a 50 million selling game as a overall sales before Microsoft bought it. Microsoft bought Minecraft when it already surpassed 50 million sales. So that game was already a huge phenom in gaming. So all these games were PlayStation games, right? What Microsoft did was they were smart enough to buy companies that own games that were successful on PlayStation, that were sellers on PlayStation. Right. Now Microsoft gets to enjoy those sales. But these weren't games that defined Xbox. Like, if all those games was exclusive to Xbox, Xbox would not be a trash-ass console. It would not. It would be like, holy shit.
That's why you have people...
Like,
that's why you have people who, like, we saw on camera saying that they hated, for example, like Hellblade 1, but they loved Hellblade 2 when it went to Xbox, right?
Absolutely,
so have,
absolutely.
Like, plenty of examples. People who had never touched Call of Duty in their lives, and now they have to talk about Call of Duty because it's a Microsoft IP, so they have to pretend that they love and like play.
Yeah. Now they hate Hellblade again. Now Hellblade's not that impressive. Not that it's gonna run better on the Pro. and at 60 frames, right?
And
Because they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it 60 frames at their launch when the game came out because it was a creative decision. You know, now that the game's going on PlayStation, now they found a way to get it to 60 frames. You see the standards? You know what I'm saying? PlayStation, we don't play that bullshit.
Like some of the.
Yeah, 30 frames
that's
locked
one thing I don't...
is not a creative decision on PlayStation. That's not a creative decision. Nah, we're not playing that. You will have at least a performance mode.
Yeah, and the reason I kind of really dislike some of the stuff I've been seeing on the Xbox side since last year is, so for example, you welcome, disagreement. Like literally, like this is a show where people can come to, disagree with you, but like that's something that you're not going to see on like Boom Show, for example, right? So they have to keep it in their own circle. They can't allow any disagreement because if you ask them anything, their entire like narrative will
it shatters.
I'm seeing a lot of like a lot of the discussion that I'm seeing, a lot of the wording that I'm seeing being used is just so disingenuous and just kind of so brain dead. Like I see the word like destroyed. Xbox is destroying PlayStation. Xbox is embarrassing PlayStation, but I don't think these people understand what the word destroying means. If destroying means it's giving PlayStation more money, like 30% of everything that they make for free, which is what PlayStation wants. They want people to bring their games to their platform so they can get the 30% of everyone. That it doesn't make sense for people to like use these console war talking points when that's not actually happening. Like, of course, like a publisher that is kind of like putting a ton of games on PlayStation for the first time, of course they're going to be in the charts. This is like we've never seen this happen before. This is like a mass sale. Buy our games. All our games are coming. So of course, like most of it is going to be dominated by Microsoft. Next year, if we're talking about a publisher war, which again, war doesn't mean give Sony all your money. That's not what a war is. Next year is what's the game? Grand Theft Auto is going to be the biggest selling game on PlayStation. Does that mean that Grand Theft Auto is taking over PlayStation from the inside? No, like some of these talking points are just so brain dead and don't make any sense. But it's become like par for the course for the way these people are talking that side, and it's really, it's bizarre. Like that's the only way that I can explain it. It is bizarre because it's like they're in like fantasy land talking about stuff that doesn't even make any sense to me.
Yeah. So like, here's the thing. So, I have my, so just like, I think you've made a good point. So everybody saw I have my issues with PlayStations going on, but I think the difference is I'm willing to get people to debate, call me out, whatever. I have no problem with people. I think King Thrash was on the podcast to clarify the job position. I'm willing to listen, stuff like that, right? To everybody. I don't hide.
Yeah, because
on Twitter, I talk shit, right? Twitter's Twitter. Yeah, Twitter, I talk shit. I'm good at that. But on the podcast, I'll invite anybody. If you disagree with me, if you think my viewpoint is completely wrong about PlayStation or where I think I'm going, get on live. I do disagreement days. You could get on the podcast. I have no problem with people challenging my viewpoint. It's not. Maybe I could learn something. Great King Thrash, if you missed the podcast, he came up and clarified the position, and I listened. I'm like, you know what? I didn't look at it that way. That's a good point.
Yeah, because I thought it was out there, like, people are pretending like this position, this guy would get to pick what games go on Xbox. Like, no, like, these are decisions made way above his pay grade. Like, he doesn't get to say, I want God of War on Xbox. So, like, this talking point also didn't make sense.
So he brought up a good point for me to look. I'm like, all right, looking at it that way, I get to see it, right? I still think the single players are coming, for whatever. But you're right. I'm willing to have people, like, live on the mic talk to me. Whether it's to calm me down or just talk shit or to call me out, whatever. I'm willing to do that because that's how we learn. I absolutely could see things the wrong way and stuff like that. But the Xbox guys, they're not like that. And the reason why they're not like that is because they have to cater to an emotional audience. This is all emotional for Xbox guys. Xbox guys run on emotions. They don't really want to challenge the information and critically think and challenge each other to make sure they could get to the right, information. They don't want to do that. They come up with weird shit that placates their emotions. That's why they're doing this whole, Xbox is dominating PlayStation, because that's the only thing that will make them feel better. They need to feel better. So by telling them,
they have no more excuses.
So by telling them your Xbox games is on PlayStation and they're selling well, ponies are owned. That doesn't make sense. That's the equivalent of saying your wife is sucking another man's penis. Ha ha. That man is owned.
Yep. Yep.
That
It's like
doesn't make
saying,
sense to me. That shit don't
it's
make
like
sense
it's
to
like
me.
it's like
You know,
saying I
like
already had my wife. I get my wife for free on Game Pass. You have to pay for my wife, right? It's like
I don't
it
make
really is like
sense.
that strange.
Like, so here's my thing. Here's the funny part, right? So they're talking shit about PlayStation, you know, because Xbox ain't selling. What's gonna happen when Helldivers lands on Xbox, and let's say it does become the top selling game on Xbox? Are they gonna say this is bullshit? PlayStation's destroying us. Their game, they got their one game, and look, it's taking the sales of everything. None of our games are top sellers because
Trojan
Helldivers,
horse, they're
you know,
taking over
right?
us from the inside.
What
Yep.
what if Helldivers become like right behind Fortnite? Let's say it's Fortnite, then Helldivers. Second most played game on Xbox. Are they gonna complain? No, they're not. What they're gonna say is, ha, we got the audience, people are buying games. Like, hold up. So on PlayStation, we're owned because Xbox games are top selling, but on Xbox, it's an advantage for you if a PlayStation gets top. Like, what? I don't understand the metric. They're gonna do that.
And also, like a publisher selling really well on PlayStation, for some reason, when it's Microsoft, it's a bad thing. Which when it's anybody else, it's like they don't. I think Dragon's Dogma is like was or is the best selling game on, like of the year, either last year or this year. They're not saying Capcom is taking over PlayStation from the inside.
No.
They're not saying
Yeah.
it's a Trojan horse from Capcom. So why would you say that about Microsoft?
Is
When it's like no,
Rockstar
like they won.
is Rockstar the Trojan horse in gaming? Because their game's gonna
Next
sell
year,
everywhere.
next year,
like
Rockstar's gonna
everything.
take over
No
PlayStation
platform
from
is
the
safe.
inside.
Yeah. The only platform that's safe is Nintendo, and that's because they don't have it. You know what I'm saying? So is Rockstar the Trojan horse? Like, well, what are we talking about exactly?
Like
But like I
that's why,
said, you're gonna see
and
hypocrisy.
this is why I say you can't they can't allow like somebody who disagrees into their podcast, because I would just ask them this question:
Yeah.
what do you mean when you say this? Does that mean that Dragon's Dogma has taken over PlayStation from the inside?
Yeah.
They're not gonna say yeah, or they're gonna say no. Then why would you say that about Microsoft? Like actually, like think about what you're saying,
Yeah.
and it is very strange to me.
Yeah, I was like I said, if I was on the Xbox podcast and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, PlayStation's taking over the inside," I would say, "Okay." So when Helldivers launch on August and it becomes your number one sold game, and let's say it's top 3 most played, you got Fortnite, maybe another live service game, and then Helldivers. Helldivers is played more than Halo, Gears, any of your first party, Sea of Thieves, and it's consistently being played more than any of your first party. Are you guys going to say PlayStation's taking over an Xbox? Or are you guys going to brag that Helldivers is a top played game? Which is it? Right? Because according to you guys, Helldivers being on Xbox should be a dangerous thing for you guys. Is Sony taking over? Is Sony taking over your multiplayer first party games over your own Gears? Especially if more Xbox gamers, like let's say if Gears E-Day comes out and you still got people playing Helldivers more than Gears E-Day, is that a problem? Is that PlayStation taking over? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? But they won't have anybody on their channel bringing that point up. They're not. What they're going to do is
it is very easy to like disprove anything that they're saying.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Theatrics.
Go ahead.
It is like them acting. It is like it's just like them playing a character.
Yeah,
but the thing is, people watch that and believe it and pay and they donate and actually think what they're saying. There's people watching their shows who actually believe there's not going to be a PS6. And they repeat that line.
But even listen, but brother, man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be like, listen, not only, and I'll say, shout out to King David, he's one of the bigger proponents of that. I'm gonna be like, I even told him, like, David, not only is the PlayStation 6 gonna come out, you're going to buy it day one. I told him, like, not only
right, but the thing is, but he'll have another point
I'll be like, you will own it. I told him, not only will it exist, you're going to own it in your house. All right, so let's not play. You will have it in your house when it comes out. But I get it. Yeah, it's just, but they cater to an emotional audience. Yes, they cater to an emotional audience, and what's weird is the audience is there. It exists a lot, which is weird. Yes. Like I don't like me, like me. I'm like, none of this, like if I have like I said, I even tell gamers, if you think I'm gonna make content about PlayStation games selling great on Xbox, you guys are bugging. I don't give a damn.
Right.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
fact, I hope it
That's the thing
flops.
that gets me too.
I want it to flop on every platform so Sony could just move on. I don't care. That's a business corporation metric. I'm like, I don't give a shit. If PC gamers don't like PlayStation games, good. I hope none of them like our shit. If FCOT gamers hate PlayStation games, good. Hate it. Don't play it. Hate it. Say, I don't want to play this shit. It's not on Game Pass. I'm not playing it. Good. Like, whatever. I'm not co-signing this stuff. I'm not going to make content like, Helldivers has played more than you. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Right.
I don't
Because
care. It's stupid.
I'm not, I wasn't pretending to like that now, so I'm not going to pretend that I like that in the future. So, for example,
Absolutely.
I see like a lack of integrity on that side, and it's really concerning to me, right? So, for example, let's say that PlayStation decides that they're going to stop selling PlayStation hardware, put everything day and date on PC and Xbox, and then put out a PC handheld with the PlayStation logo and say that it's a PlayStation. I'm not going to
you out your
pretend
mind,
that that's a PlayStation.
boy. Oh my God.
I'm not going to be online buying $1,000 PC. I don't do PC at all. Like, I've always just done consoles. I'm not going to start pretending that I like PC just because Sony told me to, right?
I would rip that handheld
do that.
apart. I would rip that handheld apart. People thought
Right,
it
so,
was
like,
bad
but they
on
have to do
Xbox.
that.
Oh, they had no idea. You come out with a PC handheld and just put the PlayStation thing on it, and you think that's a PlayStation. You're out your mind.
What I'm seeing is that entire community has to pretend that they like things that they never liked. Because if they like PC, they would have been on PC already.
Mhm.
If they like PC handhelds, they would have been on Steam. Like, if they would have had a Steam Deck, right? Already.
You know what's crazy,
But
right?
now they have to.
Oh, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
No. That's basically my.
What's
my
crazy
point
is,
about that.
you know,
Like, these
I'm gonna
people
help you
grew up
guys out.
liking consoles, and now they have to pretend that they don't like consoles.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you guys out, right? So you could go do some shit talking. That Xbox handheld, that's what they're calling it, right? The Asus ROG Ally. It's an Xbox. Okay, it's an Xbox. Comes out this December, I think this holiday. Okay, all right, fine.
Yep.
The following year, Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out for console only. Okay. Xbox gamers are going to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 for their console. I'm going to be like, okay, cool. Now, since your Xbox Rogue is an Xbox, I want you to play Grand Theft Auto 6 natively on your Xbox. It's an Xbox. I'm waiting. They're going to realize they can't because there's no PC version of Grand Theft Auto 6. So it's not going to work on their handle unless they do remote play, but that's not natively playing it, right? Grand Theft Auto 6 is only going to work on their console. It's not going to work on their Xbox handheld because it's a PC.
Right, but it's an Xbox.
But it's so when the game comes out, it's an Xbox. So we expect to see Xbox games work on Xbox. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is on Xbox. Play it. Motherfuckers lack foresight,
we're gonna see
bro.
a lot of people.
They lack foresight. They lack foresight.
They spend $1,000 so they can
and
go
they can't play Grand Theft Auto 6.
Say that they're playing PlayStation games. Yeah, but then they won't be able to play Grand Theft Auto 6.
And the crazy part is they don't have to wait for Xbox. You could do that now. Like, literally, the device called the ROG Ally. If you were interested in playing PlayStation games on a handheld, you can do that today. You could have been done that. You could do it on the Legion Go. You could do it on the Asus ROG Ally X that's already out. You know, the device is already there. The platforms are already there to play PlayStation games. You know, it's what it is. They wanna have the same feeling. Or the same, they want to try to put PlayStation Nation in the same box that they got put in. But the difference is we didn't buy a PC. We didn't buy a PC to play Xbox games, right? It just came to the console we own now. It's just on PlayStation, and they're doing PS5 Pro enhancements. So it's on the console we own. You guys have to buy a new device, which is actually a PC, to try to replicate what we got. It's just not going to happen. That's just how I would say the closest is Helldivers. That's a start. That's a PlayStation first-party game put on Xbox without what I like to call caveats. All the other games had a type of caveat, like MLB The Show. Okay, MLB owns the license. Marathon, Bungie said if we want to do this acquisition, you got to let us stay multi-platform. Sony's like, all right. They had concessions. There's always a concession to something. Helldivers, there was no concession. That was Sony saying, "Yep, we're doing it." For whatever reason, make more money.
There were no prior concessions, but there was a lot of kind of like infighting that was kind of starting to come up public between the the developers and Sony, and them announcing that they're not gonna be working with Sony anymore, and then them saying publicly that they would want to put the game on Xbox. So even in that case, there are some examples that we could point to and saying, okay, I kind of see why this would happen with this particular game too.
But Sony used Nix's though. So let's see if that was the case. And Sony's
Yeah,
like, fine,
somebody has to
go
port
ahead. If Sony said, fine, okay, you win. We don't want to ruin our relationship. You can port it. Enjoy. Sony could have been like, okay, we give you authorization. Port it Xbox. Where does Nix's came into it? Because Nix's helped them. Sony didn't have to give up Nix's. Sony could have said, if that's what you guys want to do, fine. We'll give you permission to port Xbox. Go do it. It has nothing to do with Nix's or any of our. Go do it. Fine. Do it. You're on your own. Take care of it. We're not going to worry about how you handle the Xbox port. That's not of our business. If you guys screw up the Xbox port, that's on you. And we're not publishing it. You need to find your own publisher to do it. They could have said that. We'll allow you to use the IP, but you got to work the publisher, and you are on your own on the port. Don't look at us to help you with that, if that's what you want. They could have done that. If that would have happened, then I would have been like, okay, it's not, like, let's say Arrowhead is self-publishing, and no Sony, porting studio was involved, then I could have been like, Sony's not publishing the game on Xbox, and Arrowhead self-publishing, and they did it on their own. Okay, maybe I could see the infighting or something like that. But Sony published the game and used Nix's to help out. So if there was infighting, I don't think there was. They ultimately did it, right? And that's why I think, like, and my thing is, I just look at it as simple. I try to look at things like Occam's razor. The simplest answer is most like the correct answer. And I'm thinking, okay, if Sony's willing to put Helldivers 2 on Xbox to make more money, right? And I know the number one reason people say is live service. Live service benefits from more platforms to make more money. And I agree with that term. But to me, a game being put on more platforms to make more money is not limited to just live service. To me, any game benefits from that. Any game benefits from having more access to more platforms to sell. So I don't see that as an exclusive live service advantage. I think any game, that applies to any game. You name any game having more platforms to sell is an advantage to the game. So that's what I'm thinking. If they're willing to do it for Helldivers, and let's say they meet their own internal success for Helldivers, I don't see why Sony won't be like, all right, Horizon Zero Dawn, an 8-year-old game, God of War, things like that. Now, people are going to say, well, you need to sell consoles. You need exclusive to sell consoles. And I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I will always die on that hill. Here's the problem. Who is Sony competing with that they have to worry about exclusives to sell consoles? They don't have a competitor no more. And I think we need to start looking gaming forward in that direction. At least up until Nintendo get their shit together, we don't have a competitor. PlayStation doesn't have a competitor. Some people could say, well, Nintendo, but here's the problem with Nintendo, though. Nintendo survives on its first party. It is not a good third-party machine. So if you choose Nintendo over PlayStation, it's primarily because of Zelda, Mario, Donkey Kong. It isn't because of the overall ecosystem of the platform. Because if you're thinking of the overall ecosystem of the platform, you will also include the third party. And PlayStation third party support blows Nintendo's third party support out the water. So if you choose Nintendo over PlayStation, if you choose Nintendo over PlayStation, it isn't because of the overall ecosystem. It's primarily because you want Zelda, Pokemon, all that shit. That's the only reason. It isn't because third party, in my opinion, a Nintendo who mains on a gamer who mains on Nintendo Switch, third party has no factor into it at all, because it is by far the worst third party supported platform in all of gaming. It is terrible. So it isn't that. If a gamer goes, oh yeah, I play Nintendo, Nintendo's better than PlayStation, I guarantee they are not talking about third party in any form. They are talking about the exclusives and number two, portability. That's another reason. They could take their games on the go. Those are the two reasons. So if you're a console gamer and you're interested in third party, you want to make sure you play the big blockbuster games, the Grand Theft Autos, the Maddens, Call of Duty, Nintendo's off. It's not even on the table. You're not talking Nintendo. You are not even looking at Nintendo, right? So then who's left? It's not Xbox. Them guys are done. So really, PlayStation is the only platform that has first party and third party support in one thing. They're the only console, not gaming platform.
The high end,
the high end console. Yeah, let's not bring PC. PC is a PC platform. I'm talking about for the console gamers that will not buy PC. They want a console. PlayStation is the only option for that all-encompassing first party and third party in one box. Get Xbox games. You get the best third parties, the biggest third party games. You get your first party, and you get these, second party, relationships. PlayStation is the only console that has that to the fullest. No other console exists.
Which is why
Nintendo's just a first party box.
Which is why it shouldn't be a surprise to see other publishers selling best on PlayStation at any given point, because that is the point. They are the host. The host. We have the store. Bring your games to us. So it is not like there's no publisher war.
No,
unless you're saying
that bullshit.
There's
no such thing.
Money.
Yeah, that don't exist. Publisher wars don't exist.
The most money. Right.
Publishers wars.
Right,
in fact, if anything, I think the publishers kind of like coordinate release dates. You know what I mean? Because when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, you're not going to see another big game from a publisher come out that month. None of them is going to release their big game on Grand Theft Auto. They're not.
And they're already working on a bundle. They already know. They're already working on the
Yeah, they probably they
won.
Everybody.
They to sell well.
Everybody, EA, Ubisoft, even they'll be like, hey, Rockstar, let us know. Take-Two, let us know when you're releasing Grand Theft Auto 6, because we're not releasing the game during your month. And Rockstar's like, all right, we'll let you know. Hey, it's going to be May. I think May, right, is the date. Right now, May 2026. So now they're telling, hey, May 2026, so clear your schedules. And the whole industry is going to be like, yeah, we're good. They're just going to let them. They don't give a shit. They're not going to compete. They're not going to be like, nah, Rockstar, you ain't going to take that shine in May. We're going to compete. Get out of here. They're not doing that. That's suicide.
We want Star Wars to sell better, so we're gonna sabotage GTA.
We're gonna go to war. We're gonna go to war. We're gonna go to war with Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, okay. Ain't nobody doing that. Nobody doing that shit.
They have state of plays. They have third party state of plays for people ask, why are they spending so much time on Dragon's Dogma? Because Dragon's Dogma is gonna sell really well on PlayStation. It is a benefit for both companies.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so that's just so I say we got to look at things in the future. There is no competitor for PlayStation. There's no true big overall competitor. So now in that world, does Sony get what's the word complacent? Do they get what was in PS3 when they get bravado? They think their shit don't stink.
Yeah, they think they can do anything.
Yeah, right. So putting games on Xbox doesn't mean nothing because you're going to buy a PlayStation anyway, right? Especially if it's an old PlayStation game. You're going to be like, well, what? Now you're going to buy an Xbox because of an 8-year-old game, because of a 3-year-old game, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what type of Sony do we have now with Totokendom? In my opinion, I think Totoki is really about the profitability, and I think he'll take a risk on that. And probably because they probably think we don't really have, if you put, let's say if Horizon Zero Dawn, they go on Xbox. Who's going to leave PlayStation? Who's not going to buy a PlayStation 6? Especially if Xbox doesn't even make a dedicated console. It's a PC. People are going to buy a PlayStation 6 anyway. Sure, the shit talking online will be crazy, but the real life, people will buy a PlayStation 6 anyway. They're not going to really care. Horizon Zero Dawn went on Xbox. They're still going to play on PlayStation. It's not going to impact Sony.
Anybody, every single, Xbox person you saw say that the PS5 Pro was too much, they all bought one. They all have one right now.
Yeah. Grand Theft Auto changed a lot of people's viewpoints. They're like, wait a minute. It's a scam. Oh, yeah? Is it a scam now? They were so quick to grift. They were so quick to grift. That's all it was. It was a quick, easy grift. Yep. The console just came out. It has new technology. PSSR clearly is software. When DLSS 1 came out, it clearly had issues. They didn't say, all right, let's give this thing a little time to cook. Some developers are just at their first stab at PSSR. So obviously the first games that are out the door will have issues and stuff like that. But over time, this shit's going to be cooking, bro. This shit's going to cook. I knew that's why I bought it. I didn't buy a PS4 Pro. But PS5 Pro, oh, I knew that shit was gonna cook. I knew that's gonna be the best console, period. And look at that, it's already doing it. So
Yeah, and if somebody like me who only plays on console, that's why I don't like the PC conversation. Like I don't involve myself in that at all because
I know,
since
but Sony
since
created that
Xbox went
environment,
third
man.
party,
Yeah, Sony
I know,
created that environment.
but also, but regarding the discussion online, since Xbox went third party, that is when the conversation turned into Xbox and Steam and PC versus PlayStation, and the conversation
Yeah.
got to way too confusing to me, right?
Mhm.
Like we had never like compared PC to PlayStation until this happened last year. Then like
Well,
the PC guys got into the conversation against PlayStation, right?
Well, it was eventually happening because PlayStation put their games on PC. So, like, if I have a platform and I'm playing God of War Ragnarok, a better version than you, that's just a reality. That's just something, gamers gonna have to realize. Like fighting, you see a game, let's say Lost Soul Aside is day and date on PC.
Mm-hmm.
The best, you have to buy the hardware, obviously, right? So now all PC gamers will have the better version, but the best version of Lost Soul Aside potentially is on PC day one with the right hardware. And that's just,
Right, but
Sony created
the
that
problem
dynamic.
I know, but the problem I have with this conversation is that PC will always have the best version of anything.
Yeah.
That's always true.
Yeah.
That's always been true.
That's
That
always
will
going to be
always
true.
So,
Mhm.
so one question I never see asked, like a follow-up question is, okay, so let's say you an Xbox guy will say, well, no, just get the Steam like PC because it'll be better than anything. Okay, what would you say to somebody who only plays on console? What's the best version of whatever game?
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Then they have to say
PlayStation.
PlayStation,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But like nobody
Yeah.
asked that follow-up question because it has to be PC now versus PlayStation.
But yeah.
And
But to
nobody
be
said, so we
fair,
can talk about console.
yeah, but to be fair, let's be fair. When Microsoft first mentioned they're putting their games day and day on PC, everyone's saying you don't need an Xbox. No one was saying, well, what if you're a console gamer? That, I'll be honest, the community wasn't doing that. We weren't being fair. We weren't, like how you are looking at it, no one did that. Everybody was saying Xbox is dead. Get rid of it. You don't need it. No one was trying to say, well, what if you're a console gamer and you just want to play a console? That wasn't, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't a thing. No one was looking at it from that perspective. They just let Xbox die and said, nah, fuck that. It's stupid. Series X is dumb. No, you see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, I get what you're saying. I absolutely get what you're saying. If you're a console gamer and you only play on consoles, then yes, you're going to choose PlayStation to play that game because that's the environment, is easier, you all that stuff. The problem is when Microsoft announced day and date on PC, everybody was dragging Xbox consoles down. Xbox is dead. You don't need consoles. No one gave a damn about trying to hear the whole, but I'm a console gamer. Nobody's trying to hear that. Yeah. In fact, anybody who did try to say that, they were just saying, you're just being a corporate cuck. Always cucking for Phil Spencer.
People like,
but you see what I'm saying?
On console, like,
yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's what happens.
So
I get what you're saying.
I wasn't part of that conversation.
I know you weren't part of it, but by association, I'll be honest, a lot of people's not going to try to hear that. If you try to tell them, I like play on PlayStation, they're going to be like, nah. We're not trying to hear that. Because we try to do that with Xbox. I didn't want to hear it. So if you didn't want to hear it from us, then we don't want to hear it from you. That you're going to run into that.
Yeah, and which is why, and that's the reason I don't like
to struggle.
To mix up the PC into the conversation.
Yeah, so you're going to run into that. You're going to run into that. Yeah. You're going to run into you're going to run into that. You're going to run into that struggle.
And it's
yeah.
Sorry, it's a losing argument because you can't beat PC games. Like,
you absolutely
PC will always have the best version, especially if you spend money.
Yeah,
so why would you want to have that conversation? Right? That's what I don't understand.
I agree.
And then you have Xbox guys, right, who like aim PC guys so that they could continue fighting against PlayStation because that's the only option they had.
But they want to argue which game sells better. I'm not like get out of here. This is a stupid argument. Like arguing games selling better on another person's on another platform market. I'm like, that's stupid. Like that's the stupidest argument I've ever heard. It's stupid.
That's not actually like that's not nobody's excited for sales or nobody's excited for like Game Pass. Like nobody is a fan of like sales on Game Pass or like saving money. You don't see people like being fans of like the Dollar Tree, right? This is not like an actual thing that people get excited about. It was always about exclusive on your console and then on my console. So then try to like muddy up the waters. Like no. Let's talk about publisher wars. Let's talk about PC now. Yeah, the whole thing has become stupid to me. It's the equivalent. What I've seen like on the Xbox side since last year, to me, it's the equivalent of like I get a little political. It's like MAGA pretending that Trump never lost.
Yeah.
Same exact thing.
Yeah. So, all right. Let me get
Like
somebody
no,
in.
Xbox didn't lose, so like and so and so, but yeah.
All right. Yeah, I got somebody in the waiting room, man. But hey, thank you so much for coming through, Paul.
Yeah, take it easy.
We're about to bring in Blue Boy. All right, Blue Boy. And he got the avatar. Got the whole setup. Look at you.
Hey, what's going on?
All right, hold on. All right, let me adjust the volume. Hey, what's going on, Blue Boy? Is that you want to be called Blue Boy?
I'm actually Gordo P23 from your chat.
Oh shit, Gordo! What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell, we got to. Oh, hold on, Gordo. All right, hold on, Gordo. I'm gonna give you podcast rights. Here we go. Podcast guest. Boom, boom, Gordo. Boom. Now you can jump in 60 frames anytime you want, dog. Oh shit, we got Gordo. Gordo, what's up? Yeah, boom. Instant access. You got instant keys to the city. What's going on, Gordo?
Oh, okay, thank you. I ain't got too much time, but you mentioned earlier where you were talking about the only storefront on PlayStation is PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
So it made me think about, you know how Google just lost that court case against Epic Games. So Epic Games have to allow Epic Game Store on Google Play Store. So if that's the case, what's stopping Microsoft from then putting the Microsoft Store on PlayStation? I just want you to tell me if I'm tripping or not.
No, I think you're right. I think the problem with the Google Play Store versus I'm not sure, because that's a very interesting combo. That's an interesting point, and I'm not too well versed. I think the only difference is between the two is that the Google Play Store is on any device. You know what I mean? So it's not a curated environment. Yeah. So I think that's the only thing. So it's not
on any devices. It's only on Android devices, then, right?
It's on Android devices. That's what I mean. So any Android device that the Google Play Store is on, you're blocking it. You're really blocking access to the audience on that device, if that makes sense. Right. And the device is made by anybody. So it's almost as if Google's trying to control LG and whatever, Huawei, whatever devices out there that uses Android, is almost as if they're trying to control and lock down all these devices. And I think that's probably the difference. But I may be looking at it wrong. Like, this is legal speak. So that would be crazy.
Yeah,
like, if this will be crazy if this leads to, where you have Nintendo and PlayStation and they get told you are not allowed to have only a PlayStation store. You must allow other stores.
Exactly.
That would be crazy. That would be
and
wild.
Now,
imagine
these Xbox dudes, they like to talk about a Trojan horse. That's a Trojan horse. I don't care what nobody say. That's a Trojan horse. Because if my storefront is on your platform, I don't have to pay you nothing.
That's a Trojan horse. That right there is different.
That is a Trojan horse.
Selling your game on PlayStation and Sony gets a 30% cut. That's not a Trojan. That's nothing. In fact, you're helping PlayStation make more money. But you put a Microsoft store on PlayStation or on Nintendo. That changes the game now, because now gamers can buy games. So Microsoft can be like, hey, don't buy Grand Theft Auto 6 on your PlayStation store for $70. We have a sale for $60.
Yeah, that's what I thought was crazy, because I was like, how are you going to tell Google that I have to, I built this storefront, now I have to allow you in it? That's crazy. I'm like, that just got me thinking. I just want somebody to tell me I was wrong.
No, that's I'll be honest. I don't think anyone can reasonably answer that question. I can't, because that's legal speak. I don't know. But it's one thing to wonder about. Like, can this lead to and it was Microsoft, right? Who
It was the Epic Store, and they wanted to get onto the Google Play Store.
Okay. Yeah, the Play Store.
And they also did it with Apple. They did it on the Apple Store. They beat them as well.
Oh yeah, technically speaking.
They beat them both.
You know what? If Epic beat Apple, technically Apple is more like PlayStation.
It's like PlayStation.
They have their own device and their own store on their own device. So that's a like for like scenario. That's precedence.
Yeah, nobody's thinking about that either. I'm like, yo, why is nobody thinking about that? That is real implications. So I'm like, what's stopping
That
PlayStation from saying I want to put my store on Switch?
that is
Nothing.
different. You are right on that one because
Yeah.
the Apple scenario is just they have their own device and iOS is only on their own device, and they have their own store for their own device.
Yup.
And Epic won.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's what I was thinking about. Fuck all this other shit. I'm thinking about that.
Yo.
That's a problem. I was like, people talking about third party this, fuck that. I'm talking about where your storefronts going.
But you know what?
Like, oh,
that's a
crazy.
problem. That's a problem for Sony because would it be a problem for us? Because that's more competition. Then
it wouldn't be a problem for us. You're right.
It's competition, right? Like now you put up your PlayStation and you can select your own stores, right?
Yeah.
Because now everybody's like, ooh, we in there. We're gonna put up the Steam.
Now,
Steam is like Steam is like, oh yeah. We up in your shit, Sony. Download the app.
If the
Download Steam.
Going there talking about, oh yeah, this game's selling great on PlayStation. Then they'd have a point.
Yo, that's a good point, man. That's a good point. Imagine.
All they would have to do is,
I don't know.
all they would have to do is say, hey, I'm not going to put these on the PlayStation Store. It's still available to PlayStation gamers. You just got to come to my store. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, damn, Gordo. You be preaching, bro. You be preaching a lot. Yo.
You want to talk about?
I'm about to do some brother, man. I gotta do some homework. on that topic. I gotta do so. That's a homework. We talking about the wrong shit. Gordo's like, y'all talking about job ads and all this bullshit. You might see Steam on the PlayStation 6. Fuck is y'all talking about?
I'm like, yo, that's wild. That's what I was thinking about. Because if I was Microsoft, that's what I'd be trying to do. Like, shit, let's get this stuff on PlayStation. Yeah, I don't know, man. That worries me. What worries me? It should worry Sony.
Yeah, Sony. Like us. Hey, that's on y'all. You know, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna read the articles and I'm gonna research on all that happened with Epic and with Google and see how it could potentially apply to PlayStation. Because if the precedence is there, because that's how courts work. It works with precedents. So if it's already established, you can do it here. Somebody's gonna be like, hey, this court trial said that we allow this. We want to apply it to the PlayStation ecosystem, and then a judge is gonna be like. The judge is going to be like, nah, it doesn't apply. Or, you know what? This is the same thing. Yes, it applies. Sony, you must allow other stores.
Yeah, and I know when they talk about legal stuff like this, they look at other cases that apply.
That's
this is another case that applies. So I'm like, Sony should be worried about that. That's all I'm saying. They really looking at all this other shit. That's what matters to me. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good one, Gordo. That shit is crazy. That is wild.
I got to work soon, but I just want to drop that on y'all real quick. I got out of here. So thank you for having me on, though. I'll try to jump in the podcast one day.
That's it, man. You got the rights, bro. You got the rights. You up in here.
Thank you, man.
All right.
I'll see you.
Let me hit up with some super chats. Glassdoor Gamer says PlayStation only has issues with players on live service games they are putting out themselves. I hate live service. They should drop PC player. They should drop PC player single player thing. You know why? I do kind of feel you're right. Like the PlayStation audience, all right, like Helldivers. All right, PlayStation audience adopted that, but the PC audience really bid on that game. Like it's still a top 5 seller. I think it's played more on Steam. I mean, it's played more. The PC gamers playing Helldivers. There are more Helldivers gamers than Marvel Rivals. I use that as an example. And Marvel Rivals is played a lot. While on PlayStation, I don't think it's even top 10. Not saying that it's a failure, but you see the attraction. PC gamers love Helldivers. They are all over that game. Like, especially when it competes against rivals. That's pretty big deal and stuff like that. So I kind of understand what you're saying, right? Like the live service, I think the PlayStation gamers are still more leaning towards the third-party live service games as compared to the PlayStation one. You saw Concord, absolute abysmal disaster. It's got to make you wonder, like when Sony makes these live service games, is it really for the PlayStation gamer or is this game just for the general audience? And I think that's a problem, right? I think if you try to make a game that by design needs mass audience, then you're losing sight of your player base on what they want specifically, right? Like the games that they want specifically, right? I mean, PlayStation gamers are talking about, you know, bring back Resistance, bring back SOCOM, right? And some people are resistant. Some people say Sony's not going to do that because it doesn't sell well. And it probably won't to the general audience, right? Maybe like PC gamers and Xbox gamers, whatever. Because apparently now, live service was always supposed to go on Xbox anyway. Okay, so let's go with that. Maybe they don't care about Resistance, right? And if PC gamers and Xbox gamers don't care about Resistance, then they're not going to make it for PlayStation simply because PlayStation wants it. They need a game that will be successful on all platforms. So if the only platform that the game has a chance of being successful is a PlayStation, but it'll bomb on PC and Xbox, in their opinion, whatever, or in their viewpoint, then they're not going to make it. SOCOM might be a great hit on PlayStation, but bomb on PC and Xbox. So they're not going to do it if they don't feel, you know, and I think that's where, and again, that's where my issues with all this comes. You always have to consider PC and Xbox or whatever platform as part of the equation to make games, which is bullshit. Your core audience should always be making the game for this core audience. What does this audience want? What is their mentality? What is it that they want to do? What is it that from their gaming habits, what they like? Just this core audience. Don't get data from PC gamers. Don't get data from Xbox gamers. That's not your responsibility. You're not making a console for them. You made a console for this audience. This audience bought your console. What is it specifically their habits, their needs, their wants? What are they willing to spend money on? This core audience, right? Because it's the PlayStation gamers that bought your Portal. You know what I'm saying? It's things like that. It's the PlayStation gamers that subscribe to your subscription service. It isn't the Xbox gamers and stuff like that. Hell, PC gamers don't even want to log on to your free account. They don't even want that. Meanwhile, you're bragging about PlayStation, 38% of the PlayStation Nation subscribe to Extra and Plus. I mean, Premium. So 38% of PlayStation gamers are subscribed to Premium and Extra. Meanwhile, PCs don't even want to create a free account to play your games. So, like, who's your core audience that you're paying attention to? You're listening to people that don't want to invest more for free into your ecosystem. For free. Meanwhile, the people who giving you that money, you know, I could have sworn there was a time where money talks at a certain point. Like, right? The PlayStation is going to start putting up the most money, right? You're bragging about PS4 gamers giving you money. You're bragging about 38%. 38% of the PlayStation gamers are at the higher tier subscriptions. Meanwhile, PC gamers said, fuck your bitch ass over a free account. Like, bro, who are you siding with? This shit is crazy, bro. It's wild, right? PlayStation's wild for this. They're absolutely wild, man. You know, it's crazy. If I was in a boardroom, I'm like, man, you get your PC gamers told you F you guys on a free account, and 38% of PlayStation Nation is subscribing at a higher tier, meaning they're putting more money into, you know, the overall revenue by subscribing to these higher services. And if you want more people at a minimum to convert from Essential into these higher tiers, which will eventually mean more money, like talking about Xbox is not going to do it. Or talking about PC is not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. You know, talking about these platforms is not going to nurture people within the platform to do more. You know, if anything, you're going to get people to consider other platforms. Let's put it this way. And I understand everybody, believe me, I covered PlayStation. I know, right? The money, the profit, all that stuff. PlayStation selling out. But we also got to remember how this gen started. When PS5 started, there was only one game that went to PC, and that was Horizon Zero Dawn. It launched August of 2020, a few months before PS5. That's it. That's all we knew. And PlayStation, if you look at what they said, hey, don't take this as every game going on PC. It was just this game was a right fit, and we're trying to get PC gamers. So that was the environment. That was the environment we entered with PlayStation 5. November of 2020 with PlayStation 5, all we knew was Horizon was on PC, and Sony said, don't expect more to come. It was just this right fit. We're trying to get more PC gamers on PlayStation. That was it. When the PlayStation 6 launches, let's say 2027, 2028, whatever that November is, when PlayStation 6 launches, look at the environment that PlayStation 6 is launching with. Most of the new games is on PC. Sony has a day-and-date strategy on PC with live service. Some of the single player games, depending on where it's made, like if it's a China Hero project or something, is day and date on PC. And they are willing to put games, whatever it is, live service, experimental, whatever you want to call it, on Nintendo and Xbox. That is the PlayStation 6 generation kicking off. That is completely different than PS5. PS5, PS1, 2, 3, and 4, exclusives. There was no talk on any platform. Exclusives. PlayStation 5, Horizon Zero Dawn. And don't take it as every game's going on PC. That's how PlayStation 5 launched. PlayStation 6, you got day-and-day games on PC, live service, an entire strategy. The tentpole exclusives will go on PC just later on the date. Some first-party single-player games day-and-date on PC. Some games on Xbox, some games on Nintendo. That is a completely different world. PlayStation 6 is going to be the first PlayStation console that launches where Sony has a multi-platform strategy of some type with other consoles. Live service, single-player games, experimental games. It's going to be the first console where so many games are on other platforms in one variation or other. It is not like the PS5. You didn't have that when the PS5 launched, and you definitely didn't have that between the PS1 and PS4. That didn't happen at all. PlayStation 6, right off the bat, just going to see other platforms with lots of content from PlayStation in one variation or other. That's a completely different world. That's going to be the first gen where you just have a lot of stuff everywhere, you know? Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat. Xbox games on PlayStation are only a novelty at the moment. I just think it changes people's perception. Like I said, PlayStation 6 is going to be the first console where you have so much content on other platforms. How does this consumer think at that point, right? It's easy the old way. You want to buy a PlayStation, really consoles in general. Consoles has always been an exclusive-driven platform. Buy Nintendo over PlayStation, PlayStation over an Xbox, you know, Dreamcast, TurboGrafx-16s. All these products, right, was exclusive driven. And I know a lot of people try to say, oh, that's console over your plastic box. I want to argue different. I would say exclusives wasn't about the plastic box. It was about the games, which made you prefer the plastic box. So when you talk exclusives, you're talking games. Literally. You're comparing a group of games versus another group of games. It is a game conversation, right? And because of those group of games, you preferred the platform that had those games. If you were a dual bro shooter and you saw these games for multiplayer, you were a 360 gamer. You enjoyed the online, you enjoyed these multiplayer games that was so much better compared to what PlayStation was offering, you chose Xbox. So it wasn't like you plastic warring for the console, you were actually game warring. You were warring on the games. It was games, exclusives. That what drove you to 360, the games. The games made you enjoy 360. PlayStation 2, it wasn't the plastic box. It wasn't, what was the emotion engine? Ain't nobody bought a PlayStation 2 for the emotion engine. Ain't nobody give a damn about the emotion engine. It was the games. And PlayStation was like, damn, right off the bat, Grand Theft Auto 3, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy X, Metal Gear Solid 2, Twisted Metal Black. Oh, hell no. Shit. Silent Hill 2. Exclusives. Hell no. I'm getting on PlayStation 2. The games brought you to the platform. It wasn't the platform bringing you to games. It was the game bringing you to the platform. Then when, you know, Xbox started moving up with his Xbox Live, Halo 3, Forza, people were like, wait a minute. Hold on. Xbox launching with Gears of War. And we got Resistance? And Genji? Halo 3 launching next year? And Uncharted with no multiplayer? Huh? A lot of people are like, nah, I'm getting an Xbox, dog. The game. So it's talking exclusives. You are actually talking games. Now, no exclusives, games everywhere. What are we talking about? This is why we're having these stupid arguments about games selling better on another platform than your own platform. Like, there's nothing to talk about. If games are everywhere, now you have no choice but to talk about my plastic box. Now you have to. It becomes a conversation of your plastic box. It doesn't become the conversation about games. Because if games are everywhere, and it's like, whatever. What are we talking about now? Now it's the plastic box. And that's why I say if the conversation becomes about the plastic box, PC is going to win. Because that plastic box is malleable. You can configure it to the way you want. You can spend as much money as you want to get the performance you want, to do the things you want. PC is going to win. A conversation on the plastic box, PC wins. More often than not. Now, is there still advantages for the PlayStation 5 beyond the games? Yes, and I will tell you two things. PlayStation still has an advantage. And this is really the two last things. And one of them could easily go away if PlayStation messes it up. But the first part, cost. PlayStation, again, consoles, as long as Sony's willing to eat up the cost when the console launch, consoles will always have best bang for the buck. It's always going to be that way. You can't say, oh, I could build an equivalent PC at this price when the company is willing to lose money on that console. If Sony is willing to eat up $200 off the cost, you're not going to build a PC equivalent spec. Like, you could barely build a PC when Sony doesn't eat the cost, aka the Pro. So the cost of getting a launch console when the company is ready to eat up the cost, that's an advantage. The price to performance is on console. And then number two, and I will say this is probably bigger than the cost, is physical disc. If Sony still supports and makes sure that games companies put the entire game on disc, PC can't compete with that. PC is not a disc platform. So if Sony still says, hey, game on disc, not download code, game on disc. You buy the disc and it has the game, at least the default base game. Obviously updates and stuff like that. But as long as you could play the game on disc when you bought it and it works, that is still a huge console advantage. And PC cannot even touch that. PC cannot touch physical library. Just can't. That's a console. So I can understand people saying, hey, PlayStation still supports physical disc. The game is on physical disc. I'm buying a console because I got it on a physical disc. Here's my game. I can play it anytime. A company cannot take this away from me. They could shut down my account. I still got all my games. Really, anybody who hasn't adopted to digital, right? I mean, they have their profile, but if all their games are on physical disc, they are safe. I bought a lot of games digitally, right? So that's why, like, I'll be honest, because of that, I don't really use some of the things PlayStation has, like digital communication. Like, some of you who have messaged me, forgive me for not replying back. I don't really message on PlayStation. I don't really do voice chat on PlayStation. Because any stupid shit that happens and Sony closes my account, I lost access to all the games I bought. It's not like they restrict the account online. No, they shut your account completely. And you lose access to everything. You cannot get your games. You cannot play your games locally, nothing. It is done, right? So all you physical gamers that consistently stood consistent on buying physical discs, you guys are safe. Sony cannot mess with you. Because even if they close your account, you could just reopen a new one for free and install your games again. And you'll be good. You know what I'm saying? So as long as consoles keep doing that, but that's why I said Sony could mess that up. Sony could be like, oh, we're really done with physical. We're all digital now. They could mess that up. You know? I got somebody. Hold on, let me go in the room to get people on. All right. What's up? What's up? Hey, Leo Glassdoor, what's up? Hey, who jumped in the room first?
I believe it was Leo.
Leo? Okay, so I'm going to pull Leo in, and then I'm going to get you, Glassdoor, right?
Right.
All right, let me jump in. Okay. All right. Okay. Put this up there. Hold on. Hey, yo, Leo.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? Just
What's going on,
chilling
Leo?
there.
What's up?
Dude, I've been watching you for a while, man. I get all my info and gaming news and all that off you, man.
I tried the best. I tried what I could do, but I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yo, that means a lot to me, man. When I hear people saying they've been watching me for a long time, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like, man, I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate you, every one of you.
Back when I used to war on the post on GameFAQs for like years and years,
man.
back on the PS3 gen.
Those were the days. The forum wars.
Yes,
System
on the
wars,
damn forums.
GameSpot. Yo, people don't know. Them days were ruthless, bro. Even PC gamers was different back then because they had exclusives. PC
Yeah,
Gamers,
man.
PC
Like,
Gamers had exclusives, so it was
yeah, yeah,
those Forum Wars PC
yeah.
Gamers are like kiddie games,
They was
console
all
kid.
about
They used to call our games console kiddie games.
Yeah, yeah,
Yo,
yeah,
and that was crazy. Now PC gamers are all about the console kitty games, but they used to call our shit console kitty games. Look at all these console kitty games, playing shooters with a controller. Like what? I'm like, wow, bro, it was crazy. I remember those days, man. I still remember
yeah,
console
man.
kitty games. They used to call us.
Man.
So
Console
what's going on?
peasants, console kitty game. Yeah, but I had I figure you're a pretty knowledgeable guy. Like
I try. I try.
I had this idea what Sony should do. You know,
Hmm.
they got this whole thing ever since the PS3, right? They've been
Yeah.
trying to swing for the fences. We got to find the Halo killer. We got to have this big freaking system seller that everybody's gonna flock to. So
Yeah.
they made their Killzone, they made their Resistance, they made
They,
Mag, they
the
made
Sony
SOCOM,
the
they made
Sony
Warhawk.
Move, the Move controller. They always.
Yeah.
I
They
know
was
what you mean.
so they was trying the whole time they was trying to establish like a killer, but in the
Yeah.
process they basically made a lot of titles people were craving that
Hmm.
wasn't like the Call of Duties and the Halos and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my whole idea, and I want you to pretty much tell me where it falls apart, where it you know, maybe hit a site that I'm not looking at, right?
Okay.
So this isn't about them creating a killer, right? Another system seller, another $10 million hit, right? They already got IP. They got a whole plethora of IP for online on the PS3 already, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you don't go the route of remasters, right, you could basically create your own platform. That's what they're missing. They don't need to go after the games. They don't need to go after this game got to be a hit. This game. No, 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 no. What they need to do, they need to create their own platform, similar to what they had with Home. A lot of people was messing with Home, just being a
Oh,
social event. And if you think
yeah.
about it, that's what Fortnite is now. Fortnite is
Mm.
basically Home, and you could
Yeah, I see
go
what you're
and play
saying.
your stuff. So you got all the groundwork. You got Home. You got all these third-person shooters, first-person shooters, blah blah blah. You put them in this home atmosphere, and you use the games as a way to get them into the home atmosphere that you created, have VR support, and have people walking around, socializing, charge them for the skins that they want to buy, and have them play the games that they've been craving. Don't even expect them to do a million. Do 50,000 for 50,000 to 100,000 for the gamers that wanted MotorStorm, and the gamers that wanted Killzone, and the gamers that wanted SOCOM, and the gamers that wanted Resistance. You got a whole group of people that's all they talk about. Man, I missed the PS3. I want my PS3 games back. Now,
Now.
if
Get
you
it?
if you if you have all of those games, right, in one place, and that solves their whole problem with the PS3 remastering all them games, instead of remastering the games, maybe if it's cost effective, maybe go the Shadow of Colossus route, whereas it's really it's it's a remake, but they didn't really change anything. They
Mm-hmm.
just up-resed everything, they made it look pretty, and they resold it. Now, My only thing is the servers. Like, what if it's a hit? What if it ain't a hit? How you gonna, how much is the servers gonna cost? But I think by having just creating a Sony platform to where people socialize, kick it, buy skins, buy little houses, whatever, blah blah blah. Just like how Home was. Home was probably before its time too.
I agree. Home was
But
really what Meta was trying to do, or what they're talking
right,
about. Like when Meta mentioned, I'm like, wait a minute, that's Home. Like literally,
right,
that's Home. PlayStation was ahead
right,
of its time.
right. They were ahead of their time with damn Mag. Like
Yeah,
256 online. I mean, back then
and
I
that
hated
technically,
first person shooters,
yeah,
but I
that
love
was
Mag.
yeah, that was online only, and technically
Yes.
that would be considered a live service game if they had the whole MTX strategy.
That's
Technically,
what I'm
that
saying.
technically
That's
that
exactly what
yeah.
I'm saying.
I
You
always
got you
said
got
PlayStation 3 is ahead of its time in terms of the content. We're like, right games, wrong generation, wrong console.
that's
They had the
exactly what I'm
games.
saying.
It was just the wrong time to have those games and the
So
wrong console.
technically, so I would suggest they go backwards, right? They just look at the catalog, look at the PS3, just start off with all those games we just mentioned. Maybe a 4K 60 upres to sharpen them up, get the gamers playing their games while get them all funneling into the little platform you created. And I mean, look, no lie, I've been on the Division 2 for I don't know how long. And I'll see a cool looking mask and I'm like, oh, it's only $2. Boop. Let me go and get that. Boop. Oh, they got a backpack. They got a cool looking skin. Let me go and get that. Boop. It's only $1. It's only $2. But you got 50,000 people doing that. You know what I'm saying? For
Or more.
6, 7
Because
different
Home was
games.
huge. Home was like in the
Yeah.
millions. Or like it
Yeah.
was a lot of people on Home. It was huge.
I think if that's successful with these small amount of games that ain't gonna cost nothing to like put a little shine on, right?
Yeah.
Put a little shine on it, market it market it like all these fallen games we're bringing back, games that people love, cult classics, and call it like some kind of PlayStation preservation, right?
Yeah.
Where we're preserving these old games, we're bringing them back to people who love them. Put a little Sony spin on it, dude. They 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 could probably make a killing on that platform by doing that, and not just multiplayer. You could do the old game. You could do the older PS3 single player games. Like, and if you think about it, you don't want to put it on anything else. You could just keep it Sony, right? But if you did want to pimp it out and put it everywhere, think of all the people that didn't even ever play PS3. They wasn't even
Mm-hmm.
born when PS3 came out.
Mm.
So that was my idea. I don't want to take up all your time, but I was just throwing that out there, see if you can find any loopholes in that to
I
see
don't
how
see
it would.
I don't see any
Because
loopholes.
I think personally,
I think it's something it wouldn't hurt, right? Like let's say if they brought back Home and they call it Home 2.0, right? For the PlayStation 5. And now you can use your VR. Because that's something
yeah,
PS3 didn't have. So now you can
yeah,
be a VR, and instead of the third person character walking around, you're in first person in your VR
yeah,
walking around in this world. You meet up with
yeah.
groups. You could connect with games. There's internal games built into Home 2.0. So I think that's great. You know, whether it work or not, I would love to see Sony try at the very least, right? And bring back remasters and remakes. The only thing I say, and it's not a loophole to your plan, is I don't know if Sony really cares to do that for us specifically. That's the problem. I think Sony, like if they're gonna bring back old games, I guarantee they have PC at a minimum PC gamers in mind. At a minimum,
So,
like any
so
remaster going forward, I think Sony has the PC gamer in mind. And my problem with that is, let's say like Resistance. Let's say a lot of PlayStation gamers want Resistance. But if Sony feels Resistance won't do well on PC, I'm not saying this is true. It's just what I think. It's just my opinion. I just want to make that clear. I just have a feeling if Sony feels a certain game won't resonate well on PC, they're just not going to do it at all. They're just not going to be like, you know what? It won't resonate with PC, but our console gamers will love it. We're going to make it. I don't think they think like that anymore. Something tells me I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I absolutely hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping they don't think like that. I'm absolutely hoping they haven't adopted that. If it doesn't do well on both PC and PlayStation, we're really not going to mess with it. I hope they don't have that mentality. I hope that they still, number one priority is a PlayStation gamer. And if it's successful on PlayStation, then, hey, they're going to do it. Regardless if it's going to be a hit on PC or not. I think that should be the attitude. But I don't know if that's them right now.
So check this
I don't
out.
know.
So check this out. So their whole thing is multi-platform, right? So if you compare any PlayStation game, barring Helldivers, because Helldivers is damn anomaly anyway. Nobody thought Helldivers was gonna pop off, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So
surprise hit.
If you compare PC sales of any PlayStation game to PlayStation sales, what's it looking like? Is it like 2 to 2?
PlayStation's better.
Is it 1 to 1?
No, it's a lot. PlayStation,
better,
yeah,
right?
the PlayStation, yeah. By lot, I think Helldivers is the only outlier. Helldivers is the only one where I would say the PC sales is higher than on the PlayStation console. That's
so
the only
Days Gone. So Days Gone didn't sell like 8 million on PC.
No, not even close.
God of War didn't sell 10 million on PC.
Nope.
Horizon didn't sell 7 million on PC.
No, I think 4. It topped out at 4. For Horizon Zero Dawn. But yeah, most PC games do not even come close to the PlayStation sales. PlayStation sales dwarfs it, right?
So this is what I'm saying. It's the same stuff. Like even back in the PS2 days where Grand Theft was only on the PlayStation 2, right?
For the most part.
And how much did that sell?
20 million?
See,
26 million on the PlayStation 2?
Look at Nintendo. Look at Nintendo.
I know, man. Them shits sell like 60 million. Them shits is like 50 million sellers on their platform with nobody else. Like, I don't know, man. Like things are weird, man. It's a weird. It's this generation's weird, man. It's just weird. It's just weird, man. They say, PlayStation consoles don't exclude, but then I look at Nintendo. I'm like, then what the fuck are they doing? Because them shits selling even more than PlayStation first party. They sell more.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't. I think it's the game itself. Like, if you produce a banger will sell. I truly believe that.
Absolutely. You are right. That is facts.
I truly believe that. If you produce a banger's gonna sell, regardless.
And people will go to that banger.
They
will absolutely go to that banger, bro. They're not gonna hold off. People go to Nintendo because the games are the bangers, and they're gonna go. They don't give a damn. Nintendo's selling these games for $80, and people don't give a care. They don't care. It's a banger, so they're buying it.
And a case in point, Grand Theft. When Grand Theft comes out, and you only own the consoles, and you got a PC. Yeah. You gonna wait to play it on PC, or you gonna play that bastard when it comes out?
Yeah. So that's a challenge. Yeah, you're right. That's you're right. Even with me, right? Like I'm like, I'm gonna go to PC, but then people be like, all right, so what happens when Grand Theft Auto 7 comes out, and it's only on PlayStation, and you have to wait 2 years? I'm gonna be like, fuck. We'll have to get a PlayStation 6. I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna have to get at least for that one game. Yeah, you're right. Like you're right. That game, like wow, yeah. PlayStation, Grand Theft Auto 7, like shit, like it is what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real. I could be talking shit next gen, be like, fuck PlayStation, I'm on PC, and then all of a sudden, Grand Theft Auto 7, I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna tell you. Listen, if Grand Theft Auto 7 is not day and date on PC, I'm gonna be like, all right, I gotta get that PlayStation 6 Pro. I'm gonna be like, fuck. It is what it is, man. Grand Theft Auto. You ain't fighting Grand Theft Auto. You not fighting Grand Theft Auto. You
Nah,
not
he
winning. You not winning.
like
I'm gonna be like,
look,
oh my
I was like,
god, Grand Theft Auto 6 is
even
coming.
dude, I can remember. I can remember back on PS2, and everybody was talking about Grand Theft. Grand Theft. I never played a
Everybody.
Grand Theft. I was more into the action stuff and Soul Reaver and Devil May Cry and Onimusha, blah blah blah. So Grand Theft was out. Everybody was talking about it. My sister bought it, and she was just horrible at it. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I took the controller. This was San Andreas. So that was the first one I ever played, and I was like, it was just all right. And I ended up beating the whole damn game. And I was just, you could just do whatever you wanted to do, fly and on the damn planes and helicopters. And I was like, damn, this is just all right. And I got 4. I had my little fill of Grand Theft. I skipped 5 and I see this 6. And I'm like, yeah, this is what's up. I'm getting this. I'm getting back on it.
All right, bro. I
But
got Glassdoor Gamer on the side. Gotta get him
go
in.
ahead, man. Yeah,
All right.
it was cool chopping it up with you.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. Let me do one thing. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Like let's say who knows what the future holds, but let's say if I am a PC gamer, right, playing on PlayStation. I mean, I moved to PC, whatever, because most games are on PC, whatever. But once again, they'd be like, hey, Grand Theft Auto 7 launching on PlayStation first, and you have to wait on PC, right? And I'm gonna be like, ooh, I'm gonna be like this when that PlayStation 6 Pro comes out. I'm gonna be like this. Y'all gotta see me looking like this. Grand Theft Auto 7 drops. PlayStation 6 Pro. That's what you see. I'm gonna be like that. Yo, all right, bro. All right. All right, brother.
All right.
All right, and we got Glassdoor Gamer.
What's going on, P-Rock? Can you hear me?
What's going on? Oh yeah, absolutely. Hold on, and now you got the role. Oh yeah, you got the podcast guest role. It's just automatic. It's there. Boom. What's going on?
Not much, man. I was just driving and I got out of the house a little bit. I saw that your show came up, so I'm like, you know what? Let me just dial in.
Okay. Hey, let me read some of the super chats you dropped. All right, let's see where we at. All right, Glassdoor Gamer. How do I get in on the action? Just click the link, and now you're in, and now you got the keys to the city. All right.
Nice.
Oh man, and we got Craig the tech guy. He says, "Is this Mass Effect talk?" Oh, here we go. It will be on PS6. You need to stop, Craig. You need to stop with that Mass Effect talk, man. Shout out to Craig, man. Top flight security in the world. And we got Glenza. Super chat says, with as good as RPGs have been doing, Sony should bring back Legends of Dragoon, Draken, and Dark Cloud. They ain't listening to us. You know what? You know what we need to do? We need to talk to the PC gamers and tell the PC gamers to bring these games back, because I think they're listening to them more than us. You know what? We're gonna petition to the PC gamers. Hey, PC gamers, can you tell Sony to bring Dark Cloud back? And they'll be like, all right, we got you. Hey, Sony, bring Dark Cloud back. Boom, Dark Cloud's back. I think that's what we gotta do now, because they ain't listening to us. We gotta tell PC gamers, hey, PC gamers, you want Legend of Dragoon remake? Yeah, tell Sony that. And PC gamers like, hey, we want this back. Oh, you want it? Boom, here you go, remake. We're gonna have to go through them. It is. They're not listening to us.
You know what? So I was a big time Sega fan, right, growing up.
Absolutely.
90s, 80s kid, 90s
As you
kid,
should.
right?
As you
We
should.
had the 16 bit. You guys remember when PC actually had their own ports of these games, and they were quite different?
Oh, I remember like Mortal Kombat. On Genesis, it had the full blood gore effect. Like the arcade version, while Nintendo completely changed it. It was like weird.
Yeah, but on PC, do you remember like the sports games? They're like full 3D at one point, while we had the 16-bit on SNES and Genesis.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. Everybody's talking about PC, right? And I've been on PC on and off since the 90s, right? I just don't see it changing too much since then, right? Like, it's always been the better hardware. They even had their own ports, right? Steam has been great. I think Steam has been good for PC. It's funny that Steam started off. Do you know the whole background around how Steam actually kicked off on Windows?
Yeah, PC gamers hated it because they thought Steam was. It was bad. I remember because they thought they were gonna monopolize PC gaming. Because remember, PC was very fragmented. Yeah. You had your own servers. You had like absolute freedom. And then once Valve started talking about unifying the community, servers going through them. PC gamers were like, wait, what? Oh, no, you're not going to control my servers. I remember that. Hey, little lesson. Most PC gamers in the beginning hated the idea of Steam because they thought that was their first attempt to start monopolizing, regulating PC space. But it ended up good, though.
Yeah.
In fact, I think Steam saved PC gaming because it was disaggregated. I think Steam saved PC gaming.
The problem with, so they actually started off because Valve wanted to upgrade one of their games, and Windows didn't give them a good utility to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Steam actually started off, and then over time it built up. But yeah, they've done great. They've done great stuff in the space. I just don't see PC gaming. They still have the same hurdles that they've always had, right? Like the expensive hardware. It's not seamless as much as Valve has made it as seamless as it possibly can get. And I don't know, the PC gamers are gonna hate on me, right? But that's fine. It is what it is. I've been gaming on PC for a long time, right? It's just not. It's not the same as a console, right? In the sense where you sit down and everything just works. So that was my bit on PC. I don't really want to go down that far with those guys. But this whole third-party thing, right? It's such a weird time in gaming, I think, because live service is just its own animal. It's crazy how it used to just be multiplayer. Remember, P-Rock? You got a game, it had a multiplayer on it, right?
That's it. It was simple multiplayer component to the game. Yeah, single player. I remember when they first launched, I think, what was it? Battlefield was one of the first games that launched without a single player, or Call of Duty, and everybody was mad. Like, what? You ain't got a single player? This is bullshit. You're asking for $60 and only half a game, you know? And now it's like normal, just releasing multiplayer. Whether you charge for it or not, it's normal.
And I hate live service. It's probably because I'm older and I can't deal with it, right? But it's definitely its own little industry within the bigger industry, right? It's actually pretty big. I think it's taken over 50% of Sony's revenue, more than that now. Like
the MTX, money transaction, subscription, all that stuff is like a little over 50% of the revenue Sony makes.
Yeah. So that's why they're going down this route. I think it's just the money, right? In terms of in terms of the Helldiver stuff, I don't like it. I'll be honest. I'm with you. Like the exclusives should be catered towards your own customer base, right? That being said, I remember as a Sega fan, I do remember like having Virtual Fighter on PC, and they used to throw a bunch of titles on PC as well. So there's a bit of a precedent, right, for this happening for decades.
And then you saw what ended up Sega doing. They just went full third party. They said we moved on with reasons. We know the story behind them, but
exactly. They just kept doing actually what Microsoft is doing, right? You get like a bunch of console generations that they just kind of ditch halfway through. Like they stop putting their gas on the pedal, right? With those consoles.
And then people forget. They forget that they were ever a console maker. It's only us old school guys that remember Sega was one of the first party competitors in the industry. Now you got a generation of gamers that realize to them it's Sega games are on my Nintendo, Sega games are on my PlayStation. It's just like it's just Sega games on Sega games. Like they don't look at Sega the way we used to look at them.
So like my background's in product, but I'm a finance guy too. So I know you mentioned Totoki, and I know you don't like him. I will say though, finance guys do have to see the bigger picture from a product standpoint too, because all the cash flow does go through all the different GLs and the revenue buckets, right? So I don't see how he can look at this. And what I think Sony's really doing is they're testing out the waters, right? They're seeing how much they can, to your point, get as much profit as possible without hurting their brand. But you know, even PS3, like Sony's a very conservative company, right? Like they kicked out Ken Kutaragi. I think it was his 75th birthday today, but this guy made the PlayStation what it is, and then he that PS3 when they put in the Blu-ray disc and then the cell processor as a way to hijack like what do they call it? Trojan horse, right? To go into that didn't work out for them, right? And they fired this guy. So like I'd be really wary if I'm Totoki or Hulse or these guys, because if they go down this route far enough, I can see, because Sony is a far more conservative company than Microsoft is, I can see them kind of pushing out leadership, right? So I wonder how that's going to work. Time's only going to tell, but I just don't see them going full third party like on an Xbox. And I really don't see the tentpole titles on Xbox, for the reason being they're chasing this long tail strategy, which I understand. The problem is you cannot chase something with peanuts when you have, like, you got a whole, whatever they call it, you have a factory of peanuts, right, in the console, right? You don't want to go down that road. So, personally, I think Helldivers is the only game that kind of makes sense. I don't like it, I'll be honest. I hate it, right? But I can see why they went on there. If you look at their top 10, it's all live service games that they play. Yeah. The Series X is low powered, so I think the stat was what was it, like? I think 60-70% of the Xbox base is live. Series X, right? Yeah, so I can see why they went there. If this thing bombs, they will be done with Xbox. I feel
could be.
Yeah. I don't like it. I understand what they're doing, because realistically, like, what's your thought on them actually doing more games on Nintendo, like a Horizon? Because I think that would be more beneficial from a.
I think that's a possibility. I'm just looking at this as, I think we both agree, I don't like any of it, right? But I think the major contention between PlayStation gamers is how we view a certain game, Helldivers. I look at Helldivers as a game Sony made. I don't care if it's live service. To me, the term live service doesn't mean anything, because the argument, or what people are trying to say, because it's live service games benefit from more audience for more money. In my mind,
no, it doesn't.
Any game benefits for more people, for more money. That's not exclusive to a live service game. Any game, if you put any game on more platforms, that increases the potential sales of that game. So to me, like live service and single player doesn't mean anything. To me, that's just genres. You have the live service genre, and this is what it means. You have the single player genre, and within the single player genre, it could be RPG, it could be action, sports, whatever, whatever. So to me, games on more platforms is beneficial for that game in terms of mass sales. So the way I just simply see it as, is Sony's willing to put their own first party game, Helldivers, on Xbox to try to achieve more money, and let's say it is successful to their metrics, right? Then why wouldn't they want to try another game like Horizon Zero Dawn, which is 8 years old, to see if they can make more money off of something they already made, it's already created, all they got to do is port it. And the port's not going to be expensive. That's how I see it. Like, so why would they only worry about one type of game? And now some people say, well, you got to have the tentpole exclusives for identity. In my mind, is like, okay, so why isn't Helldivers considered a tentpole exclusive? Because when you look at Helldivers, it's a bigger. Let's put it this way: this gen for the PS5, Helldivers is factually bigger than Rift Apart. It's bigger than Returnal. It's bigger than Demon's Souls Remake. Helldivers is a bigger game. Like, to me, Helldivers is a bigger system seller than it's bigger than Days Gone. It's definitely bigger than Days Gone, right? So there are games that we consider temporal exclusives for the identity of PlayStation for the seller console, like Ratchet and Clank, maybe a little bit of Returnal, Days Gone, whatever. But we don't consider Helldivers as a seller, because that's a big game. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they use the term differentiator. Picture this. Between Xbox and PlayStation, you have Call of Duty. Now you have Gears, Halo, Apex, Fortnite. You have all these games that are the same. If you like these games, you could pick an Xbox, you could pick a PlayStation, you're going to play all these games. If you pick a PlayStation, you also have Helldivers. To me, that's a differentiator between the two. You know, if you're interested in Call of
It
Duty,
is.
Apex, or Fortnite, it doesn't matter what platform you own. Hell, you could say, hey, I like Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, and Fortnite. So I bought a Series S because it's the cheapest console at the time. I only paid $250 or $200. All right, you got the cheapest console to play Call of Duty and Fortnite. But if you want a differentiator, Helldivers is a differentiator between Xbox and PlayStation. You can enjoy Call of Duty, you can enjoy Apex Legend, you can enjoy, The Division, but Helldivers is only on PlayStation consoles. So if you're a console gamer and you want more live service, got to get a PlayStation. But now that's gone. You've ruined the differentiator. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like Helldivers could be a big first-party differentiator for the live service, but now it's not. Now, you could buy an Xbox, play Helldivers, play Call of Duty, play Fortnite. Yeah.
I just don't see live service as I agree with you, right? If you did have it there, hypothetically, that's the place you play, right? If it's just on a PlayStation. The problem is, I think when they look at live service from a financial standpoint, they're looking at the microtransactions rather than the sales or bringing people into the console, which is and that's unfortunate. I don't agree with it. I just
let me ask you this. But if the data shows that's what most people play, then that doesn't mean doesn't that mean they don't care about exclusives on hardware anymore? Now it's just like if you're willing to put Helldivers on Xbox, now the gamer could just be like, I'm just gonna get Xbox because I could get it for $250, even though now the prices got messed up. But you see what I'm saying? If the majority of gamers are now on this live service, then that means we put live service at the forefront of gaming. So then is exclusive single player have any meaning anymore? As much as it did?
I agree. And I don't know what Sony's gonna do, right? I'm just throwing.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't have the data.
It's weird.
But the problem with it would be interesting to see if they had a hit like Fortnite, right? That just comes on PlayStation first and maybe PC, and it just takes over. Where they don't like Helldivers, while their most successful game, it's not as successful as like a Fortnite or all these other top 3 live service games that are just churning in the money. So, like Helldivers player count dropped quite a bit, right, over the years. So, I would, like if you have a Fortnite, you can absolutely make it exclusive, and you will get console sales. I think. I just don't. No. They don't make good. They don't make good live service games, so we haven't seen that yet, right? I just don't. I still don't think that we're gonna get single player on Xbox, only because that's their direct competitor in the space. Even though it's dying, it's still.
Like now, can you say Xbox today is a competitor? Like, is somebody really gonna buy an Xbox for Horizon Zero Dawn in 2025?
I wouldn't even take the chance to put it on there though. They're already dying.
But let's say if they did, right? Let's say if they put Horizon. Let's say even Spider-Man. Let's say this November they announced Spider-Man on Xbox Series X, and you think people are gonna be like, oh, 20 Spider-Man remaster, I'm gonna buy an Xbox over a PS5, or are people gonna be like, I'll just get a PS5 because it already has Spider-Man. It has Spider-Man 2, and Wolverine is coming soon. I think it's mostly a PlayStation game being put on Xbox. It's not really about the sell of the console. It's about taking advantage of the few people, who didn't buy a PlayStation. And for whatever reason, they're on Xbox. So let's get money from them. Because at this point, if they're not buying a PlayStation at this point, they're not. For whatever reason, if there's an Xbox, and maybe it's because of Game Pass, right? Maybe they're like, I just have time for one console. I play on Game Pass. I'm good. I don't need to be a multi-platform owner. So those guys are not going to buy a PlayStation. Let me put it this way. Like unless you couldn't afford it or you're still waiting, but if you're an Xbox console gamer and you're not interested in PlayStation, it's already a done deal for those gamers. Like those gamers are on Xbox. If that's their main, they're not going to move. They're not going to buy it. So maybe Sony's trying to take advantage of what little is left. I don't know. Maybe Sony's doing it. Maybe Sony will do it. Like, hey, put Spider-Man there. Put this game. And it's old games, right? I'm not saying they're going to put Ghost of Yote day and day.
No, they
Wolverine day and day. Yeah, I'm not saying that. But you give them Spider-Man remaster. You put Rift Apart. You put Horizon Zero Dawn, right? By the time some of those games come out, it's 2027, 2028. Microsoft's not releasing a new console they're gonna release a PC hybrid, PC thing. So now, where does a console gamer go? Well, they just finished playing Spider-Man 2018. They just finished playing Horizon Zero Dawn, and they're like, you know what? These games are good, and I can still get Xbox games on PlayStation 6. I'm gonna buy a PlayStation 6 because I'll still get my Xbox games, and these PlayStation games are actually good. I didn't realize how good they are. I'm not gonna buy this PC Steam bullshit. I want a console, and you know what? PlayStation 6 not a bad idea after all. I could still get my console. I could still get my Xbox games. Sure, I don't got Game Pass, but I still got my console with Xbox games, and these PlayStation games are actually not that bad after all. They're pretty good, so I'm good. Maybe it's that.
Yeah.
Could it be that?
The
Could it
funneling
be like
strategy,
Sony? Could it be Sony's like, hey, your console's dying, so you don't have to go to PC. We are still an option for you guys. Check this out. Maybe it's that. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I can't tell you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's interesting because like that funneling strategy is a real thing, right? Like you see Microsoft try to pull this with Microsoft Office on Apple a decade ago or so, right? Apple never used to have Microsoft Office at one point, and then I remember them like that was the talk in the industry that I'm in. That like, oh, you know what? I actually used to work for Microsoft for a little bit too, which is pretty funny. But that's a sidebar. The thing is, I don't know if that's going to work because I don't know how many console users they actually have that play single player games. Like, if you look at the sales, obviously, Final Fantasy bombed, right? That was a Game of the Year candidate, right? Last year, 2024. Like, I don't see people playing on that console anymore. I would imagine that a lot of them have already moved over this generation, right? Like PlayStation got a lot of signups, right? A lot of new console users. They quoted last year. I'm sure that a lot of them were Xbox users or maybe PC or Nintendo Switch. But something is happening in this industry, and it's just like you can't pinpoint who's going where, right? Like the funneling can work. I don't know if it will work with Xbox. They would have the data. They should know if it's going to work or not.
Also, I think Nine Lives is saying nobody's moving people or sticking with the library games. I don't know if that's a true statement because I'm gonna say this: 360 was 80 million, and it went from 80 million to like 50 million, maybe even less. So people left their 360 library and went to the PS4. Yeah. And then when you look at Xbox One, it went from 50 million or so now down to 30. So people are clearly leaving the Xbox library. At a minimum, they're leaving the Xbox library. So I don't think the whole library thing is as strong as people are making it because it's old games, right? And you still have access to it through the old console. But if a new console has a better proposition of games going forward, the type of games that are available, the support and all that stuff, it's like, are you really going to hold on to the old console but lose out on the games going forward? But then again, with this multiplayer plat strategy, games everywhere, you're right. I mean, if games are going everywhere, then it really, and I'll say this with the whole PC thing, people shouldn't talk about PC. I think the problem is when you have a new environment in gaming that is now more about that you have a new environment where games are everywhere now. Then it's no longer about the games, actually, because you can play the games anywhere. So now you have to find a new metric. A new metric has to be decided, because how do you choose between different devices that has the same games, right? It was easy before. It was easy. Like people say, well, oh, your console and your plastic box. No, when we talked exclusives, we talked about games. Hey, if I buy, a Dreamcast, I get these games. But if I choose PlayStation 2, it's these games. But Nintendo got these games, right? Yeah. Or OG Xbox got these games. It was about the games, and depending on the games that you saw, would have you buy the box. It wasn't because I like PlayStation 2, I'm going to choose these games. No. People saw the games PlayStation 2 had, so they chose PlayStation 2. People saw the games Dreamcast launched with. I'm going to get a Dreamcast. Same thing with Super Nintendo and Genesis. Oh, man, I want to play Phantasy Star. I want to play Sonic. I want the real version of Mortal Kombat. You're getting a Genesis. Nintendo's like, I want Zelda. I want Super Metroid and all that stuff. Oh, I'm going to get a Super Nintendo. The games when you choose the platforms. Now, when all the platforms have the same games or are pretty much similar and there's very little differences to it, what's left? Well, it's going to come down to hardware and services and features. And now
Yeah,
PC
I don't
becomes
think
part of the conversation.
I don't think Sony would go that far. Like they know this, right? They mentioned differentiator a lot. So yeah, they can put out
But
an
at least
older
with
game
PC,
maybe.
yeah. But at least with PC, is Sony really have a differentiator that's really a big deal? Because right now, the only differentiator Sony has is timed games.
Well, yeah, they do. They got a mass market
Timed.
machine that's easy to use for everybody, right? That's their differentiator. Like a PC, like think about it as somebody that's a casual gamer, right? You come into the you're looking for something like, oh, and somebody says, yeah, go get a PC. The first question you're gonna get is, well, what kind of RAM do you want? What kind of usage, right? Like, what kind of games are you gonna play? You're gonna confuse somebody. They're just gonna be like, I'm out, right? That's just that's the reality of it, right? I'm not like that, obviously. I went and played and bought all these PCs over the time. I do see though that is something that is a massive differentiator for a console, and Sony's the only high definition console now.
Yeah, but we already see with Xbox how many gamers that were hardcore Xbox console gamers and they left and got a PC. So we're already seeing that transition away from consoles, particularly to on Xbox. So like the fact that Xbox,
did they go for PC or did they go for Game Pass?
No, they left to the PC. What I'm saying is they moved from their console hardware over to PC hardware. So the different configurations and all that stuff didn't stop them from leaving their console and adopting PC. And I think PC gamers,
right.
I think the biggest differentiator is when you look at the PS5, right? And when it launched and people talked about the PS5, it was only one PC game that went. There was only one PlayStation game that went to PC. And it was a PS4 game. It was Horizon Zero Dawn. And even Sony said, hey, don't think that most of the games are going to go to PC and all of that. This is just this one game, and it matched. So when you bought a PS5 this gen and you talked about PS5, it still wasn't, it wasn't all these slate of games on PC. It just wasn't. It was primarily PS5 games, right? When you look at the PlayStation 6 now, when the PlayStation 6 launches, like I said earlier, it's going to launch, but the environment is games going to PC day one through live service, and the tentpole exclusives will be on PC. It's just timed. That's a different conversation now. And then you're going to see games already on PC that PlayStation made, and even some of the single-player games, like the second party or maybe China Hero Project games, day and date on PC. Totally different conversation now. Now, it's like, wait a minute. PC getting a lot of support from PlayStation. So now gamers might dip in and be like, you know what? A lot of games on PlayStation on PC, there's not that much different. Really, the only difference between PC and PlayStation is the timed exclusives. And we know it's time for the most part because they said it. So you know those games. So it's really FOMO. You're talking FOMO now. That's the differentiator between place and price. Also. I will admit price. Price does have a case, right? FOMO. So for people, $1,200, $1,500 is a bit too much. They'd rather pay $7 or $8. But and 15, 18, they're like, all right, that's too much for some people. And maybe 7, 8 is willing to go. I agree with that.
Yeah, like there's another so. Yeah, if you're a console gamer and the latest and greatest game comes out, right? Oftentimes, let's say you bought, I bought a 3070 in 2001, right? That card's what now, 5 years old maybe. I can barely run any of the high end AAA games on it, right? That's so if I wanted to run let's say what was a game that came out on PC and console recently, whatever, right? Just think about any new game. The minimum requirements on those games are also getting bigger in size and power that you need. Like the 3070 to me, I try to run Dead Space on it, and that's when I'm like, you know what? I'm a full-time console gamer now, right? Because I'm like, listen, I can't even get this thing to boot. I had to pull back my drivers, and then other games didn't work once I had to do that. So there's little things like that you're gonna deal with, but also you're gonna. If you're like me and you bought the 3070, you're gonna have to buy something better now to play. Let's say they put in the new Naughty Dog game, right? That looks pretty scary visually, right? In terms of power, what they've done is to optimize that, at least what it looks like. You're probably gonna need a high end card for that. I wouldn't be able to play that on my 3070. So it's not just the initial cost that you put into a PC gaming; it's the ongoing cost as well. You're gonna get minimum of 7-year lifespan from a console. depending on the games that come out, depending on your hardware, depending on the drivers, all that stuff. The operating system itself, if Windows starts bloating it even more, you're going to need more resources. I've my lifetime of PC gaming, but yeah. But anyway, P-Rock, I got to go. It was great talking to you in person. And
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, it's great to hear from you. And just remember, now you have podcasts, right? So you could jump in on 60 frames no lag anytime you want. You are more than welcome to chop it up with the crew if you can.
All right. Awesome.
All right.
Talk to you later.
All right, oh, somebody was on a rating room, but they dropped out. All right, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. All right, we'll keep an eye on the waiting room. So let me. So one of the topics I want to talk about while we're waiting is so WB. So y'all listening to the nonsense? WB wants to make another DC hero game, but it's gonna be live service. Like, what are we doing here? Look at this. Let me. I mean, there's multiple articles here, but let me put this. Like, what are we doing here, man? Like, I'm so sick of this, bro. I'm just so tired, bro. After losing $200 million on Suicide Squad, WB Games has another live service game in the works based on one of the iconic IPs from the vast Warner Brothers and DC Comics catalog. I can't with these guys, bro. I can't, man. Who got kicked out? Lady Gamer, who got kicked out? The Shelf Life? Oh, the one in the waiting room? Oh, my bad. I mean, there's not a timer in the room. I think he dropped out on his own. Oh, I can't with these. Let me read some super chats, man, because this article is already. Who we got? Glenzer. Xbox fans are institutionalized by Game Pass. I'd be like, listen, in a world where they're talking about $80 games and stuff like that, some gamers, it's easy just to play on subscription service, and then whatever game is there, they just click download and play. And they don't think about, you know, what games they want to play. Yeah. Wait. Wait, hold on. Let me get the Godfather. Let's see, you in the? Let me see. Hold on. Oh, we about to get Z up in here. Hey, yo, Z. Oh, we're about to get the Godfather up in here. Oh, you know it's gonna be crazy. Oh, snap. The Godfather is here. Yeah. Is this a call-in show? Absolutely. That's why the link is on the Discord. Moderators, help me out here. We got to, I need y'all, help me out. Remind the new guests that, hey, anybody could click on the link, jump in the waiting room. That's what Disagreement Day means. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Z. Oh, he says Z's a type of energy. Hold on. Let's see. I'm texting him right now. You should be able to jump right into live. If not, jump to the waiting room so I can fix your Discord rights. Oh man. You're gonna get that Godfather Z energy. My man's gonna be on Percocet and syrup. All right, here we go. Hold on, let me see rolls. Yeah, you should.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm live.
There you go.
What's up, brother?
Let me fix your. Hey, yeah, I'm looking at your rights. You still have podcast guest rights, so you should have been able
Oh, I know.
to jump in.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. You can jump in anytime. But what's going? Aha! What's up?
Yeah, what's up, brother? What's up, man?
What's going on, man? What's everything? How's everything, my brother?
Everything's copacetic, man. South America, everything's copacetic, good brother.
except for he said, except for America. Oh man.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, we try to warn them, my brother. They ain't want to listen. They said the black woman was gonna do nothing from us, and now look where we at.
Oh
man. You know,
we're down bad right now. We're down bad.
We down bad. Yo, oh man.
Everybody in chat, yeah, absolutely.
We got Mello trying to protect them. Oh man, what's he doing? Like, oh man,
yeah, I don't know.
What's going on here? I don't know what happened, bro. We're gonna go through
Mello
it next for you.
Mello said he wants someone to DEI hires. He wants the right man for the job. I said, what? No,
man.
What you talking about him, Mello? What you talking about him, Mello? The right man for the job. You bugging. You bugging.
Oh man.
Like he got millions invested into the game. He broke bugging. He want the real. He don't care about Black history. He just want the right man for the job. Oh man, wow here.
Oh, Mello.
We all right, so what you doing? Everything's smooth, man.
All right, man. Everything good with the family? I know I see you on Instagram.
Yeah.
A proud father,
me and my dog.
A good Christian man. You've been doing
absolutely.
the Lord's work. You know what I'm saying?
I've been trying, man. I've been trying.
The Book of Zion. You've been following the Proverbs.
Absolutely. Try everybody in the chat. What we talking about today? We talking about today?
Oh no. So we're gonna talk about what the fuck is happening to gaming, my brother. Like, yo, shit is out of whack. Nobody believes in exclusives.
I know.
Doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter. Hardware don't matter. Live service live service is the way forward. Like, what's going on? What happened to gaming? What happened to
hold
gaming?
on, I'm gonna see what happened to gaming. Hold on. Oh, here you go. Are these mics on? The problem is, honestly, bro, is the fact that
are we outdated?
Yeah. Besides that, right? You have to be a blonde bat in the middle of the jungle and 4th of July. And you know what I mean? Do not see that Microsoft is exiting the console business, right? So even with that whole thing, remember, let us compete and all this shit. It was a whole, how you say, dog and pony show because they already had dev kit. They already had dev kit. So people like to say, you know what? It was the AVK to make them go third party. No, they already had dev kits before they tried out. It takes about 2 years to make the game.
CFDs was already being developed.
CFDs, Hi-Fi Rush, all that shit had nothing to do with AVK. We have to be honest here. None of that all those games had nothing to do with AVK. I can see, you know what? Maybe that doesn't make sense. I know what the big publisher cool, right? Well, they're taking stuff that had nothing to do with AVK. Their own first party, whether it's the Forza.
CFDs. What does CFDs have to do with AVK?
Absolutely, right. So I think like Sony. Yeah, absolutely, right. I think, like I said, Sony sees that, hey, they're getting out. And this what happens when you don't have any competition. Like, just being honest, if I promise you this, had the Xbox been a prominent foe, and it still was battling who's going to win, you wouldn't see Sony games on Xbox and you wouldn't see Xbox games on Sony. That's just the truth of the matter. It's now, where do we draw the line? At what point do we, come on now? Because I've always said that it's exclusives that gives these consoles their identity. They share about 95% of the lobby with all the multiplats now, right? And you're gonna, here's the thing: if you're gonna start to put, your everything there's no need to buy. Like a prime example, right? When Phil said there's no red line, you don't think they did a better job of selling hardware with the original Xbox, the OG first one, right? Don't you think they know, but if just putting our software in other places that we're going to sell even more, sell even less hardware, right? I think it's not going to be no next generation for them. So they know this, and you don't pull out of markets. They didn't pull out of Brazil, they didn't pull out of Africa to, how you say, make these work much smaller to re-enter back in it. And it doesn't work like that. And it is what it is. So, but with Sony, I just think they're just, how you say, greed at this point. You know,
it's all about the profits.
So I always say when it comes to these companies, like, bro, like, they can talk Sony for the game. Nah, Sony's for themselves. When they just did a better job at one point catering to their fans. That's all. You know what I mean?
They know
they
how to
all
take advantage. They know how to take advantage of a situation to make it look like they're the good guy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how we trade our games. Like, if you read the whole thing, right? They were talking about their third party game. They weren't talking about third party. Like, you know what I mean? So it's always, you know what I mean? I say smoke and mirrors, whatever the case may be, but it's just, here's the thing, but man, Shifty Rock, so what do you think the diehard, because I don't think we matter anymore. Like, you niggas more diehard than me. We matter, it was all about the casuals. I don't think they give enough, you know what I mean? They don't give enough, you know what I mean? I guess give an F, you know what I mean? And this, it's gonna be more and more. So give them an inch, like the Hell Divers, and you know what I mean? And like what's next? You got baseball, cool. What's with the show? Cool. What's going with Destiny? All right, you understand it because with Bungie.
Marathon.
I get it.
Marathon,
Bungie,
Marathon,
Bungie.
But
Helldivers,
Helldivers is not part of that group. Even people try to say, well, the people even said, well, the developer made a big case, a big stink. I'm like, okay, let's say that was true. Let's say Arrowhead really, really, really made a big stink about it. That doesn't mean Sony had to publish it and provide mixes.
I want that shit on Xbox, man, or else. You want that shit on Xbox or else?
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Like, what the or else what? You got like 10 people. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. But let's say Sony bent the knee to Arrowhead. Let's say that was the argument. Why did Sony publish it? They don't have to publish it. They gotta say, fine, you want to put Helldivers 2 on Xbox, fine, but you find a publisher and you're not using Nixes. We're not helping you with the port. You're on your own. But no, Sony's publishing it and Nixes help with the port, so that way they could get it out there faster. That does not seem like they had a little battle in contention. They didn't. They didn't. Sony wanted this, right? And I'm like, and just like we said before, if you're willing to put this game on Xbox, then why wouldn't you put like an 8-year-old Horizon game on Xbox? Spider-Man Remastered.
Horizon. Or
God of War
Gran Turismo. That's a games of service. It is.
Speaking, right? Like if they're saying strictly games as a service, okay, so that Tokon fighting game and Gran Turismo 7, those are technically games as a service. So are those games gonna go? Oh no, is that Gran Turismo? Like, oh man, we're coming up with way too many caveats. Too many goalposts moving. I'm like, whatever, we'll just wait this out. And ultimately, right, gamers don't see like the obvious. And I think you made the argument, like when you realized Xbox was like fucked up, you were just talking about the obvious. You weren't talking about insider stuff. It was just basic shit. When you had a company saying, Recore and some other game are their titles, it doesn't take a genius to realize these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, you could just see it live. What was it, Shannon Loftus or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, she said Recore. Recore's on the level of Gears.
Excuse me, Mr. Jen. You said, gaming only want votes and headshots. That's why we were told the whole up there. Gaming only want all about game votes and headshots. I'm like, what? Oh, man. And nobody said nothing. And you know what? Not to control. You know what's crazy? P-Rock. We ain't talking middle. We gotta do this more, bro.
Absolutely.
Super shit. You know what's crazy, right? So so trying to everybody here, I can't see the screen, right? If you don't know, next in, right? So this whole Xbox thing, and I'm not taking credit for anyone's success or whatever they did. I'm not talking about it, right? So I was the first one to start doing this thing here, right? So how I was quote unquote bleed green, literally, bleed green. Niggas got whole podcasts and shows. That's some of my slogans, right? I bleed green, right? So when I'm like you said, I would say, hey, it's a problem. Now listen, I've never been a big Halo guy. That's not what made me an Xbox guy. I'm stable and believe it or not, Xbox Live, just sit online and talk shit with my friends. That shit blew my mind, right? Then everything else is, a plus. So when I'm saying like, hey, bro, this is an issue, there's a problem. These ain't our type games here. You know what I mean? We are the dude bro shooter box about doing Doritos. You know what I mean? This ain't it, chief. These motherfuckers say, you know what? Thank you, Phil, for Lucky Tales and Zoo Tycoon. And I'm like, I couldn't just, I said, bro, I said, we lost that way, champ. I was like, hey, he said, a widow is a widow, man,
you were the dude, bro, blow shit up box on Xbox Live.
Doritos.
Not Zoo Tycoon and Lucky Tales.
yeah, that's not us.
You were eating them Doritos and Mountain Dew. You were high on Doritos and Mountain Dew. You know? Calling racial slurs every 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Actually, I remember my first introduction to Xbox Live when I got my Xbox Live on OG Xbox, right? And I had like a similar name, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't realize Mexicans can afford Xbox Live." I'm like, "What the fuck did I walk into?" I'm like, "What? This is my introduction to Halo? Like what?"
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Like this shit's only $50 a year. Like what are we talking about?
That shit was toxic. That shit was toxic massively. That shit was toxic.
I remember what is it? You played Sea of Thieves for the first time. They put you in jail when they found out you were black. I was like the group voted. They were like, wait a minute. They were like, they're like, wait a minute, are you black? And he's like, yeah. They voted and put him in jail. And he's like, what the fuck?
My black ass to the clinger. Yeah, they did. I said, what the hell?
That shit's like, what the hell?
You remember that shit?
They said, walk the plank. They said, yo, what the fuck?
Man, walk that water. Walk that water. Yeah, we fell off, bro. Niggas ragging about water. We fell off, man. We done out here. I said, we done out here, B-Rock. We out ragging about water. Man.
You know, shit was bad when you're like, man, we got a Kraken with no bodies, just tentacles, and they tell you had no business being underwater.
That shit was wild, bro. That shit was wild. Remember that shit? Well, you had the Kraken. They said the Kraken was involved in. You had no nerve to go into that water and take a peek. What?
Yo, for the audience that don't understand, when Sea of Thieves came out, they introduced the Kraken, and you saw the Kraken tentacles, the legs sticking out the water. Well, somebody jumped out the ship and went underwater to see the Kraken.
It was me.
Yeah, it was him.
It was me.
It was Z. There was no body. It's just the tentacles sticking out the water. And Z's like, where's the Kraken? Like, yo, the Kraken is lacking. And that's when he came up. And they told Z, Z's like, yo, these guys are so lazy. They actually didn't make a Kraken. They just did the legs and that's it. And they tell him Z had no business jumping in the water to see if there's a Kraken. That was the damage control. They had no business. He's like, yo, that shit was wild. When I heard that on the podcast, I'm like, wow. Like, and he's like, man, the Kraken is lacking.
That shit was wild. At one end, that shit was wild.
Like, yo, them days was up, yo, everything, like, man, like, yo, like, it's pretty much, this shit's crazy, man. Like, almost like right now, the only one holding down on their brand is Nintendo. That's it. Nintendo's still like, F you. You want this shit?
Yeah. You know what's crazy, bro? And that's sad to say, like, even with Nintendo, I mean, it's not for me, but I'm like, we realized we're making our hobby way more expensive, right? Nintendo came out of the gate. So with this, they say, you know what? They mind you, they ain't got no ACR, no ray tracing. They go straight from the 80, right? 80 and 90. I'm like, what the hell?
Still no voice acting.
Yeah, listen. Listen, to put that in perspective, right? We always say that that what you call that goddamn game, Mario Kart is the most successful IP, right? So won everything, right? So the budget of Mario Kart was like $43 million. So to actually make the game, probably like $10 million. The other 30 or so, we went to probably marketing, commercials, ads, Target, TV. You know what I mean? That's where the bulk of the money goes into the game. After they make it, it's marketing, right? So you say $43 million, right? So it's still probably over 20 million copies, right? So you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, upwards of $440 million to make that game, right? And you don't think Rockstar was looking at it and say, hey, we got voice action, we got HDR, ray tracing, all stuff, and we charging 60, 70. You don't think they gonna come on? They want $80 for their games now? Like
Grand Theft Auto 6. But I'm just saying, it's sad. That's just $80.
But they refuse. But here's the thing, P-Rock, and maybe I'm getting a little old here because the reason they said they went from 60 to 70 was because of ray tracing. Right?
Yeah, that was the technology.
So we went from 50 to 60 with HD and HDR, right? Cool. All right.
Right. Remember that 360 PS3 era, 50 to 60 because of HD. It's more assets.
Yeah. So then we went from 60 to 70, say for ray tracing and HDR, right? Well, cool, right. Now, so we're still in the same
and
generation.
performance roads and all this shit, and
Yeah,
the magic of the SSD and all this shit.
We're still in the same generation, right? We're still in the same generation. So why are you going from 70 to 80? Like, what is the
what are we getting?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. So before you say tariffs,
Nintendo ain't doing shit, and they're saying $80.
Yeah, look.
Like you guys ain't doing a damn thing.
So before we say tariffs, cool. Most people buy their games digitally, so it had nothing to do with no shipping, no boxing,
agree with
like
that
that.
too.
So
yeah.
So what is at what point? I'm so, honestly, it's my hobby. I like it. That's what I do for fun, right? So as gamers, when we put it back to enough is enough. Like goddamn, like too much. We're all just getting old, or long, bringing the root and long in the tooth or something. Like I just don't get it. Like wait, hold on. Like at what point do we say enough? Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know, Rob. Maybe I'm bugging.
I think we just old, man. That's it. Psycho Gamer with the super chat. He says gamers caused this by trolling Xbox into being more like PlayStation last gen. They were all different. Till Xbox got gaslit into thinking power was more important. No, what caused this is Xbox tried to put Kinect as the headliner. That's what caused this whole shit. Like Kinect had no business. Kinect had no business being in the box. They could have left it like the way it was, a separate accessory, so you could still do them stupid ass dance games. But Xbox One should have followed the OG, the 360 blueprint. Get them banging exclusives. Go after third party. Focus on your online.
Yeah, I also say this too. Like, power is important, because it brings the future, the graphics stuff. You know what I mean? The Xbox and Sony is not in the Nintendo box. They don't need all that shit. You know what I mean? Back in that, what happened is that to Xbox is that you stop putting out quality games. You know what I mean? Just think about it. 3 years in, Redfall was their first goddamn game. What the fuck was Phil doing from 2017 until 2020, 2023? You know what I mean? Literally.
Yeah.
Outside of Gears Force and Halo, the last victory party game they released was Quantum Break. Outside of Gears Force and Halo, so your first next generation game was Redfall? Nah, my nigga, they had nothing to do with no power, no narrative. Nah, they was putting out some dog shit games, because if you still got the games, we can talk all you want. It's always about the games, my nigga. You know what I mean? In politics is always about good games. Good games, good game. Them goddamn games was dog shit. You know? For years.
Look at the PS3. Look at the PS3 360. 360 had the better running games, man. PS3 was not a good console. Like you had games, even like Devil May Cry, Lock 30 on the 360, but like jittery on the PS3. Like but once PS3 started pushing out, The Last of Us, the God of War 3, Uncharted 2 and 3, Demon Souls, like. At that point, people take notice. It's always been about the games, and Microsoft didn't invest in the games. They didn't try to go after them second party deals, and that ultimately. And then when they started investing stuff, they started talking about putting games on PC. Like you have trouble enough with your own console. Now you want to talk about PC? Was it? That's why the Quantum Break thing was such a big deal. It was 2016. People asking for more games on Xbox, and you want to tell them, "Oh, we put in a game day one on PC," and you're like. Fuck, like, what are you talking about? Like, the fan base is asking for more games, and here you are talking about PC. Why are you talking about PC for? Like, why are they even in the conversation? Oh, because it's Windows. Microsoft owns Windows. Who gives a fuck if they own Windows? What that got to do with Xbox and the console? We'll talk about Windows, and then that shit went downhill. And then Game Pass, oh man, that shit took over in 2017, 2018. Then it became all about Game Pass, but no new games. It was all old shit that was already on the platform.
People realize that for 20, they released the console in 2020, not one with two, with nothing, with zero, nothing. The height of the games you got was the medium and Falcon,
Auto HDR.
The medium and Falconeer. The medium and Falconeer.
Auto HDR.
Yeah,
you can play V-Core play State of Decay 2 with Auto HDR. Like what?
Yeah.
Crackdown 3 with Auto HDR and frame rate boost. What? Like what?
Yeah.
Like what are you talking about? It's crazy, man. They couldn't get themselves out. They didn't focus. At least Sony was smart enough to focus what they had to do with PS3, which was the games. They didn't try to do some weird shit. They release games. And that's
let me ask you a
PS4.
question, right?
What?
Let me ask you a question. So what is your I should say, what is your prediction, or you see what far as the PlayStation 6, or you want to just talk about this new handheld? Like, what do you think?
Oh man, I'll be honest, man. I'm like right now, Sony, like when you look at Sony at least over the last 2 years, man, they talk a lot about PC, man. Like it's almost like you can't have a discussion on just a console without somehow PC being involved. And then they threw this Helldivers in the mix now. Then they talk about Nintendo, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Now they want to launch a PS6 and a handheld. But now I'm like, all right, is the handheld going to play the PlayStation 6 games too? Like, I don't know. Is that a thing? Like, is there parity? Meaning, if you make a game on the PlayStation 6, it's got to work on the new handheld. I don't know. But if they do that, then we got our own Series S problem. That's literally the Series S dilemma. We just created the Series S dilemma. You know?
You're right.
Literally, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I was talking to J-Dub yesterday. I think something we on here pull up. Is that I was like, you know, if we talking about this handheld, right? Now I thought it was supposed to play your PlayStation 5 library, right? So
I get that. All right.
Okay, cool.
I get that.
So what that means is that
we're moving on from that point. All right. Whatever.
Yeah. So what that means though, even with that, I mean, it's still we're going to deal with cross-gen development, that whole next generation. You know what I mean? Like real talk. You know what I mean? We're never really going to see what the PS could do from the ground up because they're going to want that game. It's on the handheld, right? So
let's be honest. And let's be honest, bro. You know PS5. If we thought PS4 was cross-gen gaming this long, wait till you know how the saying goes, you made it a hot line, I'm going to make this a hot song. PS4 made it a hot line, cross-gen. PS5 is about to make a whole album. That shit ain't going nowhere for like 4 or 5 years. Like all these PS6 games are going to be on PS5. And the Pro? You think they're gonna let the Pro die off just that easy? They're not. They're not. They're gonna milk the fuck out of PS5 for years with this multi-generational strategy. And it's like, so it's like, I mean, think about it, man. Like, think about this, bro. When the PlayStation 6 launches, whatever year that happens, you're talking cross-gen games with PS5. Potentially a handheld where the PlayStation games will still work. PlayStation 6 games will also work on that. And it will be the first gen where people are now like, wait a minute, you got a lot of games on PC. The temporal exclusives will eventually go on PC, and you got day-and-date live service. Like, you literally got a generation of PlayStation games where you have so much content that's not on PlayStation. It wasn't like that before. Even with the PS5, right? When the PS5 launched, it was only one game that launched on PC, which was Horizon Zero Dawn. That's it. Pretty much, we didn't know, we could guess, but for the most part, almost all the games on PS5 was only PS5 or PS4 with the cross-gen. That's it.
Absolutely.
Now with PS6, you got like day one games on PC. Hell, the day PS6 launches, you might have games launch day and date on PC, depending what the game is. On the day PS6 launches. That shit is different. That's not the same as the previous gens. This is new. This is like,
Well, again, I think it all comes down to competition. When you most likely going to be the only one in the market, you know, this next Xbox, like whatever it's starting Xbox, PC, but
it's a PC, man. Thing. We know. Like we see the blueprint. The Rogue Ally is the blueprint, and it worked. They convinced something like literally the thing is called Rogue Ally X. It's in the name, and somehow Microsoft convinced people that this is an Xbox. Like, bro, it's a Rogue Ally. Like, what are we talking about here?
It doesn't play Xbox games. It doesn't. Problem is, when you buy if you buy Battlefield 6 on your Xbox, right? You won't be able to put it on your
Grand Theft Auto 6. When you buy Grand Theft Auto 6 on your Xbox, you're not going to play it on the ROG Xbox Ally. It's not going to work because the PC version Grand Theft Auto 6 won't be out, so it won't work on that.
And it's just crazy. The fact that they're not even making their own hardware, like they're not even making their own, like that's like they're not, they're out of here. It sucks, but I guess where we at, and also to be honest,
you already have a PC, right? You already have a gaming PC. So if Microsoft, if the next Xbox comes out and it's legitimately an Asus PC with the Xbox sticker, are you gonna buy it? Even though it's like, I already got a PC. I can snap my own sticker.
Only another PC, and just streaming everything else. But no, I just keep what I got.
But that's the thing. Whatever these new Xboxes get, your PC is going to get too, because it's a Windows update. That's all they're going to do. They're going to update the Windows OS. Like, let's say if they're able to emulate the 360 Xbox One games, that's all it is. And you're gonna get it anyway with any PC. In fact, when people talked about the beta, right? Like, oh look, this is the future of Xbox console. I'm like, you do realize the PC gamers are using it right now, which means it's a PC update. That's why the PC gamers are messing with it, because it's PC. No, this is not an update on your Series X. You're not getting this update to test it out on your console. The PC gamers are messing with it because it's literally PC. That's why they have the beta and they can look into it. So the future is in your console. You're witnessing PC gaming is your future. It's crazy.
I got a take for you. Watch this, right? So Microsoft was getting on the hardware business, right? That's all right. So and if Microsoft thought it was hard to compete at the consoles, right? You know how hard if they're gonna be a third party publisher. Now they're competing against Rockstar, competing against EA, they're competing against Square Enix. And you know, like you can't keep cranking out those allows. You know what I mean? You're gonna go the way to THQ. I don't think they're gonna run, to be honest with you, bro. I don't think they're gonna be the ones around longer with this third party, this whole this third party shit, bro. They got a few hits now, they released their top, outside of the Gears, Forza, and Halo. But outside of that, like, bro, I don't think so, man. Could you imagine? Listen, just look, Redfall, Avowed, Hellblade 2. You put it against Grand Theft Auto 6 or Red Dead Redemption 3. Like, there's levels to this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, bro. They just, man, they suck. They had to say it. That was an Xbox guy. They lost their way, champ. You know what I mean? For real.
And Sony's dipping their toes and trying to make money off of anything, little by little.
Yeah.
I know people are saying it's just like service, but I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like, the money don't stop. The money don't stop, man.
What stops it there? They took an old title like God of War. That they didn't. So you don't think they can come a few $100 million very quick?
Yo, that's what they did. That's what they did with Horizon Zero Dawn. They said it's a 3-year-old game, and that doesn't mean we're gonna put every game on PC. It's just that one game. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Now we got a whole live service strategy built around PC. Like, what the fuck are we talking? Like, yo, that shit look how far PlayStation come from just one Horizon Zero Dawn title. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I'll call you in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, it's to entice PC gamers. Then they put the sequel on PC.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I was my grandma's phone. But yeah. All so, like I said, what stops it though? Like you said, you take a game again like God of War or Spider-Man 1. Oh, it's just no game. We don't made up money off it already on Xbox. And the fact that, listen, people, the fact that we even having this conversation, let you know how crazy the times are, my nigga.
We would never have this combo during the PS4 gen, during the PS3, like never. This would even be a talking point.
Yeah, Xbox getting out of this, like, what the hell going on here, man? I blame Nintendo. This is a precursor. They can sell niggas a car for $100. It's a precursor. Like, we down bad. I ain't gonna lie, man. Things out here looking spooky, man. I'm not gonna lie. I wish we had someone new. You know what I mean? Someone went through their hand into the console market that had great quality games. You know what I mean? And that would make Sony get back on their A game, cut their bullshit out, and Microsoft, they gonna do what they out of here. You know what I mean? But man, it sucks. But yeah, man. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Shit looking real spooky here. You know what I mean?
Glassdoor Gaming with the super chat says the handheld will be PS5 equivalent specs. They can run PS5 games natively, maybe stream PS6 games, while like the Portal is my guess. Man, I hope, man, because if they put like a mandate that PS6 games work on this handheld, that's literally the Xbox Series S. Like that's it. You capped. You already screwed that console over. That's it. You now it's tied down to that handheld. What?
Yeah.
Right? For what? Like, the handheld's not going to sell a lot. It's like we already seen these PC handhelds. They're like $800. A lot of people ain't buying them. Most aren't buying them. It's a niche product. Even with Steam Deck, it's like 5-6 million sales total worldwide over 3 years. That's nothing.
4 million. Yeah, 4 million.
Like, 4 million. Like, no one's really buying this stuff. This is a niche product. Hell, VR is bigger. PC alone got VR in the 20 million. Like, what are we talking about here? These PC handhelds ain't, like, hardly anyone's buying them. Nobody really want to drop $800 on a PC handheld to play at 1080p 30 on a tiny screen. $800 for that shit? Nah, no one's about that life. No one's really about that life. That's way too costly for such a
Hey,
small
hold on
device.
one second. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
All right, and then we got Andrew Wilkins. When Kraken was lacking, went viral. Who remembers Xbox 440 saying, "Y'all ain't supposed to be exploring underwater in the game anyway"? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man. That shit was wild, bro. It was Xbox 440 that said that. We had no business swimming in the water. What damage control? That is what damage control. I don't know if Psycho Gamer is in the room or about to get in the room, but hey, yo, Psycho Gamer, just click the link on my pinned tweet. Pinned chat. And then jump in the waiting room and I'll pull you into the live. You'll see once you're in my Discord server, see waiting room and boom. And then we'll get you going. But yeah, man. What else? Let me see what else. Well, he's taking his medication and Psycho Gamer. Let me go on to the next. I think we already hit a little bit about this, right? We already talked about this a little bit with somebody that jumped in the room, but everybody's making a big deal about this. Like, oh, I mean, the biggest thing is people saying they're trying to say the narrative that's trying to be built is saying that this just proves PlayStation gamers always liked Xbox games. And when you look at this list, there's really only one Xbox game that would apply to, and that's Forza Horizon 5. Everything else are PlayStation games. Elder Scroll Oblivion, PlayStation game. Call of Duty, definitely a PlayStation game. Doom, PlayStation game. Even Indiana Jones Great Circle as an IP, PlayStation had Indiana Jones games. Minecraft, PlayStation games before Microsoft, right? This chart just shows that Microsoft bought publishers that already made games that were popular on PlayStation, right? So Microsoft bought publishers, ABK and Bethesda, that already had a popular portfolio of games that PlayStation gamers bought. Remember, Bethesda released timed exclusives on PS5. What was it? Deathstroke? What's that game called? Deathloop? That was, remember, and Tokyo's Ghostwire Tokyo. 2 Bethesda games. And they launched on PlayStation 5 first because Sony, did a time deal. So that's, the relationship between PlayStation and Bethesda for a little bit was getting better to get in time games first. And then ABK, the console bundles, exclusive perks and all that stuff, it was all there. Doom was on PlayStation. So like, I could understand if it was like Forza, Recore, Sea of Thieves on there still, the actual Xbox-centric games, but you're taking games that were already on PlayStation and try to say, oh, look at that, you love Xbox, look at these games. Like, come on, man, get out of here with that bullshit. And I already said Forza might be the one game out of the entire Xbox portfolio, and maybe Gears, that will really appeal to PlayStation gamers because of the racing fan base that is in PlayStation. PlayStation has a huge racing fan base, primarily because of Gran Turismo. So I could see Forza being completely different. Like Forza Motorsport, I don't think that would have worked. I think that would have flopped. Like Motorsport, yeah. I think that would have flopped. Motorsport versus Gran Turismo 7, I think the PlayStation games would have been like, what the F is this trash? That game would have flopped. Horizon was the right choice because it's completely different. It's not a racer. It's not a competitive sim racer. It's just open world messing around, which PlayStation doesn't have. But Forza Motorsport, the actual sim racer, or Simcade, I think it got reduced down to Simcade, it would have got smoked. PlayStation gamers would have been like, this is trash. Get this trash out of here. Horizon was a good pay. And that's probably why Microsoft canceled Motorsport. Microsoft canceled it. They're done. They're not making no more Motorsport. So that should tell you how that game fared. Deathloop. That was a game, right? That's it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. One topic that's not on the screen, right? There's only so much words I could put on. Y'all heard about the Nintendo price hikes potential? See if I can find that. This is wild.
I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
Hello?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. Yeah,
yo, Z.
I'd like Grand Duke saying, what's up, brother?
Yo, what's up with Nintendo potentially raising the price on Switch 1? That shit is wild, bro. Yo, you can't make this shit up.
Hey, yo, they need the fact that they have the nerve to charge $400 for that old ass hardware, and that's free tariffs. That's how you say asinine.
Yo. Right here, let me read this article. It says, while this pricing change doesn't affect the Nintendo Switch 2 or any of its game accessories or Nintendo Switch Online membership right now, Nintendo did warn that they might need to raise the price on their other stuff later. Some newer products, including certain Switch 2 accessories, amiibo figures, and even the quirky Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo will start costing more this month. Target leaked prices for products, Alarmo, $100 to $110, and Joy-Con 2 controllers, $95 to $100. This pricing change comes while people are still really interested in the original Switch. Nintendo said in their Q1 FY 2026 earnings that the Nintendo Switch has now sold 153 million worldwide as of June 30th. Even though the Switch 2 comes out in early June, the original system was still sold 980,000 units. Damn, almost a million in the same month as the Switch 2. That is wild, which shows it still got staying power. People still want it. That said, the increased price tag may present new challenges to the older models' continued momentum. While the long-term effects of this pricing adjustment remain to be seen, it is likely to influence demand in the coming quarters, particularly as consumers weigh the aging hardware against the newer Switch 2, which features upgraded performance, exclusive software, and competitive pricing. Nintendo raising prices on older hardware is pretty weird, especially for a console this old, but it might mean they're confident the system is still worth it, and they're trying to push people towards the Switch 2 before the fall and holiday shopping. Yo! How the fuck do you raise the price? Like, if that's true, how you be raising the price on the Switch 2? I mean, on the Switch 1.
I don't know.
Imagine the OLED,
that's
400. The Switch,
company,
350. Bro, I can't even explain this shit. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say on that one, bro.
That's beyond greed. That's what I'm saying. I was telling you jokes like, all jokes aside, or whatever your brand is, Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo, like motherfuckers should unite and say no. But this shit is getting expensive for no reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand it was just tariffs and that's a given, but they coming out the gate, especially when they charge in their country, what, $300 or something like that,
Yeah.
The Switch 2 only costs $300 in their country, and it's still not sold at a loss. And it's imported also. You know what I mean? So that's crazy. That's wild. Damn. Yo, could you imagine our next games are gonna be $100 for next generation, bro?
Yeah.
$100 you can get 2 games, bro. Like, come on,
that's crazy, bag. Yo, $100. Yo, let me ask you this: if they keep raising the prices quickly, like, because this is 2 price hikes in the same gen. If they go with the $80, if that becomes the standard pricing, that's 2 price hikes in the same gen. Do you think this will now make people be like, you know what, I'm going with these subscription services? Fuck this. You think now people will be like, you know what, screw this shit. Now I'm going to be looking at subscription services because this is getting ridiculous.
It may,
$100 games.
It may. Yeah.
I mean, think about it. $100 game when you can subscribe for a subscription service for $200 a year.
I never thought about it that way. That's a good point.
Like, most people ain't hip on it, but at a certain point, like, enough is enough. Like, you know what? I'm just doing subscription. I'm not paying $90 a pop when I could just pay $2 something a year. Screw that. Whatever. Yeah. I'm done with this shit.
That is good. That is a good point. You know what I mean? Maybe you may see the rise to PS Plus and see. I don't know where game has everywhere, but yeah, you're right. $80, $90, $100 again. That's crazy. $150, $100. That's free DLC.
Wow,
that's bananas.
It's like, I mean, remember $100 was like collector's editions with like statues and books and all this shit. Like with the game, like you used to get like statues and models and all this stuff for $100. Now it's just the game. And then it's not even on the disc.
That's the crazy part.
This version, it's not even on the disc. It's still digital.
You remember Nintendo was their whole thing. One of the games, the old games, didn't start costing so much because they was like, Nintendo, all their games. How you say it's nostalgia. They're there. Whether the servers go down, the game will always be there. You know what I mean? Now that's not the case. Even with the key card, the game is not on the card. That's crazy. And you charge $90. So God forbid if you niggas trouble, close with the server, I don't have access to the game anymore. Like that's bananas.
Oh man, it's just different. Shout out to Glassdoor Gamer says P-Rock, Nate the Hate just tweeted he believes PlayStation games going over our live service are small games. So I just found this tweet. He just tweeted it as a reply 59 minutes ago or an hour ago to Detective Seeds. Nate the Hate 2 says, my opinion remains live service is smaller games, but we'll see what Sony has planned. I'm not expecting anything in the immediate future. And then DS2 will likely remain with 4 or 5 for non-PS release when the time comes. I'm just saying, what makes people so resistant to the idea that a bigger game like Horizon wouldn't go on Xbox if they're willing to make more money off of Hell? That's my logic, right? If you're willing to give I'm using the same logic with Xbox. If you're willing to put Sea of Thieves, which was a game made by Rare, and they never made a PlayStation game, regardless of who owned them, whether it was Nintendo or then when Xbox acquired them, they never fucked with PlayStation at all. But you made the decision to put Sea of Thieves, which is, like you said, is not within the scope of ABK or even Bethesda. That's your own first-party title. That's your own actual in-house IP made for Xbox. If you're willing to put that on PlayStation, then why wouldn't you put the rest on PlayStation? If the goal is to make more money. That's how I'm looking at Helldivers. If you're willing to put Helldivers, your own in-house IP, it's not an MLB The Show. It's not a Bungie game. It's not a title that's owned by Arrowhead. You own it. It's your own IP, and you're willing to use Nixus to port it to Xbox, then why wouldn't you port more? Like, why would you limit? That's just my question, right? And the number one answer, people saying, oh, competition, you need exclusives for identity. And I'm like, against who? Like, who is Sony competing with? Like, who today is Sony worried about people choosing that platform over another platform if they lose Sony first-party exclusives? Like, to who? Xbox is dead. Nintendo, if you choose Nintendo, it is not because of PlayStation first-party games. It's because of PlayStation. It's because of Nintendo first-party. They don't have good third-party support. So you're sure as hell not picking Nintendo because of the hardware or the third-party games. So, like, who is Sony competing with? There's nobody around.
That's what I said. It's like I hate to say it, bro, but when it's very unhealthy for gaming. Honestly, listen, I always say this, even if you would never own an Xbox or whatever the case may be, is that Sony is not a competitor, right? So when the big flex about 2K or even Madden, keep it simple. The reason why those games hasn't innovated so long is because they don't have a competitor, a direct competitor. You know what I mean? And the same thing when it comes with Sony, because now first they keep it simple. They don't have to give price cuts anymore. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? They don't have to give price cuts. They can come out and charge $7 because there's no one really pushing back against them. And Nintendo does their own little thing, and for whatever reason, people allow Nintendo to go make their own little safe face, and their own garden eating in the corner, and they're cardboard, and it's cool, right? Shout out to them niggas, right? But this is what happens when when you don't there is no direct competition. Like I said earlier in the show, I said if the Xbox were taking Sony's ass or vice versa, and they both were slightly down a little, you wouldn't see Xbox games on PlayStation, and you damn sure won't see PlayStation games on Xbox. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good point with the Madden and 2K. Them shits, you could complain how shitty they are. What you gonna do? Where you gonna go?
Overall, listen, watch this. Overall, gaming was leaving off the hype. We went out, you will say maybe the 7th with the 360 and PS3, and you had to wait. All three were doing well. Sony got their nice side of it. The 360 got theirs.
And we got theirs. And we got their shit. That was the best balanced generation of all time.
We got the best of all worlds. I've always said that the 7th generation is the best gen. It's not some one company just dominates the other. Because here's again, because I'm sorry. First of all, this is being a gamer, right? And just whether you prefer whether box or not, who want a good game? I got another dope game I can buy on the Xbox platform or vice versa, right? I always owned all the consoles, right? But you know, you got price cuts, deals, and all types of shit because they
the
were
price cuts was
lobbying
crazy.
Yeah,
Slim
it was
models
to be
meant
one.
price cut.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yep.
When they released the Slim, it was because it was going to be the cheaper price.
Yep. No, we don't have that anymore. You know what I mean?
You know,
like,
Xbox was the Dubro box. PlayStation was the waifu single player box. Yeah. Nintendo was a family friendly, you know, and first party stuff. Everybody had something, and everybody was happy. Everybody was happy. Yep. Gaming was great across the board for everybody. Sure, we had our shit talkers, but at the end of the day, every game was selling. Games were successful. Everybody had their box in this stuff, and everybody had what they wanted.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when I say that, you know, I'm getting you. So you know, you always want everybody wants their team. I get, but it's going to compete. I guess like fucking what do they call it, the world winner. I mean, you know, because now it's just Sony, and Sony's out there doing things that they normally wouldn't do. You know what I mean? Like, hold on here, man. Like, you know. It's, you know, we don't know at this moment. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. At this point, I can't tell
the
you.
Fact, the fact that they can come out and charge $7 for a pro. You know what I mean? Like, hold on here, man. Microsoft will say, you know what? We gave you guys a mid-gen refresh at the start of the generation. Like, oh wait, hold on
at the start, a mid-gen refresh at the start of the gen. Like, wait a minute, that's not what mid-gen means.
Hold on, wait, hold on here, man. Wait, hold on.
Yo, when they said that should have been a clue that they're not giving you mid-gen refresh. That should have been a clue. When they said, hey, we already gave you the mid-gen refresh, that means that should have signaled, yeah, we're not making a mid-gen refresh. We're done. That's not happening. So you got what you got. All right, Psycho Gamer.
What up? Can you hear me clearly?
Well, yeah. Hold on. Oh man, okay. Yeah, of course. All right. So you're about to cap for the Xbox One. Good luck with that.
for the cap for Xbox One, man.
Okay.
No,
okay. What's up?
Let me explain what let me explain what my comment earlier about Xbox being trolled into, you know what I'm saying, into becoming what they are right now. So when you go ahead and look back to 2013, right? Xbox had, let me start by saying this. Every company, regardless of how much money the parent company has, they all have a budget. They all got a budget, right? So Xbox used their budget, and that's why you had games like fucking I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss on your podcast. You had Rise. Okay, cool. You got Rise, you got, you know, Dead Rising, you had Forza, you had Killer Instinct, you had Titanfall, they had third-party deals, they had Quantum Break coming, they had Sunset Overdrive, right? So they take their budget, they got a console, and they pushed out all that shit. Also, they were marketing. They were actually having commercials and shit like that. Even Rise had a TV series almost, or something like that. Rise had a TV show. They were really going hard, right? So they put all this stuff out. They had a bad PR situation in 2013. So Microsoft is thinking at this point, and hold on, and what did Sony have? Sony had the most powerful console. They marketed their console well, but they only had Knack and Killzone, right? Okay. So Microsoft is looking at this like, okay, we spent all this money on putting on all these AAA exclusives, spent all this budget on marketing, commercials, everything, and we're in last place. You got PlayStation, who got a few games, and they're focusing on power and 1080p, and you see it in all the headlines, right? So Xbox is sitting back looking at this and like, why are we spending so much money on this shit when people are saying they want 1080p, they want resolution, and they see Sony killing them, right? Sony is kicking their ass with the PR and all that kind of shit. So at that point, Microsoft has to say, hey, we got to reevaluate what we're doing here. And you can see, if you zoom out, you will see that Xbox never had the weakest console since then, because they took all their budget and focused on other shit. And then that's why you start seeing games look crazy. You start seeing fucking Sea of Thieves and what's that other game? State of Decay and all that bullshit that was coming out. It's because they switched their budget from big AAA games to bullshit. And so that's what I'm talking about when I say they got trolled into not stop focusing on big AAA games and to focus on fucking resolution and power and shit, because that's what's making the money. That's what they see is making the money.
If that's what happened, then Microsoft's dumber than even I could even imagine, right? Because
again,
Because look at this. Look at the PlayStation 3. PlayStation 3, if anything, that's why I would say they dumber, because they could have looked at the PlayStation 3 and see what Sony did, right? Because PlayStation 3 was the more powerful platform, right? And all that stuff. Yep. And they launched with exclusives. PlayStation 3 launched with exclusive. Resistance was the big exclusive they launched. And they had all these other titles, right? And I think the problem is Microsoft don't realize how they introduced their console. Right, like if you introduce your console, like, and I'll use PlayStation 3. PlayStation 3 had exclusives, but the problem is the way they introduced their console. No one gave a fuck about the exclusives, and they were not that big to overcome how you introduce your console. The price hike, the Blu-ray that's made it expensive. You know, some of the third-party games not running well. That all how you introduce, and then telling people you need 2 jobs, and you know I remember seeing some ads in Europe saying a Blu-ray player that also plays games. So when you launch a console and you have all these weird shit on how you introduce to the world, you better have some of the best games to overcome that, and Microsoft didn't. I'm not saying I don't personally like Rise, but regardless of my opinion, regardless of my opinion on Rise, we can both admit it was not a big game. It was not one of those, oh shit, I gotta get me an Xbox. We can admit that. It was very linear. You can argue it's better than Killzone. I'll give you that. Yeah. Rise is definitely better than Killzone. I'm not going to knack. But it still wasn't a system seller game on its own. It wasn't
a console seller, no.
It wasn't I'm going to pay $500 for an Xbox.
Yeah, well,
so you introduce this console, and you're like, hey, this is your Xbox, and you don't even talk games. You're talking movies, and you're telling people the reason why this thing's $500 is for Connect, and that shit ain't doing nothing. Yeah, it's gonna take more than Rise to really make people give a fuck.
What did he say about?
Like you need to launch for Halo and Gears that year.
What did he say about it being thrown to the power? I missed that part. What did he say? How they get thrown to the power?
So I mean, you was around it.
Hold on, one last thing. Even Titanfall, they fucked that up because again, we were in a phase. This is the Xbox One. This is the beginning of the generation. We were still all about the exclusives. We haven't like the mindset we have today wasn't set in. Titanfall was on 360 and PC. So even that was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't need a Xbox One for Titanfall. And does this mean it's going to PlayStation? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Because that was the first time people were like, 360? Like, what are we talking about here? Titanfall on 360? Like, is this even going to take advantage of my Xbox One power and that's on PC? You see what I'm saying? So even something as easy, like even an easy win as Titanfall, Microsoft fucked that one up. Titanfall should have been 100% even timed. Even it was because they did it before. Remember, Mass Effect was timed, BioShock was timed, you know, Elder Scrolls Oblivion was timed, but it was tied to 360 nowhere else, right? And then it went on other platforms.
You could not get it on the PlayStation, though. You could not get that game on the PlayStation.
You see what I'm saying? But our mindset wasn't like that. Our mindset wasn't as long as it's not on PlayStation. Our mindset was exclusive, period. Like, don't even talk about 360. Don't even talk about PC. We weren't there yet. Now it's like, all right, it's on PC, but not on the Xbox. Oh, it's on PC, but not on PlayStation. But that wasn't the mindset. When we saw that shit on 360 and PC, we were like, wait, well, what the fuck? Why the fuck are we talking PC and 360? Like, that wasn't, like, no. Now, we don't talk like that. We like, PC was still a competitor. Man, fuck them PC cats. We're like, what the fuck? Like, we ain't talking about that shit. So even Microsoft fucked that up. With that shit, right? So like the way you introduce a console, if you introduce your console fucked up, you better have some big games right from the jump. And Dead Rising 4 and all that shit. I'm not saying PlayStation gay. Like I even tell Z, the first 2 years of PlayStation was garbage. I didn't even buy the PlayStation until 2015. I didn't buy it. Right? Sparse, all that shit. We all talked about it. You know, motherfuckers gonna try to sell a PlayStation 5 with Godzilla and Tropico 5. Get out of here. What are you talking about? Right? What was it?
But that's what I'm saying, Z. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
But understand this: the reason why the power became, we also gotta admit, the reason why the power became a factor is because Microsoft launched a $500 console and a $400 console was beating it.
Yeah.
Why is that Xbox $500 and I can't play Call of Duty at 1080p? It was because of the Kinect. That made it $500. If they didn't pack in the Kinect day one, you could have launched the Xbox One at $350. And the power nav would have never happened. Because then it made sense. Well, yeah, Xbox One is $350. PlayStation 4 is $400. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more powerful. But you had a $500 console. And a $400 console smoking you head to head? Explain that. That's why Microsoft didn't see that.
I can explain, but I want to let Z get his shit off. I can definitely explain.
No. I wonder why you said they got control of the power.
Everything was Connect. Everything was Connect.
You said they got control of the power.
I mean, you was there, right? Every headline, everything that came, it was every single day. 900p versus 1080p.
Okay.
Every day, all day. That was Sony's.
You're right.
Main marketing tool was we got the power and we got the and we got the resolution, right?
Okay. 400.
That shit went on. Okay, even though they took Kinect out of the box 5 months in, that power shit went on for another 2-3 years.
Yeah, too late. You were too late by that one, man.
Too late for who?
Try to get
too late for who? We talking to the gamer.
Listen.
When did power come?
No, but here's the thing. That's the thing. We could talk in hindsight. We could already see that the damage was done for Xbox. That damage was done already. It was already there. Between between the power, between Kinect. Oh, Kinect stays in the box. Oh, no, okay, Kinect's not in the box. Even in hindsight, we already know that in 2014, just a year after the console launch, Phil has to convince Satya on why Xbox should stay in the console gaming business. We know that now. Think about it. In 2014, that's how shit went left. That Satya's like, why should we stay in gaming? And even then, Phil said he had to orchestrate a whole new strategy. In 2014. So we already know that now. That's what I'm saying. Now, we're no longer talking as if we're in 2016. Brother, we're in 2025. We have a lot more information. 2014, the strategy was set going forward, which was cloud and subscription service.
Okay, so when did they get
I was already in play in 2014.
When did they get thrown into the power though?
When did they get thrown into the power? I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? You were making videos about it too, like the whole resolution shit. Like that was all over social media.
Well, so my question is when did they release the console with the power then? Like when what was it? The
next one?
The Pro.
The One X.
The Pro. Yeah, the One X.
No,
and then after that, it was the Xbox Series X.
No, that was already obligated.
That was already obligated.
Paid for before the consoles launched.
My videos were. Let me explain to you, bro.
I'm gonna let you rock, Z. Because you already let this
Yeah. So my argument was back then, right? How did Microsoft spend $1.3 billion with AMD and walk away with the weaker hardware? Sony, that's what the whole thing. Off the shelf parts. Sony spent $400 million with AMD, and you got the PS4, was more powerful than the Xbox One. The reason why Microsoft spent $1.3 billion with AMD, there was multiple SoCs. Just one tick. The One X was already paid for before the generation even started. They don't do knee-jerk reactions, my man. Oh, you know what? Sony got this lot, more power.
To add to that, PlayStation and Xbox, out of the blue, something that we never did, mid-gen refresh. That's not an accident. That's not shit, we had the same idea too. No that shit was already orchestrated.
Y'all saying before the Xbox was even put out there, they had already spent the money already for a Pro.
Million. Yes,
for a Pro.
Yes,
y'all bugging. You're bugging.
I'm not bugging.
I'm gonna say this. You bugging if you think that they can't in between those years say, hey, we want more of this. Hey, we need more of that. We need, this to be more powerful than the next person. Okay.
Bro,
I talk to the motherfuckers. How you know? I literally talk to them.
Who do you talk to, brother? Who? You're in line. God is watching.
Why would I lie?
Hold on here, man.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something. Let me say something real quick, Z. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something really quick. Now,
are you not entertained?
Let me say something real quick.
Hold on now, man.
I don't know. So you gonna let me say it?
Hey, go ahead, bro.
Jesus watching you, Cyber Gamer.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna let me say shit. Ain't?
Go ahead.
I've been infamously. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I've been infamously trolled about meeting with Aaron Greenberg.
Oh man, we got a D batch. We got
now.
They respect his presence.
No. I'm not going. I'm not saying it. I'm not going to say he said that. All right, but I can tell you, even. Oh, okay, that's fine. You can have whatever you want to say about that. I can even tell you how they felt after that whole Connect shit, the Connect at E3. What I was told after that was we saw. Oh, we thought they were going off on us about having tall through the whole E3. We have an usher up there singing and shit. We did not want to do that again. We pushed all our features into the reveal, and our E3 was all about games. Now you can look at the timeline and tell me if I'm bullshitting.
Hey, brother, we go back about the power now. That's great cat there, bro.
Zoom out and look at the timeline and see if I'm bullshitting.
No, listen, brother. So again, I don't play going dumpster. I'm not lying to you, bro. These are God's words here, bro. So mine used to say that how remember how they got the double stack GPUs and all that shit. Remember that P-Rock? Yeah. That's what we get when Mr. Media X. Why that shit even get like today? Because and the whole jokes when we running with Sony using off the shelf parts and all that shit, bro. Because they spent with AMD, they come with multiple SoCs, bro. The Xbox One and the Xbox One X. Phil Spencer had nothing to do with green light the One X. That was already paid for by Donnie D. Well, this is a fact, my nigga. Like, that had nothing to do with that, bro. So the whole power thing. Listen. So the whole power thing again. I'm not to control. I'm sorry, brother. The whole power thing when it was a question at Bill Gates at tell one of something. They were talking, when they just bought Nokia and it wasn't people Nokia along and the guys, you know what I mean. Basically, I maybe spin off the Xbox divisions. It was to talk this about Spinner though. That's what Spinner on listing. Now it's a Spinner. So let me say on their own, right? But and he was saying, we'll never lose. Bill said, we're Microsoft, all that whole talk, the Venice, all that shit. We would never lose the power narrative again. But you know what I mean. But that again, that $1.3 billion that was paid at the beginning, a couple years before the generation, whatever to AMD. That was to cover two systems. The Xbox One and the Xbox One X. This is a fact, bro. Like I don't, anything else, like this, it is what it is. You know how long it takes to make a console, bro? So the console.
So Z, you're talking. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying the console came out when did the One X come out? In 2017, right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay, so it takes about 5 to 6 years, a little more than that to make a console. Make sure you don't no overheating. Pricing, it's a whole bunch that goes into it. The R&D is what they call it. You know what I mean? But that didn't come from them losing. 2 years in, we losing this whole power narrative and make a console. Like, bro, no. That takes a long time. Like, that doesn't work like that.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. So why did their game quality get so much lower? Why did they stop marketing on TV? Why was the cracking lacking? Why did all that happen? Did it happen because they start losing budget, or just because they just can't do it? What happened?
What happened was the fact of the matter. So I'm gonna take you back. So you remember when Microsoft bought Mojang? They bought Minecraft. So what happened was, listen, this is back in 2015. Microsoft started spending all the money they were making on the back end for microtransactions, right? And that's when Phil started talking about. You know what? It's unhealthy to keep shooting all the gamers. I would love to see Gears of War on PlayStation and all. Remember that? This all happened back then. So again, this whole third party shit that was going on, they was talking this shit back then. You know what I mean? I would love to see Gears and Halo. And all
when did he say that? What year did he say that? What year he said that?
Like 2015. Whenever you did what Minecraft.
About 2016 when they started fucking up, right? When they started.
So we never got no more team console. And listen, what happened? The marketing stuff. Sony hired the marketing team that Microsoft said with the 360. Well, that cool ride from that cool ride from what you were talking about. Sony bought get the straight business with the niggas. You know what I mean? And again, so what? I don't know, like what you're like. What are you saying? What do you?
So what I'm saying is this: all these companies are listening to the consumer, regardless of what we think. The consumer is dictating what these companies do. Okay, so if the consensus with the consumer is we care more about this thing than this thing, then you spending millions and millions and millions of dollars. And look, I love the games, right? But if you look at it as a whole and you see the people who are spending the less at the moment, the least on video games, the least. But the moment they did that, and I talked to Phil about this shit. You can look at my tweets. Look at my tweet to Phil Spencer where I said, hey, y'all doing good. Stay focused on the games. Don't worry about this power shit. Because I knew that this was going to happen to Microsoft. And he responded back to me and said, we focus on the games, all that little PR bullshit.
When did you talk to him? Hold on. When did you talk to him? When did you say that? Like around the date?
It was like 2015, 16.
But here's the thing. Sorry, I'm glad you said. But hold up. But that's the thing, though, because we knew now. Because we have information now. Phil talks about his first meeting with Satya, right? He talked with his first meeting with Satya back in 2014, right? And he told us that, hey, in that conversation, he had to convince Satya the way forward, and that's where he introduced subscription services, cloud, and multi-platform strategy. So think about it. In 2015-16, you having a conversation with him on Twitter saying, oh, yeah, the game's going to focus on this one. But he already talked to Satya the way forward on Xbox. We just didn't know it at the time. But now we do. Y'all hear me?
Yeah. I hear you, but what?
But think about it. That's what I'm saying. Like now in 2025, we can piece together like, wait a minute. Now we could say they were saying this, but now we know in 2014 you were already talking cloud and subscription because you knew Satya, he don't like exclusive hardware. We know that. Satya doesn't want to hear, oh, we're going to make a console and has exclusive software. He'll be like, get the hell out of here. That's not him. He doesn't care about that. So when Satya's like, hey, I'm CEO, talk to me about gaming. Why are we in there? Phil can't go to him and be like, oh, we're going to go for timed exclusives. We're going to lock out games from PlayStation. We're going to have this, and this is our strategy. He's going to look at him like, I'm not feeling that. We're shutting this shit down. Phil fed him the whole cloud gaming, the subscription service. And lo and behold, Game Pass came out when? 2017. Quantum Break. 2016, day and date on PC. So now that we have information, those moves wasn't an accident. Like Quantum Break was not an accident on PC. That was not an accident. Game Pass wasn't like a last minute thought. That shit was shit Phil had to convince Satya to keep it going. So a lot of the stuff like, trying to fight, that was already in place. Satya was not feeling that. Now, I don't think at the time they convinced, Satya's like, oh, you're going to put games on PlayStation. I don't think it was that far. I think that's just something that as the landscape kept going, and then as we got closer to just the numbers, I don't think Satya and the CFOs was liking the direction that was heading after all this stuff was in play. And I think that just evolved until later on. But remember,
let me correct
Phil
myself.
pitched subscription and cloud and games on PC in 2014. Way before any of this shit was happening, because he had to tell Satya something. He had to tell.
Let me correct myself.
Who Satya was? What's up?
So I sent the tweet out on August 20th, 2014.
Okay.
That was the one that he responded to in 2014. Okay. So I'm just letting you know that instead of when that.
And what he's and what he said.
Oh yeah, he gets. Hold on, let me go to his comment real quick. He said, Psycho Gamer, studios decide, even our first-party studios. I won't dictate a frame rate or resolution on a game.
Yeah.
We know that's not true. We know that not to be true. Yeah. We know that not to be true.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what he responded to me when I said that, because I can tell what was happening.
We know that not to be true, though.
Yeah. We don't know.
I mean, you know what he said not to be true.
But what does that reply have to do with, like, the things going with whatever?
Yeah.
No, I was just telling y'all that I knew it was getting ready to happen. That's why I said what I said.
God is watching. He's still going to hear you right. He knew.
I'm just saying, man.
Hey, yo, listen here. You
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Man. Hey, yo, we know what happened. They had a string of adults in games, and now listen, no goddamn games, bro. Your first, listen, bro.
You being real hypocritical right now because
yes, I am.
I know. I know.
Yes. Hey, listen, you know what's this up, bro? When is Generation start? When is Generation start?
I honestly do not know. I don't know.
Oh, no. 2020. When did they get their first goddamn game? 2023. Redfall. That's the record for the lowest rated game on Metacritic history, my nigga.
Again, I'm not. Look, I'm not.
This ain't no blind here.
Zeke is talking. Look, I'm not talking about anything past fucking
I want to talk about the Old
Break.
Testament. So you want to talk the New Testament? Nah, nigga, hold on here, nigga. Ain't nobody troll these niggas. Some goddamn games some dogs in here. Moron. I'm sorry, here, man. What the hell going on here, man?
So Z, are you saying?
What? What I'm saying is here, you goddamn.
You keep bringing up Redfall and shit.
Who twisted Phil arm? Make him Redfall. Who did that to him, man?
Again, you're talking about Redfall and Sea of Thieves. You're talking about shit like that. I'm talking about the kind of Quantum Break, Rise, and fucking Sunset Overdrive. You saying those games was dog shit?
No. So here's the thing. No. So to me, like Resistance. Resistance was a good game. It's a good game. It even got a good Metacritic score. The multiplayer was great, but that's not a PS3 console seller. You ain't selling PS3s with Resistance. That's not happening. It's not that big of a game, you know. That's why I say I'm not gonna argue whether Rise is a good game. In fact, I will admit, I'd rather play Rise than Killzone Shadowfall any day of the fucking week. Any day, I'll take Rise over that.
That is how.
But that still doesn't change the fact Rise in of itself needs to be a system seller, and it's not. Rise is not a system seller. That shit don't get people.
Was Killzone a system seller?
Fuck no.
Okay, so why did it sell way more than Xbox, even though Xbox had
because I'm going to answer. Because for $400, you could play third-party games better than a console with $500.
Just say PR. Just say public relations. Just say that. That's what it was.
But really,
that's what it was.
Listen, no, but really, when you think about it, I mean, there was PR, there was other stuff too, but in reality, if you have two consoles that don't have system sellers, like Rise, not a system seller, Killzone, not a system seller, then what games do you talk about in a console that don't have system sellers?
Puertorock, so let me tell you real quick. This is the reason how I got labeled as a fanboy. Is because I'm looking at the fucking games. I don't care about all that other bullshit and all the PR that they talking about. I don't care about none of that bullshit. I'm looking at the fucking games. I'm looking at the games.
Listen. So I didn't buy a PS4 or an Xbox One because none of them had console sellers.
I bought both.
Killzone
was
not a game for me to buy PS4. Rise was not a game for me to buy Xbox One. Neither console had a system seller. So I'm like, I don't need to get any of this. I didn't get
Overdrive, Titanfall, none of that shit.
I didn't get on that shit. Listen, I played Sunset when I got my Xbox One. I played Sunset Overdrive. You can look at my hours. I didn't finish it. I'm like, this game sucks. So I was right. In my opinion, for my taste. What I'm saying is, you know what was a system seller for me? Bloodborne.
Spider-Man.
To me, that was the first system seller of that gen, period.
Right. Spider-Man, yeah.
No, Bloodborne.
Oh, Bloodborne, okay. And that's not my cup of tea, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, so certain games, like, you have to look at system seller. Now, you may say, I like Xbox One because of Rise, but let me ask you something. Is Rise a system seller? We know what a system seller means.
It was a system seller. For me, it was a system seller.
No. Not Bloodborne is a system seller for me. But I'm talking about, you know what a system seller. Is it a Halo 3? Is it a Gears 1? Is it a Metal Gear Solid 4? Is it an Uncharted 2? No. Hell fucking no.
Absolutely not.
That's what I'm talking about. The shit that makes people be like, yo, I gotta get a fucking console for this. I don't care who you are. I'm getting a console for this goddamn game. Rise was not that game. Yeah, and we can actually argue because it wasn't a system seller. Just like Resistance. I can argue Resistance was not a system seller for the PS3. It wasn't. It was a good game. I could tell you Infamous, Second Son, was not a system seller. It was a good game, but it sure as hell not a system seller for the PS4. Like, nah.
Okay, so can we agree on one? Can we agree on one thing?
The most noise. I'll be honest. The most noise.
Can we agree on one thing?
In terms of exclusive, in the beginning, real quick, the most noise within the first 2 years of Sparse, the one game that everybody I think agreed on was Bloodborne. Was like the system seller for PlayStation. That was the only game they really had that you can argue was a system seller. Everybody was talking about that. But that was about it. It wasn't until Uncharted 4 in 2016 is when PlayStation was like, yo, this Uncharted 4 is different. Now we talking.
Puertorock, let's take your example. Okay? None of them have system sellers. So can we agree that PlayStation killed Xbox in sales because of resolution and power?
Yes.
And PR.
But $400. No. But also add the fact Microsoft did it to themselves because they had a weaker console for $500. If Xbox launched at 350, if Xbox launched at 350, then it would have been like, all right, it's a weaker console, but it's only 350 or even 300. Let me put it this way. How come when the PS4 Pro launched and the Xbox One X launched, the Xbox didn't thrash the PS4 Pro in the combo? I'm talking about in the combo. Not performance. Xbox One was clearly Xbox One. Yeah. All right. Let me make it real clear. In terms of performance, Xbox One was clearly the more powerful console. There was no doubt. Even had 4K textures, which is the PS4 Pro didn't do. So as far as the actual performance, Xbox One was the clear winner. But in terms of getting people to buy the console, the conversation, the whole I'm gonna buy this, it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. In fact, why? Why didn't the Xbox One X? No, listen. Why didn't? Let me make sure so I could get my point clear or my question clear. Why didn't the Xbox One X do to the PS4 Pro what the PS4 did to the Xbox One? How come that reality didn't happen? Okay.
Two reasons. They went to guerrilla marketing, and the second reason is because the brand damage was already done.
But what do you mean by guerrilla marketing, though?
There was nothing that. So Xbox went from Super Bowl type marketing to guerrilla marketing, which is like on the ground, unconventional type marketing and stuff online.
Wait, real quick. On Dealer Gaming and Cole Eastwood.
Let me finish, please.
I got it.
Please let me finish.
Go ahead.
That's the reason why you had Aaron Greenberg. That's the reason why you had Aaron Greenberg, Phil Spencer, and everybody that works for Microsoft online talking to consumers. Because the budget has switched, so their next thing that they have to do is guerrilla marketing, so they can communicate with the audience to make them feel, you know what I'm saying, like they're one together, playing games with gamers and shit like that. Like I work in marketing, like I know how this shit works. That's how I know the motherfuckers.
So this is my opinion. This is just my opinion. I think it's.
Oh, I knew this.
This is my opinion. Reason number one. Xbox One X was $500, PS5 Pro was $400. So yes, the One X should be more powerful. That's number one. But number two, no one cared about either platform because the number one selling platform was still the PS5 Slim, and I know because I won the bet with Zaire. I told you, no one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one knows anything.
Their brand was damaged.
And that's because of the games. PS by that point, Uncharted 4 was out. Spider-Man 2018, God of War. Yo, you even had Z jumping off the chair at E3 2016 while Mooch and Crack Gamer were pissed off. It was too late.
That goes back to budget. That goes back to budget. When PS4 first came out, it had a bunch of indies, Killzone and Knack, right? Once they got their shit together, like once they got their money together, all that kind of shit, and it was like, okay, now let's put our big budget games out because that's the way we do shit, right? So that's when they put out the Uncharted and all that other shit like that. Halfway through the generation, once they got their money right?
I want
to respond to this. Hold on, I want to respond to this.
But Microsoft has more money than PlayStation.
No, you didn't say that, P-Rock.
Microsoft does, but everybody works on budget.
Watch this.
They were like,
you look. What you're dealing with is COVID wisdom. Listen.
Fucking Z.
If Donnie Day had $1 billion, right? Them games you love so that the Sunset Overdrives and the Titanfalls and all that shit you love, all came from Donnie, right? Fact, right? After those games, right after he paid for, Phil didn't release another goddamn game. If God forbid, if the die today, God forbid, on his tombstone, his first release under him was Redfall, my nigga. Your answer was with that
you can talk
nigga.
about Redfall like that means.
Wait, hold on.
That don't mean that to you.
It's very important. It's very important.
That don't
It's
mean
very
nothing to
important.
me.
Donnie D had $1 billion, Phil had $100 million. Could you imagine if Donnie D had that $100 billion investing games like Donnie D? You only have this conversation, my nigga.
Hold on. So Z,
Yo, he's holding up to
hold on real quick.
Redfall, my nigga.
This
Redfall.
goes back to budget. What the fuck?
You
all goes
sound
back to budget.
crazy. You're talking about the world's richest company, my nigga, wealthiest company.
The world's richest company, they also, my nigga, they also got a budget.
Bro.
They also got a budget, my nigga. Are you?
And what that
budget? You can't be that crazy.
What we here now? What we here now?
Are you saying that they don't have a budget? They got unlimited budget?
Bro, but they should have a bigger budget than Sony. I just think they have a bigger budget than Sony, though.
You're not
no, Sony had a bigger budget than Xbox.
When you say that Sony money had and shit, you know how crazy you niggas sound when you say like what you talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Hey, yo, God is watching you. God gonna kill you, nigga. He don't tell you,
so Z.
No, nigga. No, nigga.
Let me tell y'all niggas something real quick.
You ain't telling me shit,
PlayStation, and it may sound crazy to y'all, but PlayStation had a bigger budget than Xbox.
He said PlayStation was more loud, was more endowed. Hey, let's get the fuck out of here. We doing here, man. We done. Hey, man, we doing here, man.
How about we place a bet right now? Let's place a bet right now, Z. What's up? Let's place a bet right now. Put your money where your mouth is, nigga.
Yo, he said PlayStation had a bigger jawline in this industry.
Put your money. You talking shit. You talking shit, but put your money where your mouth is right now. What's up?
What money is this? What do you want to bet here, nigga? What do you want to bet?
This the bet. This the bet that PlayStation has a bigger budget than Xbox.
Oh, we probably do.
What? Xbox spent $100 million on games.
What's up, nigga? You talking shit? What's up? What's up, my guy?
They just spent $100 billion on two companies.
Wait.
That's the price. Isn't PlayStation
about
$160 billion?
I want to bet. I want to bet. Hell yeah. I'm doing that.
What you want to bet?
I'm doing that.
What you want to bet?
Oh,
what you want to bet?
Cycle gamer.
$50?
You said $3?
50. That's cool.
We can do 20, 50, whatever you want to do. Xbox. Again, let's put this up. Xbox. Hey, hold on. Before you say Xbox has a smaller budget than PlayStation. I'm not talking about Microsoft.
All right, you ready?
Just so you know.
Well, yeah, but Xbox gets the budget for Microsoft.
Hey, bro, they want to publish this, my nigga. Case closed.
Microsoft bought
ZeniMax for $8 billion.
Oh my God.
And ABK with 90. What we doing here, my nigga?
Okay, so you get lost. You get lost. Let me tell you why you lost. Because Microsoft bought Activision. Just like they bought
Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Just like they bought Minecraft. They bought Activision. Microsoft bought that shit. Not Xbox. Can I get my money, please?
Yeah, but they bought it for Xbox. They bought it for Xbox.
They didn't buy it for Xbox. They bought it for Microsoft.
Oh, man. Hey, yo, the devil made me do it. I can't, man.
They bought it for Microsoft. Y'all niggas is tripping right now. They bought it for Microsoft. Xbox can't buy Activision, motherfuckers.
Oh, man.
They can't do that.
Listen. Was it PlayStation that bought Bungie, or was it Sony that bought Bungie?
Thank you.
The divisions. Listen, you know what? We'll even go outside of gaming. Was it Microsoft Phones division that bought what's the phone company? The builder. Nokia, or was it Microsoft that bought Nokia? It's always the big parent company. They're the ones that buy the company. It's not the divisions.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to tell you, motherfucker.
Listen, what we're trying to say is this. Xbox has access to the parent company that has more money than PlayStation has access to the company with money. That's what we're trying to say. So if PlayStation accesses Sony money, Xbox access Microsoft money. So they have a bigger pool to access from. It's just whether Microsoft wants to do it or not. It's just whether they want to do it or not.
I really need y'all to listen to this real quick. Here's the difference.
Nah, nigga.
PlayStation is basically Sony. Okay? That is their moneymaker. PlayStation is Sony's moneymaker. Xbox is not Microsoft's moneymaker.
I'll give you that.
They have to put They gonna put everything they fucking got into PlayStation to make sure that it succeeds. They're gonna do everything they can.
But whose fault is that? Like you, like what? Hey, bro, like you fucking, like my nigga. They spent $8 billion
and I want my money.
I'll give you that.
You lost. They spent $8 billion on Zenith match, my nigga. They spent another, like, bro. Before that, they bought goddamn Ninja Theory. They bought all these other Obsidian. Like, what are you talking about here, man? You talking about, like, stop this shit
right now. Go to any large language model, go to Grok, ChatGPT, and ask them motherfuckers who got the bigger budget. PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox.
My man said go to the new God.
Not Microsoft.
He said talk to hey, yo, Z, he said talk to the new God. You're going to talk to the new God. Talk to Grok.
Motherfuckers don't like the truth. That's all right.
God alive. Talk to the crap king God alive.
Talk to Grok.
Hey, yo, man, I'm done, bro. I'm done here, man. This nigga is nuts.
You definitely done, but you owe me, though. You owe me, though.
He said you.
I got you, brother. I got you, brother. Yeah, I got you, brother. I got you, brother.
Let me do some super chats real quick. Oh, he said, Glassdoor Gamer, if Sony wants to make live service games that may sell, why don't they go back to making sports games? There's a market for competition there. It's because they can't get the license. You can't get the license, though. Yeah, they would have to fight.
That NBA gonna cost the NFL.
Yeah, NBA license gonna and yeah, they would have to go NBA. They would have to fight 2K, and 2K will pay premium dollar for that. EA they did their own shit with Sports Club, but Madden, you're gonna need a lot of money to take that Madden license away from EA. It costs money. And Sony would have to multiplat strategy again, because that's not gonna be exclusive to PlayStation. That shit's gonna be everywhere. Andrew Wilkins. If resolution was the main reason PS4 won, why did the Xbox One launch lineup flop in sales? Even Titanfall 1 fell. EA never gave the sales numbers.
You played 10 million at one point. Titanfall was 10 million. That's 10 million. That's an name.
I have to look into that. Was it 10 million sales or 10 million players? Did he start that bullshit?
No. It was like 10 million earlier. We can Google that right now.
All right,
sales. It was like 10 million lifetime sales.
Mount Cash 1 with the super chat. 2014 PS4 had the power, res, speed.
Yeah, 10 million. 10 million.
Okay, 10 million sales? Okay. 2014 PS4 had the power, the resolution, the speed. They had the price. They also had cloud, rental, and handheld, cross-buy, and optional PS camera, which was the same as Connect. I look at it simple. It was like $400 versus $500. You know what I'm saying? Why am I paying $500 for an Xbox? Why am I paying $400? And I think the people bought it was mostly for the multiplats. You could pay $400
again.
For Call of Duty.
That's true for the multiplats.
You could pay $400 for Call of Duty or $500 for Call of Duty because there was no big games at launch. That shit was not no damn even Dead Rising 4. When dudes try to sell me an Xbox for Dead Rising 4, I'm like, if you don't get your bitch ass out of here, Dead Rising 4,
get
the fuck out of here.
Sony had the marketing all the bigger games. The multiplayer was Star Wars, that was huge. Fucking Call of Duty, Sony, Microsoft gave that. That was dumb. So all the big third-party games that came out, the multiplats, the multiplats again, but again, that was Microsoft didn't bid. You know, what I mean, no money. That's all on there, but nigga, you can't talk about you ain't got no money when you spend $100 million on controllers, man. I don't want to hear that. Like, you're bugging. You got the money. You got no money. You give Ninja $40 million. Like, bro, like, come on, it's what you don't want to give. You don't want to give the creators of making what's that shit? What's that goddamn game with the original assets? What's that goddamn game they put up with the original assets? The old Xbox game they re-released.
Phantom. Phantom Dust.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah. With the original asset, they asked $10 million to make it a two. They get come on, bro. That was something they did. They sell.
Look at this.
Look
at this.
Look
at this. You are not gonna convince me to buy any console for this game. This ain't happening, dog. Like, nah. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm not spending $500 to play this. Like, get the fuck out of here. You bugging. That's I don't know about y'all.
Can I remind y'all?
You ain't gonna convince. You are not convincing me to pay $500 to play this as a must-have game. Nah, we good.
The price difference is for 5 months.
I still haven't played this game.
The price difference is for 5 months.
Listen, I still haven't played this game. And they gave this shit out for free. Like, nah, I'm good. This is what we starting with the gen. We starting with gen with this. Like, this is why we kick it off. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what we're doing. Look at this is what we're doing. Look at this one. Yeah, we get an Xbox for this. 60 Metacritic. $500.
What game are you showing?
Look at you're on the screen. I showed the first one was Dead Rising 3.
I can't see.
What do you mean you can't see?
I know you can't see. Rosie can't see. You can't hear. He can't none of him. Oh man.
And then this is the second game. Like everybody.
Look at my money, nigga. You pay me my money, motherfucker.
Look at this game.
And pay me, man.
Look at this game. This game, $60. We really gonna pay $500 to play this. This is what we're doing.
Here, I'm on my phone, so I can't even.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at the screen, man. Come on. We're not doing this.
I'm looking at the screen.
And to be fair, we're not doing. To be fair, I'm not paying $400 for this either. Like, nah, we're not $400 for this. We're not doing this. This is not it. This is not it either. Like, let's all be fair. Like the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One was the worst launch in games, I think, ever, bro. It was just a slew of shit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
It was a slew. How is it bullshit? It was a slew of shit.
You know that's
bullshit. It was a slew of shit. It's a slew of shit. Brother, man, I didn't buy the console. There was a slew of shit.
You full of shit with that one.
It's a slew of shit. It was not the worst. Okay. So which generation had worse launch than the Xbox One and the what? This one. Man, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. You bugging.
Right.
You bugging.
Bugging right now.
Listen. You're telling me you rather play Rise, Killzone, Dead Rising 3 over Miles Morales, even if it's cross-gen.
So hold on. Miles Morales, didn't that come out on the PS4 or PS4 Pro?
It was also on PS4, but
okay, that's in the same generation. That's in the same generation.
But it launched on the day of the PS5. It didn't come out before the PS5 launch. When the PS5 launched,
this generation is the worst. This is the worst generation, period. I don't want to hear that shit. This is the worst generation.
I'm talking about the launch. Launch of PS4 and Xbox One sucked ass. The launch. That's why I say it was the worst launch of any console.
Not.
The worst launch.
Killer Instinct?
Worst launch.
You bugging.
He had like one character. Wasn't like Killer Instinct one character?
Sunset Overdrive. Yeah, you bugging right now.
Sunset Overdrive wasn't even a launch game. Sunset Overdrive wasn't even a launch game.
The reason why you saying that is because the PlayStation 4 was dog shit in the beginning.
Hold up. Sunset Overdrive wasn't even a launch game.
It wasn't like the first the launch window. I'm talking
about launch.
Launch. Okay, launch. Only launch. Only launch.
Killzone. Look at the Look at Killzone. Look at the games. Killzone, Knack, Rise, Dead Rising 3.
Forza Motorsport.
Forza Motorsport? Was that a launch game?
Yep.
Let's see. Well, I don't do racing games, but that's a main thing.
Rise.
Forza, which one?
Dead Space.
Which?
I think it was
Forza
4. It was 4.
Forza, let me see. Forza Motorsport. Let me see. Let me look it up.
It's either 4 or 3. I'm not sure, but I think it was 4.
Let me see. Forza. Let me look at it right now. Forza Motor.
I was there. I ain't gotta look it up. It was Dead Rising.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Which is the one that came out in 2013?
2013.
Yeah, 2013. There's nothing here that says 2013. Forza Motorsport 6 came out 2015.
I promise you it was a launch title.
Where's 5? Let me see. Forza Motorsport 5. I think that was it. Okay, yeah. Forza Motorsport 5. Okay, that came out a launch title. Look at this shit. Even this turned to shit. Look at this. 79 Metacritic.
And it was
Metacritic.
The only.
What the fuck?
It was
79 Metacritic. What happened to the 90 Metacritic banger that Forza Motorsport was?
It's about resolution.
Look at this. What happened? Look at this shit. Even Forza Motorsport got downgraded at launch. 79. Wasn't this like a 90 Metacritic banger? Even this shit got like, what the fuck happened? I'm telling you, bro. PS4 and Xbox One had the worst launch in gaming, bro. Worst launch in gaming. That shit was sad, bro.
Oh shit! Now we got to do a poll on this shit.
That shit was sad. That shit was sad, bro.
Not on your platform on Twitter. So we got to do a poll because this shit crazy.
That shit was sad. You know, I mean, in fact, I'll do a poll right now. Worst generational launch in gaming. All right, let me do a quick poll on that. I'll do a quick poll on that one. I'm gonna put that as a poll. Give me a second. I'll do a poll. Okay, start poll. Worst launch lineup in gaming. Worst launch lineup in gaming.
Where you posting this poll at?
I'm gonna put it's gonna be in the chat. Number 1, Xbox One,
no.
PS4.
We know who your fan base is,
Xbox One, PS4 gen, right? The next one, Xbox Series X, PS5 gen. Do we have another gen? I think there's really the only 2 gens in contention. Because you ain't gonna say that to the maybe the you know what? I'm gonna add Xbox 360 because Xbox 360. Because technically speaking, Xbox 360 launched in 2005, and then a year later, I'll just put them in Xbox 360, PS3 gen.
And half these motherfuckers in here wasn't even around back then.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see. I don't know. Some of these they started this gen. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see where they start clicking. Oh, they're already clicking on Xbox One.
Of course. Puertorock said it was an Xbox, but we gonna click Xbox.
The votes. It's fake news. The Russia intervention.
That is hilarious.
Oh man, Xbox One gen is.
That is hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? Let me finish these super chats right now. All right. Mount Cash, he says, then they followed up with the big AAA games. All right. Thank you so much. Andrew Wilkins, X1 didn't have better games. Their launch flops. Oh, man. I remember that was Z's biggest thing, man. What games does PS4 have? Because it was sparse. It was bad. Motherfuckers tried to say Godzilla. I remember was it Ken Masters? Ken Masters on the Xbox vs. Pony podcast. My man brought up Godzilla. I'm like, oh man, that's when I knew I had to step in. I'm like, yo Z, I don't know where you got these cats at. Nah, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. He's like, well, then you show up. I'm like, we not gonna use Tropico 5 and Godzilla.
The universe.
Oh my god, it was bad, bro. Bug snacks. I'm like, oh knack. I'm like, oh man, this can't be it. We're not doing this. I can't believe y'all let trash slide last podcast. Oh shit, what we do? Let's see. Oh
King
shit.
Thrash.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Andrew Wilkins. Nothing on X1 launch was better than Infamous. You always wrong, Cycle. PS Factory had better. Highlighting selling launch lineup. Sunset even flopped.
Infamous wasn't even a launch game.
Infamous was 2014 later, like mid-year 2014. Glinzer. For years, MS heard legions of Xbox fans with constant praise and thought we must be doing good. Those fans hurt Xbox by not being critical. I mean, shit. They told Xbox fans told Z, why are you jumping in the water? You had no business jumping in the water, Sea of Thieves. Andrew Wilkins. Microsoft's guerrilla marketing was them connecting with people who were prejudiced against blacks. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Xbox Milk
you gotta take every
Psycho, you ashamed of being black? Oh man, what's going on here? Oh man, he did vote for Trump. I'm just saying. He is MAGA. I'm just saying that. I don't know.
I ain't no fucking MAGA now. Come on. I ain't no fucking MAGA.
He is a proud Republican. Oh man.
I'm not even a Republican. I'm about what makes sense. What makes sense, motherfucker?
He's like, hey, we don't need DI. We just need the best man for the job. Oh man.
I'm
fucking with you. No, that's a side joke. That's a side joke.
Yeah.
Andrew
Wilkins. No DI. Right, man. Yeah.
Titanfall 1 had 10 million players announced after PC got a free trial of the game. EA never released sales numbers. Google it.
I'll Google it. They did 10 million. I'll drop it in. Drop it
in DM on Twitter. On Twitter. Because I don't know how to work this damn Discord. Yeah, I don't know how to work with my DMs on Discord. William.
I'll say look in general. I was gonna post it in general. Okay.
On Discord.
Yeah.
I don't even know where the fuck General's at. I don't know my own Discord. I don't know this dog shit. Someone made it for me. Someone made it for me. I ain't make this shit.
I wouldn't in the DMs then. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Let me see. All right. Here we go.
Look at the DM.
Hey, oh shit! This is wild. This shit went left. Here we go. How the fuck, yo? How we always end up? What you did on the house and VMD? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, you just copy. Where's the link?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
You gotta post the link. Post the link, and I'll put it up on the screen. But yeah, man, we still talking about Donnie D. This shit is crazy, bro. That guy is influential. He's gonna be one of the most influential people, not for good reasons, but man, it's 2025. We still talking about Donnie D.
Where he at right now?
He won the bag up. I don't know. He needs to be there. What was Phil like? Phil needs to go rehab.
That dude is the most influential in the gaming industry, bro.
There's no way we can out-console the console king.
Oh, that was...
What the hell? What you talking about here, man? Fight over here, bro.
Man, shout out to William Ortega with the super chat. William says, just caught up. In reference to the PS handheld, I think the PSX games will be remote play, cloud, and PS5 and later will be native. I hope so. I hope Sony don't fumble the bag with this handheld shit, man. Because if they make parity, then that's pretty much the Xbox Series S, man. Sony, I hope, we'll see what happens. And Mally with the super chat, PS5 easily had the best at lineup, Mouse, Sifu, etc. I don't think Sifu was a launch lineup. I don't think Sifu was. Let's see that link. But I'm gonna tell you, man, I don't know. I prefer PS5's launch lineup. I mean, Miles Morales. I mean, granted, it was on PS4, but that PS5 Miles Morales hit. I was not playing. Bro.
I mean, what else? What else
I was not playing. Okay, I also played Demon Souls Remake. Those are my two big ones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying those are the two. But like, it's Infamous, Bug Snacks.
The way it's looking at me.
Dead Rising 3. Dead Rising 3. What the hell are we talking about?
Forza,
no,
Rise,
man, get out of here. Forza, even Rise. That shit was 60 Metacritic.
Rise, come on.
Man. And I played. And I played Rise after the fact, right? When I got my Xbox One. Yo, that brother, you could play that game with one button, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
Was the game not dope? Was the game not dope though?
It was all right, but it was too easy, man.
Oh,
like you literally play itself. Especially when you did the story was good. But once you you can literally kill everybody with one button. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
You know the funny thing about this whole shit?
It was way too easy.
The funny thing about this whole shit.
Play. And wait, hold on. Was it Titanfall online only? I think that was another thing that held that. It was online only. It didn't have a single player game. So that also caught backlash. Because we weren't like really into that. Like we wanted the single player, multiplayer. So Titanfall with no single player, a lot of people were like, I remember that. I remember that backlash.
I'm glad you said that because that goes back.
And no single player? Everybody was like, what the fuck? You remember? That's how it was back then. Now it's normal.
So that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to say.
It got
the funny thing is, everything that Xbox got ridiculed for back then, they're doing it now. The multimedia shit, the TV shit, fucking the PlayStation is the multimedia king right now, and they got the HBO show. They got fucking movies from video games. Everything that Xbox was criticized for back then, they're both doing that shit right now.
Yeah, but Microsoft had a whole show talking about TV. For what?
Yeah,
like having apps. All right, that's cool. I mean, even the PS3 360 had Netflix, right? That's cool. Whatever. No one's gonna knock on more capability, multi-function, because they're computers to a certain point, right? So you could download shit, install movie. Even the PS3 was a multimedia movie player. But when you have your first reveal and everybody's like, "Oh shit." The Xbox reveal, and the first thing comes out of your mouth is like Steven Spielberg and entertainment, and then the one game you talk about is Call of Duty. You're like, wow. And then people say, and then when people say, "Oh no, that's what E3's for," then just wait till E3 and reveal your console. Like to me, at a minimum, should have been the opposite. Wait till E3.
Oh no,
E3 with games. Why not?
So this again, they got killed for that. They got killed for talking about features and all kind of other shit at E3. So that's why they said we're gonna.
No. I'm not saying.
Let me just finish real quick.
No, because you're confusing my thing. So I want to make sure I'm clear up. Do E3 normal games, Rise, whatever. So that way, that's the first thing people think about. And then in August at Gamescom, or not even at Gamescom, do a little shit to talk about the extra thing Xbox does. Also, hey, last month at E3 we talked about the games. Hey, let us tell you about some other things that you can do with Xbox. Now with Xbox, you can watch movies, you can interact with NFL sports scores. And now people will be like, oh, that's extra shit? Oh, that's additional shit? Okay, that's not bad. You know, my gaming console could do more shit. Okay, you know, it's how you pitch it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Even though you're saying the same thing, you know, marketing, you're saying the same shit,
I agree.
but you're pitching it different.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I'm just telling you the way. I hear you, but I'm just telling you the way it was broken down. To me, it was like, look, we got killed for this shit, so we're gonna unleash, we're gonna reveal this console like every other thing, like cell phones. You know how cell phones, they don't unveil it talking about how good it makes calls. They talk about all the other shit that it does. But E3 is for the gamers. So let's do a reveal. Let's talk about everything that it can do and inclusive games or whatever. And then this is just their mindset. They're not, they don't have their ears to the ground like their previous marketing team did. So they're like, let me just do this like we do everything else. Like everybody does everything. Let's put all the,
but they fucked up by that point though, because of the May. Because remember, the Xbox was revealed in May. They should have never done that reveal in May. They should have revealed it in E3 with games, and then after do the May presentation. Because then at that point, people, because yes, exactly. Because then people will look at it as my gaming console does more shit instead of what the fuck are you making? Because people are like, what are you making now? Like, I'm confused. It's all about like same shit, but reverse. Could have reversed it and they would have been fine. Because then it wouldn't have been all about the movie. They would have just said Xbox can also, your gaming console can also do this. And then it would have been fine.
They made a mistake again in thinking it was all gamers only cared about games. That's they made a mistake in thinking that. Because if I don't care what the fuck they're showing. I care about the games, right? I don't care about none of the other shit. I care about the games. And I thought what they showed at E3 was awesome. Right? But nobody cared at that point because you did the TV shit a couple months ago. So fuck you. I don't care no more.
Agree. And I would tell you, you need bigger games on launch. You need a game that has people talking. Like Xbox, you always got to launch with Halo. It's like Nintendo. They launch with Mario Kart. That's their biggest game. So they launching with that shit. When they launch a new console, you best believe Mario Kart is packed in day one. You gotta have that big system seller that everybody ties. Like, you know, Microsoft, you either gotta have your Gears or your Halo, and they didn't do that. Like when the Xbox One launched, when did Halo actually come out? 2015. 2 years.
They give you 4 other games though that I thought was great.
What other games? What other games?
You hate it though. You hate it. We already talked about it.
What other games?
The ones that you hate.
What other games?
The ones that you hate.
Right, yeah, everybody hated them.
No, everybody did.
Everybody hated them. That's why they
hated Microsoft. They hated Microsoft. They did not.
Man,
let me tell you why. Real quick. They hated Microsoft. They didn't hate Xbox because they petitioned for every single one of those games.
Petition
every single one of them. There was a petition for Rise. There was a petition for Dead Rising. Look it up. There's petitions for these games.
Listen, but Dead
for
Rising
Quantum Break, all that shit.
No, Dead Rising did come to PlayStation. That sold like shit.
Eventually, yeah.
It still sold like
eventually,
even for the new one.
But they wanted them games.
This game was trash.
They wanted them games.
They didn't want them shits.
They wanted Titanfall.
Man,
they fucking went crazy.
And we got Titanfall 2, and it sold worse. Everybody. And I thought it was a better game because of the single player. Single player was dope, and it sold less. We ain't want y'all bullshit.
Yeah, it was a better game.
We ain't want y'all shit, man. We ain't want Zoota. We ain't want fucking. We ain't want Recore. And I own the Xbox. Listen, you know what made me buy an Xbox?
Hey, fuck Recore.
Cuphead.
You bugging. Cuphead was good, but that ain't gonna make you buy no system. It's not a system seller.
That was the first game. That was the first game I beat on my Xbox. I'm not lying. That was the first game I beat on my Xbox One. Cuphead. I beat that in 3 days. Cuphead. That shit. I'm like, ooh, I gotta play that shit. You think I bought that shit for Rise? I mean, I played it. I mean, I caught up, and I'm like, man, this console's hurting, bro. I played Sunset Overdrive. I'm like, I thought Sunset Overdrive was a watered down Infamous, in my opinion. I felt because like it had the kind of feel of Infamous, you know, with the rail riding, you know, the motion, the movement. But Infamous, you still had melee ground combat and all this stuff. Sunset Overdrive.
Hey, it was so bad. Who was the developer? Who's the head guy at Insomniac?
Ted Price.
Ted Price had to come out and be like, "Hey, y'all, look, I know y'all want this game, but it's not coming to fucking PlayStation, okay? So stop asking me." Like he had to come out and say that publicly. Like stop begging for that game.
But even if I think it did come out, I don't think it would be a big seller. I don't think it would be a big seller.
No, not now.
No. Right? Let me do. I mean, there's PlayStation games like, oh, maybe so Sunset Overdrive might come out now that Sony owns Insomniac. I'm like, you guys ain't buying that shit. Stop lying. It's like if you play a PlayStation gamer that plays Sunset Overdrive, the first thing they're gonna think of is Infamous, and not a good one. That's what I thought. I'm playing it. I'm like, man, this is like Infamous, but shitty. That's why I couldn't finish it. I'm like, man, this is like, I'd rather play Infamous than this game. For me, it felt like Infamous with the real writing and how you attack. Except Infamous had better combat and more in-depth ground combat. Sunset Overdrive.
What's your ultimate game? What's your ultimate game?
What do you mean my ultimate game? Like my favorite game of all time?
Like what's your kind of what's like? Give me your top 2-3 games of all time.
Metal Gear Solid 3 is always Metal Gear Solid 3.
That's one of mine.
Metal Gear Solid 1.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that's like
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear Solid 3 and 1, boy. Those shits are the goats, man. Those shits are the goats. Those are two of my favorite games of all time, man. And then top 3.
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
Top 3, I don't know what's my third one. I guarantee you ask me this question 100 times, number 3 is always gonna change. Because I'll say Final Fantasy VII one day. Then I'll say like The Last of Us 1 another time. Then I'll say God of War 2 another time, like that. The only thing that's consistent is Metal Gear Solid 3 and 1. 2, God of War 2.
Okay. Yeah,
God of War 2.
Mine would be Metal Gear Solid 3, God of War 3, and Uncharted 4.
You know what I'm saying? So 3
my favorite games of all time.
Yeah, but 3 and 1, that's always stays consistent. 3 and 1. And then sometimes I'll mention Phantasy Star. Then I'll mention Phantasy Star in the Genesis. Sometimes I bring that up because that shit was dope. Genesis, I love my Genesis back in those days. But I changed 3 changes for me. But 1 and 2 always remain consistent. Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1. I love those 2 games, man.
You said Metal Gear 1?
Chats. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear Solid on the PS1. That shit, boy.
Yeah.
That shit hit, boy. What? Boy, let's see. Let's see. Mount Cash said, ChatGPT does say that the 10 million for Titanfall was more of a rumored estimate for unique players. Says actual units sold were possibly around 4 million.
Oh no. The link I got there. I put the link there.
I got 10 million players, but only.
Where's the link? It's not in the chat. Where you put it at? In the chat?
I put
DM?
I put it AMD. I mean inside the
No, it's not there.
DM.
Oh, let me refresh it. Maybe.
Y'all old motherfuckers don't know.
Yeah, it's not in there. He said, y'all old motherfuckers worrying about games. You don't even know how to use the internet. I'm like, oh shit.
Try now.
Okay, got it now. Got it now. Okay.
If we I'm about to head out though, I want to hop on battle here with these guys. They got a patient. Sorry, everybody. Listen, I had a blast coming through. We got this more often, bro. I'm coming, dog. I had a blast coming by, man. I appreciate you. Having you in here.
Oh, my brother. No, man. It's good to have you here, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man. Z's using the new guard. He's using Google AI. The new guard has spoken. Man.
That one gonna say 10 million, don't it? Oh, man.
All right. He says, hey, it says 10 million, though. Yeah, the new God has spoken. Man, this is the new religion, AI. All right, let me do the super chat. All right, Psycho Game, I have to kick you out because I got one person that wants to drop in. But hey, thank you so much for coming through. You know what I'm saying? My man's still defending. He's gonna defend Xbox One to the very end, man.
To the end, man. To the end. I bleed green.
No doubt. That's it. All right. Black Ops 7 on PS4 X1. Y'all think it'll sell there? Man, there's people who never left, so it'll still sell. Hell, that's the only reason why they are on PS4 is because of Black Ops or NBA or Madden. B Dizzle with the super chat. What MS did going into E3 prior wasn't just a mistake. That's BS. They made console destructive mistakes. Sony mistakes, but not PlayStation ending ones. Repeatedly. Stop it. No comparison. I'm telling you, that shit was bad. That May Xbox One shit. You know, sports, movies, TV. Like the Xbox reveal in 1 minute, TV. Xbox is the new water cooler. Yo, that shit was bad. That shit spread like wildfire. William Ortega, what's your take on new Phantom Blade and Lost Soul Aside gameplay trailer? I haven't seen the new weapons trailer, but man, you know I've been waiting for Lost Soul Aside since like 7 years. So I'm day one, and Phantom Blade, I'm telling you, Chinese developers, they're taking over. They're going to get a little bit more money. They're going to get more funding. And they're going to bypass the wave. They're going to be the new wave, man. Chinese developers are going to be the new wave. Because, them for what they're doing, I can't wait.
And Mount Cash. Read the rest of the link Z sent. Oh, the new God? Oh, I already deleted it. The new God. But, Z on that, methadone, right? So forgive him. All right, let me bring in one last guest. All right, he's been waiting, so, be wrong with me not to drop him in. Oh, he left. Or did I fuck it up? Oh, shit, come back in. Try to drag him, and he got bounced out. Let's see if I can get him in. If you're in the room, you're in the chat, jump back in the waiting room. I dragged you, and then, you bounced out. I can give you one more chance. I'll, hook you up. Sometimes Discord be doing that. I drag somebody, and then when I put them in the live, they get kicked off. Okay, all right. I'm going to try again. Let me see. Let me let them know. Let me see. Hey.
Hey,
what's up? Hey, so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give you guest rights real quick so you could jump. Click on live on there on your own, because sometimes when I drag people, it gets bumped out. So
okay.
you could click on live on there on your own right now. I don't think there you go. All right, there you go. We'll make it work like that. All right. You hear me? Levels is good? Hello? Mic is on, just in case. All right, you good?
You hear me now? Yeah, I hear you now.
All right, yeah. All right,
Yeah.
all right. What's
Man,
going
you know how hard I've been trying to get your attention for a minute, man. Shout out Lady Gamer, man.
Damn, I saw, yeah, it's like, yo, I've been in the room, yo. Now I'm serving D39. It felt like the DMV in here, didn't it?
I was trying to catch Zai Hill, man. He been ducking me on that college football, man.
Oh, man. You should have said him. You should have put it in the chat. Oh, man.
Man, I was spamming. Late Gamer was about to kick me up out of here for spamming, man.
Oh, man. You were trying to go at Z. He's like, shit. You been trying to get Z college football.
But
man.
I do have a question. I do have a question for you, though, Rock.
What's up? What's up?
Your dude, what his name? Morris Law? He was just leaked the specs for the, whatever his name. He just leaked the specs for the PS6 and the handheld, right?
Oh, and
but y'all be saying about the okay, y'all be talking about you don't want the PS handheld to play the PS6 games. But I think Microsoft's problem with the S was not enough memory, you don't think?
Listen, man, I'm gonna say this, right? Memory was a big problem, right? You absolutely right. But I'm gonna say this. When you have two products that are not the same spec, which is the one that's overall weaker? The game is gonna be based off that. To get them both, right? To get them both on both platforms, they're gonna tailor it. All right, which of the two is the weakest configuration? We'll build our game around that one, and then the stronger version will just have better resolution, better frame rate, maybe better ray tracing. It's just a better version of the weaker one. That's the only way you could consistently make sure all your games work. You got to go for whichever one has the weakest link. Whichever is the weakest link in the chain, you build around that. The more powerful one will have just better everything. Resolution, right? But what thing, because you went with the weaker, and that's why I use the Callisto Protocol example more than anything else. If you look at Callisto Protocol on the PS5 Pro, it has the PS5 Pro enhancement, even does 8K 30 if you have an 8K TV. Better, everything. Everything is just better. It's just overall better. You can clearly tell it's the best console version in console gaming. Obviously, PC might have the better version with the right hardware, but in console, PS5 Pro is the definitive best version. But when you play the game, you still know it's a PS4 game because of the loading screens. It has loading screens, and PS5 doesn't need that shit. It has the SSD. You see what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if it's going to be that bad.
I get you.
I'm just not comfortable with the handheld stuff. I'm like, why, bro? It's like, they just leave it be. Leave it be.
I'm not gonna never go against Mark Cerny, man, because he talking about this low power mode.
Man.
We don't know what that means. We don't even know what that means, though.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Why he fucking with my PS5? Oh, I'm introduced low power mode. You gonna what? You better not.
We don't know what that is.
You better give me overclock mode. Don't give me underpower mode. You better give me overclock mode. What are we talking about here?
I remember at the beginning you wasn't too sold on the Portal, and now you love it.
Well, you know what? But the portal don't interfere with.
It don't interfere, but
like,
you was like, who is for?
Listen, yeah, I'll be honest. It's true, but I'm gonna be honest, man. If PlayStation does this, like, listen, I don't know what PlayStation's doing. I know they're trying to make money. I know that much. Right. But this handheld at the same time with the PS6, me personally, if Sony goes, hey, the PS5 is primarily for PlayStation 5 games, and I could understand PlayStation 6 games that are like the indie games, right, or the smaller titles, still made for PS6, but it'll work on the Switch, it'll work on the PS5, the smaller titles. Okay, that's cool. But if you got like X-Men, Sony X-Men is going to be a PlayStation 6 game. It's a big.
I know you waiting on that
game. You know what I'm talking about. If they made a version that's still PS5, then all right, it's gonna work on a handheld because it's cross-gen. I got it. You know what I mean? And I don't know what Sony's gonna do. I have a feeling X-Men's gonna be cross-gen, so it doesn't matter anyway. Because if
I think PS5, everything from here on out is cross-gen.
Yeah, I just like, this is crazy. It's a crazy world, bro. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say I never bet against Mark Cerny. I know he's some type of mad genius or some shit. He gets stuff that you would think won't work to work. So I'm not going. I wouldn't bet against him.
That's true. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how Sony figures this shit out, right? We'll see.
Right.
It's either gonna work or it's not gonna work. Like either they realize they have to be careful how to manage the ecosystem with. I don't know. They're just going to have to figure it out if that's what they want to do. I think a big part, though, is because they want Japan back. And the only way they're going to get Japan back is with a handheld.
Is with a handheld. Exactly.
They're not going to get with a console. No console will ever get Japan back.
And I think, me personally, if that handheld don't play PS6 games, I don't think they're going to come.
I know. So we'll see, man. I don't know, man. It's a different world.
Yeah. I know what they're trying to do. Because I think the handheld going to be the next, diskless console type, You're going to be able to probably hook it up to your television, play on the go.
Oh, so you think they're going to release a console and the handheld can also be the console?
Yes, I think the handheld will be the console.
You don't think they're gonna release a dedicated console, like a dedicated PlayStation 6?
It's gonna be. They're gonna have that, and because they're gonna still have to sell those disk drives they got stored away.
Oh, so they're gonna do. So you think it's gonna be both? It's gonna be both. They're gonna have a dedicated console for those that want it, but if you are a handheld gamer, you have the option of putting it on your TV.
Yeah, so they could get back Japan, because if you look at every handheld, they can hook up to TVs. Every last one, even the new Xbox. So it's going to have the same capability to be on the go and plug up to the TV.
Yeah, I feel you.
Because they got to do it. Because if they don't do it, they're going to be the only ones left out with it.
They're not going to win Japan.
They're not going to win Japan back, but I think they're going to make a move. But I think
win. They'll have better competition.
But listen, I think they could be right behind Nintendo and sell more than Xbox, because Xbox price is going to kill the consumers.
Yeah.
If that thing released at $900, they lost them. And with that leak, with that new PS6 handheld and console,
how much you think that they
stated
cost for PlayStation?
He said $500, $600, $600
for the handheld.
They say with the parts that's being implemented that they're putting in, Sony can drop the price, because they're going to be the only one that can drop the price, because they putting in their special stuff inside.
I don't know, man.
Where Xbox going straight third party with theirs. They letting other people do their manufacturing, so they got to make their money. So PlayStation go cut the price like they cut the price like they've been doing.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see.
I think the highest it's going to be is like the Pro.
I'll be like this. If they release a handheld, I don't see it.
Right.
But let's say they did, and it's like $500-$600, and you're playing at least third-party current gen games and stuff. That actually competes against PC handhelds. Because then PC
that's what I'm saying.
$700-$800.
That's why I think they could get the number 2 spot. They won't beat Nintendo, but they could get that number 2 slot. Because a lot of people brought that Portal. The Portal outsold a Steam Deck.
Oh yeah, I think so. Portal's the shit. I ain't gonna lie, but it's $200.
It's 200, but just imagine you add 300 to that, and it's 500. It's 499, 500, maybe 600 the max. You know, if they put like a terabyte inside, like just say 499 with a 500 gig, but 599 with a terabyte in there.
I feel, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Mark Cerny cooks.
Right,
it's true.
Right.
Believe in Cerny, right? Cerny hasn't failed us yet.
Yeah, he never did since the PS4. He never did.
Yeah, he hasn't failed us yet, so we'll see. All right, my brother. All right,
it's Cerny I trust.
It's
yes, sir.
We trust. All right, we'll see where we're going. Right? It's Totoki. I don't trust his punk ass.
Yeah.
You know, fire Totoki. I'm still saying fire that dude. Hashtag fire Totoki. Get rid of his
bring
ass.
back Andrew House, man.
Yeah, man. Keep back Kaz Harai. I need Kaz Harai back, man. Bring back Kaz. Make Kaz great again. All right, my brother. All right, man.
Well, appreciate it, man. Brother. Salute, man. Right. Thank you for serving, bro.
Take care, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. All right, chat. All right, everybody. All right, we're wrapping up the show, man. I want to say thank you for rocking out with us. This is your only friend, these YouTube streets. Hey, don't forget to hit the like button. Hey, this turned out pretty good, even though it was an early show. But Z stopped through. We got some good disagreement stuff, and we got some good topics. But I want to say, for everybody that started out, that was in the chat already, I truly appreciate it. Many blessings to you guys. All right, out of here. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. And this is your only friend, these YouTube streets, Puertorock77, with another successful disagreement day. And yeah, this was 5 hours, and it's still early. Not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, we're out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Peace.